environment out there in Seattle is that Mike McDonald and the Seahawks have done the exact same thing. And you're not going to see any of their starters as well in their final preseason game. So it will be the same thing. And I wonder, I would love to ask Vrabel, and maybe someone will ask him tonight, does this have to do with the fact that those two teams, or if you just want to keep it to his team, that they were the teams that played the final game of the 2025 season and that you ended up having a off season? And is that part of the reason that he's approaching it this way?
You know, cut-down day is also looming this Sunday at 6 p.m. Jobs certainly at stake in this game for some players. So there are some guys to keep an eye on in this final preseason game tonight. We will get to that coming up. But let's get to Christian Gonzalez, who has still not been extended by this team. I'm a little surprised it hasn't happened at this point, but we got further reporting on this today from ESPN NFL insider Adam Schefter, who appeared on the Pat McAfee Show.
I don't think that at any one point here that they've been close to a deal. And Devin Witherspoon and Christian Gonzalez have the same agent. So in a way, he can kind of dictate how this is going to go and see into the future in a better way than each of the two teams can. So Witherspoon was going to get done first, and it got done at an average of 33 a year. The Patriots have not been in that category, but Witherspoon has established the benchmark, and the Patriots haven't gone there. And they weren't there before, and they don't appear to be going there right now, and they're all on the two sides of money. Now, the Patriots and Gonzalez haven't been close. Now, I kind of think, like Mike Vrabel views defensive linemen and getting pressure as the most important thing on a defense. Like, he prioritizes that. Loves corners, of course, and he knows that Christian Gonzalez is a great player. But if we're going to pay players premiums, like up front, that's something I think that's been important to him in the past. I think they want to pay Christian Gonzalez, but they're obviously not in the same neighborhood right now and haven't been, thus his disappointment.
What's your read on all of this and where this stands? Because he was back practicing this week after missing the joints, not playing in that second preseason game, but it doesn't feel like these two parties are on the same page, Chris.
The most interesting thing to me, and I listened to you on, as we like to call it, your show, earlier, leading into us, and I heard Felger talking a little bit about, he takes with a grain of salt the comment Schefter said about Vrabel in terms of the defensive line, but that was my biggest takeaway, and I'm going to take that at face value, because I just find it mind-boggling that Vrabel, deservedly so, got as much credit as he got last year. You had people like Felger saying Elliot Wolf is just here to check the fax machine and turn off the lights. But this entire contract discussion with Gonzalez, I haven't heard anybody say anything about Vrabel being in any way responsible for the fact they haven't signed him. So he gets all the credit for the roster last year and player personnel, and he's totally in charge of this thing. But when it comes to the Christian Gonzalez thing, he's just an innocent bystander with no input.
Oh, no, thank you for saying this, because I don't believe that at all. I'm now starting to believe that, yes, would Mike Vrabel want this to be done and have him on the team?
Yes.
Sure. Is he pounding the table saying, we must have him, we must get this done?
Meh.
I have my doubts.
I do too. I do too, and I pointed this out at the beginning of this thing. And look, I could be wrong. You know, maybe this is just a case of ownership or somebody else in the Patriots organization using Vrabel as a shield. But I thought this from the beginning, that there had to be some question as to, does Mike Vrabel feel like he needs the highest paid corner in the NFL to achieve the level of success that he wants to achieve with the New England Patriots? Or does he look at it differently? And you look at a team that played a fair amount of zone last year, do they look at it and say, we need a corner making 35, 36 APY and getting more than $60 million fully guaranteed at signing and more than 100, say $5 million fully guaranteed? They might look at that and say, like, no, that's not how we want to build this team. That's not what we want. Now, we want Christian Gonzalez because we love Christian Gonzalez, but not at those numbers that sort of say this guy is like a totem, talisman for who we are, what we want to do, how we're going to do it.
We'll have more from Adam Schefter when we return. And also, coming up after weeks of speculation, the Patriots did pull the trigger, trade away wide receiver Kayshon Boutte earlier this week. We'll get Gasper's thoughts on that deal next here in the Safety Insurance 98.5 of Sports Hub, Patriots Radio Network.
There's nothing like a cool breeze on a summer day. Of course, in New England, it never seems long before that delightful summer breeze becomes a furious biting wind, knocking trees into homes and cars, ripping apart roofs and carports. Make plans now to shoot the breeze with an independent agent about safety insurance. Be sure you have the protection you need. Before the howling begins, safety insurance will help you manage life storms.
Clinton Savings Bank was started in 1851. 175 years later, what still excites us most is starting, helping you start with savings, a new home, a new business, a new goal. Supporting community initiatives that open doors to new opportunities, introducing new technology that simplifies banking. Whatever you're ready to start, we're ready to help you make it happen. Visit clintonsavings.com. 175 years and just getting started. Member FDIC, member DIF, NMLS number 422081.
Take a look. Reed's Ferry Sheds wants you to take a look at the sheds sold at the big home improvement store. They're made with particle board. And we both know when particle board meets water, it turns to fall particle board. For the same price, you could own a better built Reed's Ferry shed, backed by a 30-year warranty, installed by Reed's Ferry. Call Reed's Ferry this week and schedule your installation.
Call 888-85-SHEDS.
Need a shed? If it says Reed's Ferry, you got a good one.
There are trucks, and then there's the 2026 GMC Sierra. It's the truck. We are professional grade. Right now, when you finance through GM Financial, well-qualified buyers get 2.9% APR for 72 months on 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 models. See your local GMC dealer today. Monthly payment is $1,515 for every $1,000 you finance. Average example down payment is 8.8%. Must finance with GM Financial. Some customers will not qualify. Not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by 8/31/26.
Shaw's and Star Market Sack and Save Sweepstakes is your chance to win the ultimate New England game day experience.
Let's go!
Entering is easy. Clip the digital sweepstakes offer and purchase participating Pepsi and Quaker items for an automatic entry, or redeem 25 4U rewards points to enter. Restrictions apply. See website for details. Enter today on the app or visit shaws.com or starmarket.com.
Let's go!
The fastest way to get fresh groceries. No membership required.
The Pretzel Bacon Pub Cheeseburger is back at Wendy's. With a pretzel bun and beer cheese, it tastes like it came from a real pub. It did not. Wendy's is not a pub. We just have a pub-quality burger and a drive-thru. Back for a limited time at participating U.S. Wendy's.
Hey, it's Big Papi here. You know how important vision is, whether on the field or just living life. That's why I choose LASIK at Boston Vision. But if LASIK is not for you, check out other options such as implantable contact lens or clear lens exchange to get rid of the reading glasses. If you have dreamed of clear vision, get a free evaluation at Boston Vision and explore all of your options, not just LASIK. Trust the pro at Boston Vision.
Book your free evaluation today at bostonvision.com.
NFL fans, when it's time to get Patriots tickets, you can tackle game day with total certainty with Ticketmaster. As the official ticket marketplace of the Patriots and the NFL, Ticketmaster's got the best way to take it to the house when it comes to being there live. With 100% verified tickets available all season long, you can count on getting in with ease and spending time focusing on the good stuff, like tailgating with your friends and family. Even if you're heading to the game last minute, you can still score seats. Want to meet up inside the stadium with your crew? Transferring your tickets is an easy handoff. So get those touchdown celebrations ready and score your tickets today at Ticketmaster.com/Patriots.
Pain relief is closer than you think, and it doesn't have to come from a scalpel. Use your body's own healing power to make pain disappear. Call QC Kinetics today for a free consultation. 617-644-PAIN.
Tune into the Baseball Hour with Tony Maserati every Wednesday when baseball insider Jared Carabas joins to talk baseball, presented by Blue Moon Belgium White. Served with his iconic orange slice ritual. Blue Moon is a one-of-a-kind game day beer experience. Blue Moon Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Celebrate responsibly.
Toucher and Hardy, mornings on the Sports Hub.
So what happens? Well, I think that there's probably another push before the season begins or at the start of the season from both sides to try to get done. That's my guess, because he's too good a player not to try to get something done, and they're too smart not to try to get something done, and the numbers are there. But if they can't get something done, that just makes me wonder, like, where is it going in the future? What happens then? Do they wait till after the season? Can they do anything then? Would they even be willing to listen to potential trades for him after the year? Like, is that a possibility down the line? I think it opens up a whole range of options if they don't have this deal done at the start of the season or a couple of weeks into the season.
All right, welcome back to Patriots Preview, driven by the rugged Honda Ridgeline. It's Jim Murray and Chris Gasper here with you, leading you into the kickoff of the final preseason game on the slate for the Patriots as they're in Cleveland taking on the Browns in prime time tonight. That was more from Adam Schefter, ESPN's NFL insider, appearing on the Pat McAfee show today on the contract negotiations that continue, we think, between quarterback Christian Gonzalez and the team. And so where does this go? And we mentioned this at the NFL Renaz, too. Apparently, Christian Gonzalez's trainer, Chris, I don't know if you heard or saw this.
Yes, I heard you guys talking about this.
Yes, you can find him on Twitter, X, Coach Flight, at Flight Skills, that's with a Z. He just simply tweeted, "Trade him!" ! Reacting to the Adam Schefter news, and then he quickly deleted that tweet. But, yeah, I think it's clear, even just if you – I don't know if you were down there or even had to happen to hear – some of what Christian Gonzalez had to say the other day after, the helicopter finally landed. It's clear that, he and his team are getting frustrated here.
Well, it's funny. You mentioned the helicopter, and we can have a little fun with that. Somebody, because I did watch the press conference, I wasn't there, but somebody made what I thought was a pretty good quip, which would have made people laugh and it would have made, I think, him laugh. And even though he's a low-key guy, if this weren't something that were so serious and obviously frustrating for him, as he admitted, somebody was like, "Oh, they're bringing all your money with the helicopter," and his face didn't even change.
Oh, I guess I didn't see that.
Yeah, like somebody. I don't know who it was. I don't want to say who it was because I couldn't tell by the voice. But someone was like, "Oh, there's the helicopter. They're bringing all your money." And normally people would laugh or he would wink or laugh or something. Just
stone face.
Didn't even. It's kind of like, no, man. I know they're not bringing my money in that thing.
So while you and I agree that Mike Vrabel is also part of this, so why this is stalling, and I think we again both agree that he's not sitting there pounding the table saying we've got to get this deal done. He's an integral part of what we do here. I need my corner. I think he'd like him, but I don't think it's he needs him. So yeah, he's part of this. But going back now to day one of training camp when you and I were down there,
yes,
with Robert Kraft's comments and saying richest contract, and Elliott Wolf speaking on Tuesday that they still have an offer out. I mean, are these foot and mouth type of moments for both of those parties now? Considering with what Adam Schefter said today.
Yeah, I mean, it looks bad now. It definitely looks bad now. Now, look, when Robert Kraft made the comment that he made, it was before Witherspoon had signed. I think what's more questionable, and I thought that was strategic by Kraft to try and put some pressure on Gonzalez, and it was a PR move, and I think it worked, frankly, for the team, because at that point, a lot of us were thinking, well, this thing will be done by the end of the week. And that's clearly not the case. It's more than a month later, and we're still talking about it, and they seem as far apart as ever, based on the reporting from Adam Schefter, who, as Felge said, is the gold standard of NFL reporters at this point. I think what is more questionable is what Elliott Wolf said on Tuesday when he was asked the question, is the offer still what Robert Kraft said it was in terms of it would make him the highest paid in the NFL? How do you square that with what Schefter reported?
Yeah, my read on this now is I don't know if you're gonna see him, and I do think he'll play. What this is going to turn into is kind of what it got like with Sauce Gardner there with the Jets before they ended up moving on from him. I mean, his play is going to be based on a business decision. I don't know if you're going to see Christian Gonzalez stick his nose in on a play if it happens to be a toss sweep and he has to make that tackle. Is he going to put in Max Heffer to make that tackle?
No offense, but I would have said that before the contract thing, to be truthful.
So how do you think?
To be totally honest, and Vrabel kind of hit at that last year when he praised him after the Baltimore games. I'm paraphrasing, but sort of saying like they'd been waiting for that.
Yeah, no,
so
that's a good point.
I'm not really sure we can blame the contract if he's not really, really all out in run force.
So how do you think it plays out, though, of these, at least going into the first game September 9th?
I think, I hate to say this, but at this point, I feel like what is the incentive for either side? It's a staring match at this point. They're waiting. Each side is waiting for the other side to blink. What's the incentive at this point for either side to change their position? Something would have to change. It would have to be Gonzalez saying, I'm not getting on the plane to go to Seattle. I'm withholding my services. Something would have to change, I think, for one of these sides to acquiesce to get a deal done.
How's that going to now start to play? I mean, I think people are probably, I know just from talking to friends, like, enough with the Christian Gonzalez talk. Well, I mean, it's a big story. I think it's a big story coming out of
it's clearly the biggest story with the Patriots. Like, what do you want us to talk about? Who's going to be the number 3 running back?
Thank you. But it's going to become a real national story after September 9th when the eyes of the world are on this game. Again, they got 7 million eyeballs to watch the Hall of Fame game going back about a month ago. How many people are actually going to be watching the first game of the season, a Super Bowl rematch? And while it might not be addressed specifically by the NBC broadcast that night, it's going to be talked about the next day. Here's the Seahawks, who just doled out all this money, again, now today, to Leonard Williams, Jackson Smith and Jigba, the linebacker, whose name I forget right now. But they've doled out some money here to players, especially players that have been in that same draft class as Christian Gonzalez. And Christian Gonzalez maybe doesn't play that night or withholds his services, like you said, or if he's out there. I mean, this is now going to become a big national topic if it hasn't already.
Yeah.
And I just think that's a bad look for the Patriots.
And the thing, too, and I know Gonzalez was a little bit ambiguous about whether he would play in week 1, but if you go back and listen to the interview, he said multiple times, like, I'm just looking forward to week 1. I'm getting ready for week 1. So if I'm the team, I call his bluff on that, on not playing. I think one of the worst case scenarios is this for both sides. He goes out there, doesn't have that long-term contract or security. He plays, gets injured, and you have like an Earl Thomas situation.
Right. Yeah.
Remember that?
Yes, the middle finger.
To the bench and Pete Carroll. And whether that's a literal middle finger or a metaphorical one, now – if that were to happen, he doesn't have the security. You have an asset that has now been damaged because he's not under contract and he just got hurt, so you can't trade him. So that would be sort of the worst-case scenario ultimately here. Hopefully there's a resolution here, but the sense you get based on the reporting overall is that Gonzalez is looking for north of what Devin Witherspoon got, and the Patriots aren't even willing to go to Devin Witherspoon's level. How do you bridge that gap?
Just wanted to make a correction. I got confused. The linebacker I was thinking of was Jack Campbell with the Lions.
Okay,
not
so
the Seahawks.
We're thinking of Leonard Williams getting his deal today?
Yeah, I mentioned that. So he got 3 years, 90, and then Devin Witherspoon, the 4-year extension at 132. I thought there was a third player. I was thinking of Jack Campbell.
Well, they're spending so much money. I mean, I don't blame you, of course.
It's easy to forget.
Yeah, of course. I mean,
all right, so that wasn't the only news as it pertains to the Patriots this week. They trade Kayshon Boutte. There's been weeks of speculation about this. I was always against it. I also found it a little bit odd that it ended up happening, considering that after last week's preseason game, you had head coach Mike Vrabel talking about depth concerns. You have a lot of depth at wide receiver. What if something were to happen to A.J. Brown? I would think you would want to have Kayshon Boutte still on this team, as he was such a legitimate deep threat last year. His 6 touchdowns were all on the deep ball. We know Drake May likes to throw the deep ball. So this deal that went down this week, he goes to the Houston Texans in exchange for Jalen Reed, a safety, and a 7th-round pick in 2028. Your thoughts on that, Chris?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the NFL has spoken, and there was a team with a need in terms of the Houston Texans, and that's all they were willing to give up for Kayshon Boutte. So it became clear that there just really was not much of a market for Boutte. I'm a little bit mystified by that. I mean, I understand he's going to the last year of his deal, but he's still a young player. He still could be an ascending player. He's not a number 1 wide receiver, but, I mean, that's all he fetches. I actually like Jalen Reed, the guy they got back. I think he could be, if he works out, sort of like a Patrick Chung type player. And given their weakness at linebacker, if they want to play more 3 safety sets this year, that's a guy that could get on the field. He's good around the line of scrimmage. So I like the player they got back.
So he will play down in the box. We had heard this.
Yeah. I like the player they got back, but I am surprised it wasn't a little bit more than that. And I still think you can make a case, even with the issues with the roster that we discussed, that you were better off just holding on to Boutte and seeing what happens and seeing if in the first 4 or 5 weeks of the season there's an injury to Matt Collins, there's an injury to Romeo Doubs, and then you can slide Kayshon Boutte in there. My sense is that with the way Efton Chisholm played in that last preseason game against the Eagles, that the Patriots at that point were like, okay, we're okay. We feel like we're okay if we let Kayshon Boutte go. And Boutte said in his social media that he had requested a trade back in March.
Yeah, but if they did hang on to him, does he strike you as the type of guy that was ever going to be any kind of problem in the locker room? Like I get a little annoyed by they did the right thing by the player. You could also just say to any player, like, we get your frustrations, but we do need you here. And again, you have a really good rapport with the quarterback. That's been clear since Drake May came into the league. I for what he ultimately got traded for, and I figure, look, yes, considering what the return was, I guess a 4th or even a 5th rounder was probably pie in the sky thinking on behalf of me and others. But for what the return is, I just would have hung on to him.
I don't blame you. I hear what you're saying. I mean, I do think there's probably more value to the team for this season with him on the team as a player, as a break glass in case of emergency wide receiver. But at the end of the day, I do, as professional as he was, given his situation and that he had requested a trade, I think that had a shelf life.
Yeah. All right. Well, that means the spotlight will probably be more on young Kyle Williams tonight, who obviously the Patriots must believe in if he is here and Kayshon Boutte is not. So he's one of a handful of players that you should keep your eye on tonight, because jobs are certainly going to be at stake in this game with cutdown day looming this Sunday at 6 p.m. We will touch on that when we return here in the Safety Insurance 98.5 Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
When life throws the unexpected your way, the right coverage matters. Safety Insurance partners with independent agents who listen, ask the right questions, and help protect what matters most. Ask your independent agent about Safety Insurance. We'll help you manage life's storms.
Ready, set, summer. With the Honda Summer Event, with available features like all-terrain tires, the rugged Honda Pilot, Ridgeline, CR-V, and Passport have all you need to get summer ready with the most fuel-efficient full-line automaker in America. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 2.99% APR on a 2026 CR-V.
See dealer for financing details. Based on EPA estimate of 2024 large full-line automaker fleet-wide fuel economy. EPA Automotive Trends Report 2025.
Hi, I'm Sean Flaherty from Catcher's Law Group. When you belong to a union, you know what it means to stand together, to protect each other, to fight for what's fair. For decades, Catcher's Law Group has proudly stood with New England's union workers because those same values guide us every day. When an injury changes your life, you deserve a law firm that understands what's at stake. Your health, your paycheck, your family, your future. Catcher's Law has recovered more than $3 billion for injured New Englanders, more than any other law firm. If you or someone you love has been injured, visit catcheslaw.com today.
Hey, it's Ryan Rivard, Project Director at Blue Sky Restoration. When disaster strikes, it's not just your property that's affected, it's your sense of safety, your memories, and your livelihood. That's why at Blue Sky, we do more than restore buildings. We are committed to restoring your property and your life for a brighter tomorrow. Visit gobluesky.com.
Every football season, we believe one more kickoff, one more game equals one more title, because in New England, we love to win. What if we told you there's money out there, your money, waiting to be returned, forgotten savings accounts, uncashed paychecks, refunds from overpaid bills? The Massachusetts State Treasury has over $3 billion in unclaimed money, and some could be yours. This football season, take a time out and go to findmassmoney.gov and win back what's already yours. Get off the sidelines and into the game. Visit findmassmoney.gov and see if you have unclaimed money waiting for you.
Cars for Kids, KARS, Cars for Kids, 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids, KARS, Cars for Kids, 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids, KARS, Cars for Kids, 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious with multiple engine options and impressive towing. While Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability, making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
Hey, the Peterson School has been a leader in teaching the trades for 80 years and is opening their 5th location in Dartmouth, serving southeastern Mass and the Cape. Enroll now for their fall semester. PetersonSchool.com. We teach the trades.
Apex Entertainment in Marlboro is now over 100,000 square feet of pure fun. Hey, this is New England kicker Andy Borgalis, and again, this season, with every field goal I kick, Apex will be donating $100 to support autism education and research at the New England Center for Children. Check out Apex on social media or go to apexentertainment.com.
The Bruins play on the Sports Hub.
Yesterday at practice, we saw Travion leave a little early after slipping. What level of concern is there, if any, that is a situation that is very serious?
Yeah, we're working through that situation now, and
he's probably not going to be out there at practice today, but we'll see how that goes.
Head of player personnel Elliot Wolf on the status of Travion Henderson, who you won't be seeing tonight. Wasn't even practicing.
That's executive vice president.
Oh,
to
sorry.
you, Jim.
Executive vice president of. I drive a Dodge Stratus. Thank you for getting that reference. Talking about Travion Henderson, who you won't see tonight, as we welcome you back to Patriots Preview, driven by the rugged Honda Ridgeline. It's Jim Murray and Chris Gasper. So yeah, let's let it get in at least for 5-10 minutes here. Some of the nuts and bolts of tonight's preseason game, because I get it for a lot of people, and you're not wrong to say it. This has been a tough pull for a lot of Patriots fans and football fans in general with these first couple of preseason games. Even going back, so I was missed last week and went back to make sure I could watch last week's game, and I got to tell you, once I got to that second half, I said I'm good. And I think that's probably going to be the case for tonight, at least in that second half. But who knows? There are things you can always wager on. If it's a close game, I'll keep paying attention. But there are things to keep an eye on.
Yeah.
Starting with the running back. I mean, this Travion Henderson, there's not a lot of depth there.
No.
And then it's probably not the most exciting competition, but there is a three-way fight for the third spot at running back, whether it's Jam Miller, Land Larison, right, and Hassan Haskins.
And Jermichael Hasty is in there too.
That's right. So I think that's one thing to keep an eye on with this game tonight.
No, I would agree. If someone like Land Larison, I know he's in the red contact jersey for the last practice, but if he can, he had a pretty good week, obviously, last week against Philly. If he can have another strong performance because he gives you some ability to catch the ball out of the backfield and get into space. The guy I've liked is Hassan Haskins, who has a history with Vrabel and John Stryker and those guys from his time in Tennessee. They've not hesitated to use him on special teams. I believe he's appeared on all 4 special teams units, and he looks pretty good as a runner, and he's just a veteran guy and a guy with some experience. I think that's probably the guy I would go with at this point, and then maybe try and put somebody else on the practice squad if you can sneak somebody through. The offensive line depth is still a question. They bring in Greg Van Roten. How do you feel about the rest of that depth? You've had injuries to the offensive line in each of the preseason games. That first game, Ben Brown and Andrew Rupsich went down. Marcus Bryant went down in the last one. He was clearly ahead in the swing tackle competition, so you want to see what does Lomu do? Is James Hudson back out there? That was one of the things that was interesting in the Todd Monken comment, Jim, was Monken sort of referencing that both coaches felt they were thin up front, both offensively and defensively.
Yeah, give me a thought on Caleb Lomu, because he
Sure.
played a lot of snaps last week, held his own at times, and then there was others where he was just on roller skates and then gave up a sack before that first half ended. But between him and we'll get to Gabe Akis too, I mean, these first couple of picks from this year's draft, I see them, and I get it, they're raw, but Caleb Lomu, you moved up for too, like, I haven't been that impressed so far.
Yeah, it's a work in progress for him, I would say. Very inconsistent. And that's what's hard. I think that's the hardest thing for a coach and a coaching staff is if you have a guy who, okay, and I don't want to say it's an A play on one play, but, it's a B-plus play on one play, and now it's a D-minus play on the next. It's like, okay, if you could just be a steady C-plus player, then we're fine. But when you're all over the place like that, and that's what you're going to get from a rookie, I would seriously question how confident they would be if either of the starting tackles went down, having to put him in there right now, because Marcus Bryant was ahead of him. And you wonder, again, James Hudson, to me, looked like just roster fodder, like he was out of here. But he has not played well with the move to the interior. But if he can show something maybe tonight, back at a tackle spot, back at left tackle, maybe he can make his way onto the team, depending on the injury situation. And then the other thing I would say on the other side of the ball, they miss Kyrus Tonga. Like, to me, that's one of the talk of camp
How they're
issues.
getting gouged by the run.
Just gouged. In the games, in the joint practices. I know you saw last week, Vrabel calls the timeout in the first half, because he said it was horse bleep defense, which it was. They're getting run all over. I have some real concerns about their run defense and the inability to find somebody that can help them up front and replace Kyrus Tonga. That's an issue.
Yeah, believe me, I don't want to be right about it. I said it, I think, on our show on Saturdays. It might be even that first preseason game we did. My prediction for this year is that, I mean, the offense is stacked, and I do think Drake May is going to still be Drake May of last year. Now you have A.J. Brown. My fear is that this year's Patriots team is going to be like the Bengals of a couple of years ago, where Joe Burrow has a near MVP caliber season, but they're losing games 38-35 because the defense is getting gouged week in, week out. I just, there's just not a lot of depth there. And the Kairos Tonga thing, I think, is going to be a big talking point if we're going to continue to see this team. And it's only happened in the preseason and these joints, but I don't know. I don't love their depth up front, and they certainly weren't great against the run against the Seahawks in the Super Bowl.
That's true.
And so if that continues, that's going to be a name that's going to continue to ring out and say, why didn't we bring him back?
Yeah, and they were close. They were close. They thought they were going to get it done before the season. It sort of fell through, and then he got to free agency, and he gets blown away by the Chiefs. By the way, and I'm not saying this person's responsible, but I'm just going to say, do you know who does the contracts for the Patriots?
Oh, it's Matt Groh.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. There was a line I used on Filigrane Maz. I won't use here because it's the Patriots radio network, and I'm just going to try to be a little bit respectful. But I'll tell it to you off here.
Okay. Yeah. But you got to sign the fast guys, right?
Yes.
It's not just enough to draft them.
Yeah.
You got to sign them.
Yeah. Going back, I mentioned Kyle Williams before. They're going to see probably more of him tonight. Look, when he's burning down the sideline.
Speaking of fast guys.
Yeah, you want to get fast guys. I mean, when he's burning down the sidelines, you see a touchdown like last week. You're like, okay, but through these preseason games, he doesn't come back to the ball all that well. And Mike Vrabel's called him out on that. Told him, talked about how they're trying to coach him up. I don't think he's the most savvy route runner. He's another guy. I just kind of don't see it, Chris.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Again, he's flashy.
Okay.
And, the speed is legit. It's just, I don't see effort on underthrown balls. And it just feels like a guy that's still in development. That's the kindest thing I can say about Kyle Williams.
Was he a fully formed, polished receiver? No, but he doesn't have to be on this team. That's not what the ask is. He has a very particular set of skills, like Liam Neeson. And it's that speed. And it's not – and the thing I like about him, and I think about the touchdown he scored last year in Tampa, you just have to get the ball in his hands. It's not like he's just this guy that just on 9 routes, go routes.
Just a good
if you can hit him on a crosser and get him in space, he's dynamic. And I think that's why they like him. Could he become a little bit savvier and more efficient as a route runner? I'm not Todd Downing. I'm not the wide receivers coach. But when I watch him sometimes, what I see is he's not where Drake May thinks he's going to be because he's making so many moves to try and get open at the beginning of the route, like jab step, head fake, shoulder shimmy. It's like at some point, man, you just got to put your foot in the ground and go into the route. So I think sometimes he wastes steps with stuff that he's trying to do, but I think you can coach that out of him, and they really like him. And what's the old saying? You can't coach speed. And he's a very explosive player. He showed that last year. I also think sometimes people forget some of the plays that he made last year. How about the touchdown against Baltimore?
Oh, I don't even remember that.
Do you remember that?
My memory.
Yeah, I mean that was
Tampa one I remember well.
He had to fight for the ball. That was a situation where Drake threw it to him. He had to fight for that ball around the end zone, and he did. So, yes, we've seen in these preseason – and by the way, like a guy like Kyle Williams, third-round pick, and I'm not saying he's established himself in the league, but, he knows who he's out there with. He's probably not, breaking his balls to come back to some of these throws in the preseason from Tommy DeVito.
Okay. So Gabe Ackes, so I also mentioned another guy that I look at and be like, okay, raw.
All the tools.
Yeah. But, where there's concerns about run defense, too. So
okay.
Lacks discipline on the edge, and there's this one play, this clip has gone viral, and if you remember it, too, he gets boxed out completely, and you get this massive running lane. There's a lack of discipline there, too. Flag for a late hit on the quarterback. That wiped out a
Did you like the one pressure? How about the one pressure he had, though, when he was completely unblocked?
Yeah. So
one Madden pressure he had?
He, again, looks the part, but raw, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of work to be done.
They're high on him. He has all the skills. I think a little bit of what you're seeing is the result and how detrimental it was for him to miss that time. Speaking of contract disputes, the contract dispute with Ackes about trying to get him into camp and where things would fit after he had the surgery on his knee after he was drafted. They need him, though, because that's another issue with the depth, depending on what happens with Harold Landry here. And they've been very cagey about when Harold Landry is going to be ready to go. Harold Landry was really good for them right up until that Saints game when he got hurt, and then he valiantly gutted it out the rest of the year. But, when he was healthy, he was, on pace to be a 10-sack guy. They could use that. They need Harold Landry, and if he's not going to be able to start the season, if if he's going to miss, if he starts the season on PUP, he's on PUP now, but if he starts on reserve PUP, he has to miss at least 4 games. They would need somebody like Akis to step up, or they would have to go look at who got cut or try and make a deal with a team like the Giants and say, hey, you have Abdul Carter and Arvell Reese and Brian Burns and Kayvon Thibodeau. How about you give us Kayvon Thibodeau for whatever, I don't know, 5th or something. I don't know what they would do. I have no idea what guys are worth anymore after seeing what Booty went for. But something like that. But they're counting big time on Akis, and they need him to really, really pick up the pace in terms of his development. The thing I'll say on Akis that I see as a novice is he just doesn't seem to really have a pass rush plan. There's one move. If that move gets blocked, he's done. There's no counters. There's no setup. And he's even talked about trying to maybe rush at or pick a guy's shoulder and rush at that shoulder. There's too many times, and he's mentioned this, where he's rushing right dead center to the guy. And maybe you could get away with that in college at Illinois. You're not going to be able to get away with that in the NFL. You have to have a pass rush plan, and you have to have technique, and you have to execute, because everybody's a great athlete out there.
Who's on the bubble tonight in this final preseason game for the Patriots? And will there be any surprise cuts for this roster come Sunday? We'll get insight on this from Alex Barth of 98.5 The Sports Hub and 98.5thesportshub.com. Barth will join us next here on the Safety Insurance 98.5 Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Ratliff, Engineering Director at Nissan. We know some things are important to hear from an expert, not a voice actor. For instance, the Nissan Frontier is not only powerful and fun to drive, but it's durable too. We added the V6 engines. When you need that power in the off-road, it's there. I know, we've tested it a lot. Now get out there and find your Frontier.
Nissan, Consumer Guide's most awarded brand 5 years in a row. Well-qualified buyers get 0% APR on the 2026 Nissan Rogue, Murano, Pathfinder, or Frontier, excluding S-Trim. Consumer Guide is a registered trademark, a publication international limited, www.consumerguide.com. Example, 0 down payment, 60 months financing at $1,667 per month per thousand financed. Frontier S-Trim 1.9% APR for 60 months at $1,748 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary, subject to in-mac credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. Ends 9/30/26.
In recent years, advances in the fight to cure pediatric brain disorders such as epilepsy, moyamoya disease, and brain cancer have been substantial, and Credit Union's Kids at Heart is determined to move the ball forward. For each New England first down, Credit Union's Kids at Heart will make donations to its Boston area medical partners in order to fund research and clinical trials. Together, we'll overcome challenges, discover new therapies, and one day find cures for these diseases. Learn more at cukidsatheart.org. The First Downs to Fight Pediatric Brain Disease campaign is generously supported by St. Anne's Credit Union and Jeanne d'Arc Credit Union.
It's colossal lobster roll season at the 99 restaurant. Choose hot buttered or traditional with celery and mayo. Both built to the hilt with chunks of tender North Atlantic lobster. Served with fries and coleslaw. Enjoy it with friends for a limited time. You gotta love the Nines.
Ladies, and I know you're out there on this station, and fellas, hear me loud and clear, La Roche-Posay. That's right, the skincare brand you need in your life. It's dermatologist recommended, formulated for sensitive skin, and it leaves my skin feeling hydrated, healthy, and looking its best. Right now is the perfect time to stock up on La Roche-Posay during CVS's Epic Beauty event happening right now through the 29th. Spend $30 and get 10 extra bucks plus $5 off at the register. That's La Roche-Posay at CVS. Take advantage during the CVS Epic Beauty event.
Drains by James is Eastern Mass's leader in drain cleaning and pipelining. Drains by James doesn't do everything for your home. They do one thing perfectly. That's fast, clean, trustworthy service of your clogged pipes, drains, sinks, toilets, showers, you name it. They're not electricians, not HVAC guys, not plumbers. They do drains. So go with Drains by James when you have a clog. You don't pour chemicals into your body, so why pour chemicals down your drain? Use the experts. Drains by James.
Drains by James. They give a poop about your pipes.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to the end of summer sale at AutoZone. We're celebrating the end of long days and short nights with big deals for a short time. Like on Wash and Wax, you can get 3 Meguiar's products for just $20. Need new brakes? Duralast brake pads are free with the purchase of Duralast rotors. We've also got oil deals and more. We're ending the summer right with the end of summer sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
The Make This the Summer event is going on now at 495 Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram and Lowell. Save up to $18,000 on new 1500 Bighorn, Laramie, and limited models, plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. Visit 495ram.com.
Country Ski and Sport in Hanson, Quincy, and Westwood has served the Boston area ski community for over 50 years. Discover Country Ski's seasonal junior lease program, where every child that leases with Country Ski receives a free season's pass to Saddleback Mountain. Book your lease appointment today at countryski.com.
Felger and Maz, afternoons on the Sports Hub.
Depth has to be built. You know what I mean? That's something that has to be built through experience and, you know, making sure that the guys are in place to be the first backup in. Those are critical. Those are almost starters. You know, we know how many people are going to have to play for you throughout the season, and there can't be a drop-off. And so, you know, that's why we're building it, and that's what you have preseason for. It's what you have training camp for. That's what you have practices and joint practices, is to be able to, you know, identify those players that you think are in a position to provide that. And that's what we're trying to do.
Patriots head coach Mike Vrabel talking about building depth, and that's what the preseason's for. So you have the final preseason game tonight in Cleveland against the Browns for the Patriots. Welcome back to Patriots Preview, driven by the rugged Honda Ridgeline. It's Jim Murray and Chris Gasper coming to you from the Town Fair Tire Studio in Waltham as we're getting you closer to kickoff for this final preseason game tonight. And joining us, it's Alex Barth of 98.5 of Sports Hub and 98.5sportshub.com. Barth is brought to you by Peerless Boilers. Football season is the perfect time to get a high-efficiency Peerless Boiler. Be ready and start saving now. Find the Peerless Boiler that's right for your home or business and a list of local installers at peerlessboilers.com. And remember, Peerless Boilers, the world's best built boilers. Hello, Barthy.
Hey, guys. How we doing?
Very good. So you heard about, the building the depth. That's what the preseason's for. You heard Mike Vrabel there with the cut that we just bumped back with there, Alex. And cut down day is looming. It's this Sunday, 6 p.m. Jobs certainly at stake in this game tonight. So who are some players to keep an eye on in this final preseason game this evening?
In terms of, like, roster spots, so this is interesting because there's depth chart spots on the line and there's roster spots on the line. I think when you look at the roster spots that are on the line, I turn my attention to the defense. That linebacker position, Chad Muma has really struggled since joint practices began after a good start to the summer. KJ Britt, I think, has underwhelmed after a good spring. Khalil Jacobs, the UDFA, is banged up. Also wasn't great in that last preseason game. So do all three of those guys make the team? Do any of those three guys make the team? I think both, and obviously what's in between as well, feel like realistic options, and that's a spot where they could look at waivers. Cornerback, I don't think they are going to keep all three of Kindle Vildor, Charles Woods, and the rookie
Karan Prunty.
Sorry, Karan Prunty. Yes, thank you. Which one of those guys steps up? All three have had up and down summers. They'll probably keep two. Who ends up the odd man out there? At running back, Lan Larison had a great week last week, but I'm still not counting out Hassan Haskins winning that third running back job. Then there's some spots where guys are going to make the team. It's just a matter of who's ahead of who on the depth chart. For instance, as long as Marcus Bryant's backed up, one of the rookies, Caleb Lomu or Demetrius Crownover, is going to be the top backup tackle for week one. That's kind of looked like an even match, and I know that might sound concerning to some people, the first-round pick and the sixth-round pick. Lomu definitely looks like he has a higher ceiling, but if you needed somebody to play a game today, it's been close. Which one of those guys will step up there? A crowded group of defensive tackles, Joshua Farmer, Eric Gregory, Leonard Taylor, Jeremiah Farms behind Milton Williams, Christian Barmore, and Corey Durden. So I know I just rattled off about a million names. The point being, when Vrabel said the team is not very deep, I think he was right at most positions. There's a lot of depth chart spots to be figured out. There's roster spots to be won. And I think there's some guys that need to prove to the coaches, hey, this is not a position you need to go look at waivers. I have this handled, and there might be some spots that come away with saying, we're going to have to go to waivers to find players here. And they've obviously done that in the past. 2 years ago, they built basically their entire tackle room off of waivers, which is not where you want to be. It's just a thing that happened. But I will note here to kind of end this rant, they were able to find some players the last few years in waivers, credit to them. some of the defensive tackles, the depth there were among that group, some offensive linemen. The last few years, the waiver order at the start of the season is based on the previous year's standings in reverse. So the last few years, they were third or fourth in the waiver order. They're 31st this year. So it's going to be a lot harder to do that than it was the previous few seasons.
Yeah, that's a great point by you, Alex. No question about it. One other area I wanted to ask you about is, where do you see them in terms of edge rusher, outside linebacker? We have Draymond Jones, we have Gabe Akis, we have Elijah Ponder.
No.
We don't know about Harold Landry there. Is there a fourth guy outside of Harold Landry, if he's not ready to go, that you could see making this roster? We haven't heard a ton about a lot of those guys. Braden Swinson, Jesse Luketa, Amari Gaynor, Quintavious Hutchins. Who would have the inside track there?
It's a good question, Chris, because this is the one spot that, for everything I just said about the depth, I feel pretty good about the majority of their starting players. Their secondary is excellent. I think their starting offensive lines had a good summer. We know they have talent at receiver, running back, tight end, the quarterback rules. We know that. Edge, I don't feel great about across the board. So there's the three guys you named, Draymond Jones, Gabe Akis, who I heard you talking about a little bit before I came on, and Elijah Ponder. One of the storylines I had going into this summer was, well, somebody from that next group is going to have to step up, even if Harold Landry comes back. And at this point, I envision it being kind of hard for him to play week one, at least play and make a real impact. All right, well, one of those guys is probably going to have to step up, if not two. And none of them really have. Braden Swinson's been fine this summer, but he hasn't really wowed me to the point where I think he's definitely going to be on the roster. It felt like Xavier Holmes was maybe making a little bit of a push, and then he got hurt. We haven't seen him in 2 weeks. Q Hutchins has probably been the best of the group here to close out the summer. I thought he was good against the Eagles, had a good week this week, but he's primarily a special teams player, and that fourth edge guy is going to play 25-30% of the times. I think that's a huge ask for a player like him. So to answer your question, if I had to say somebody, it's Hutchins. I think there's a real chance there's somebody who's going to play meaningful edge snaps for the Patriots in week one who's not on the roster right now.
Alex, I haven't had a chance to talk to you since the trade went down, but your thoughts on the Kayshon Boutte for Jalen Reed and a seventh rounder in 2028 deal that went down earlier this week?
It's a bit of an underwhelming return, but I understand why they did it. My big second guess with it, and this maybe is semantics, but could they have just waited until Sunday? And maybe some team as the roster, and I referenced Sunday as the roster cut deadline, as cuts are coming in and maybe certain players aren't available if they thought they were, maybe a team gets desperate and suddenly offers you more. I wonder why they traded him at that exact point. Now, that being said, I also think they value Jalen Reed maybe than more people think. He does check a number of boxes for them. They didn't really have a definitive backup slot corner. They needed size in the secondary. They needed a guy who's physical, who can step up and play the run, a third safety that maybe they're a little more sure of. Del Pettis is more of a special teams player, and John Saunders has been very hit and miss and also pure deep safety. Now, were there other ways they could have checked that box without trading Kayshon Boutte maybe? Could you have just traded a 6th-round pick or something for Jalen Reed, or waited and see? Now, Reed was going to make the Texans, but waited and see if a comparable player, probably lesser, but comparable player, shook loose during roster cuts or something like that. So I understand why they did it. I'm intrigued by Jalen Reed. I do wonder if they'd waited, if they could have gotten more, but I don't think it's quite as lopsided as some people are making it. You heard some fans talking like they just traded prime Randy Moss. It's a guy that had 33 catches last year. He's never had more than 600 yards in a season, which Pop Douglas has, just for reference. He was a good player for them. He made some tremendously big catches. He had chemistry with Drake May. He's not a player I think you move on from easy, but I understand why they moved on from him.
And just quickly, sorry, Chris, on Jalen Reed, there's no shot you think we would see him tonight, right?
Tonight, I can't imagine. No. I mean, for people who are talking about him being on the roster, well, he's going to be on the team. He's their third safety, just to make that clear. He was at practice on Tuesday. He did stretching in a couple of individual drills, and then he went back in the bubble with a member of the staff. My guess is to go over some playbook basics. So I find it hard to imagine you go from that to him playing tonight. I would think he'll be there. We might see him on the sideline, but I'd be pretty surprised if he plays tonight. If he does, it would be very minimal snaps, maybe just to get used to some of the Patriots calls and things like that.
Along those lines, Alex, what do you make of the Greg Van Roten signing, and do you expect to see him tonight?
They needed that one. They really needed that one. The depth was thin, especially without Ben Brown. And it's funny, is nerve-wracking as their backup interior depth is right now. And I know that sounds minimal, but you have Elijah Tucker, who has his injury history. I think if you have Ben Brown as your backup center and you have Van Roten as your backup guard, that's actually not a bad setup. It's just a matter of getting there and Ben Brown getting healthy and Van Roten getting caught up on the playbook, which it looks like he's doing. I don't love him at center. He's had some bad snaps in practice. And I don't love Ben Brown at guard, so that kind of works out. But they needed a veteran presence. None of the younger guys there really stepped up and claimed the job. And the backup guard job is important because, again, Elijah Tucker's not been the most durable player. So there's a real chance that guy's going to have to play. Van Roten, I think, gives you a baseline. He's 36 years old. He's started a full season each of the last 3 years. You know what you're getting in him. He's a capable player. He's a downgrade from Vera Tucker, but you're not totally guessing on what he's bringing to the field. You feel comfortable with him as a backup. So I'm glad they got that deal signed because they needed a player like him.
What's the Barthiest, most Barth thing possible tonight? Like, are you looking for? I think I already know the answer.
I think I do too.
Are you looking forward to tracking the hang time of this Matt Hawk?
That's what I was going to say.
So yeah, this is obviously the most Barthy thing. I guess we can talk the backup running back battles in there too, a third string running back battle, I should say, because I still think Hassan Haskins is going to make the team. But Bryce Baringer was having an awesome summer, and they tried to bring in some competition for him in the spring. None of those guys stuck after he had a rough year. He's in a contract year. It was like there's kind of every reason for them to set themselves up to move on from this guy. Beats out the competition in the spring, has an awesome camp. It's like, all right, here we go. And now an injury, which is unfortunate. Matt Hawk is not as good of a punter as Bryce Baringer. Now is this, all right, he's kind of sore. We're going to let him skip the last preseason game because teams don't carry backup punters, right? And they're not going to have Baron Morton do it for a full game. So is it all right? We're going to sign this guy. He'll handle the Cleveland game. He'll handle the week of practice. Let Bryce get some rest, then he'll come back. Or is he actually going to miss time? They also worked out the Scottish Hammer, Jamie Gillen, today, according to Mike Reese, another punter.
The what?
So
now?
that tells me
Scottish Hammer.
There might be no Scotland, no party. There might be a little more to this. I am very interested to see what happens at the punter because I think there's a chance they don't have Bryce Baringer week one. And that could matter. That's going to be a field position game. So I am curious to see what Matt Hawk has. He is a lefty, so there's that thing. But I'm bummed because I thought Bryce Baringer was carrying a ton of momentum into the season. Maybe he comes back after this game and he's good to go and it's just a blip. But I do think it's a relevant story.
And one other thing I'll say on that, I know Barth knows this too. It's like, okay, not only is Baringer out now as your punter, but who's your holder for Andy Borregales?
It's a great point, Chris.
Yeah.
And Mike Vrabel attributed some of the issues Borregales had against the Colts to a backup long snapper. This is more immediate than that. So as much as I'm going to watch him as a punter, again, it's a great point. Borregales is still trying to turn the corner from that Colts game, and he had a very good week, and it feels like he's just about out of the woods, but this is a variable he's going to have to deal with, and it's something else I think you'll look at tonight.
All right, Alex, always great stuff. Always read his coverage at 985sportshub.com. Thanks for taking the time with us.
Thanks, Alex.
Thanks for having me, guys.
And always follow him on Twitter X at @RealAlexBarth. Coming up, Paul Perillo, Patriots.com is going to join us, give us his thoughts on the latest Adam Schefter report.
Yeah, let's yell at him about this.
Yeah, the ongoing contract negotiations with Christian Gonzalez and the Patriots. Paul, along with the top of the hour headlines with Jim Louth, coming up next here in the Safety Insurance 98.5 Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
Holy moly. The FBI reports that victims lost more than $16 billion to cybercrime in 2025. Phishing scams, identity theft, ransomware. That's a storm no one sees coming. How can you protect yourself from something you can't even see? Talk to an independent agent about Safety Insurance's Home Cyber Protection. It provides protection from cybercrime attacks. Cyber protection from Safety Insurance will help you manage life's storms, even the digital kind.
Installing a mailbox, planting a tree, or planning any project that involves digging on your property? Don't dig yourself into trouble. Go to digsafe.com or call 811 before you dig to prevent damage to buried utilities. That's digsafe.com or 811. It's smart, it's free, and it's the law.
At Wyndham Woods School in Wyndham, New Hampshire, we're building a 125,000 square foot all-season athletics and events dome open to the public just 35 minutes north of Boston. Visit wwsdome.org today and get your company's message to hundreds of thousands of visitors each year. That's wwsdome.org.
Got a big job to tackle this summer? At your New England Ford dealer's summer sales event, you can find the commercial vehicle that goes to work for you. These vehicles are ready to help you handle anything on your list. And now for a limited time, you can get the best deal on the #1 selling commercial vehicles for 41 years running. So let's get the job done together. Visit your New England Ford dealers today and get to work. Based on S&P Global Mobility CY 1985 to 2025 U.S. TipNet registrations, excluding registrations to individuals.
Today, life moves fast. So fast it can feel like your finances can't possibly keep pace. Phew! Webster Bank helps you keep up with solutions ready for real life and its quickly changing needs. Helping you feel ready for what's ahead. Helping families plan confidently. Helping businesses grow boldly. And doing what's right for our clients, colleagues, and communities. So when life moves fast, you can too. Webster Bank, your partners in progress. Webster Bank, a division of Santander Bank N.A., member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Many tire dealers will sell you Falcon tires, but Town Fair Tire doesn't just sell Falcon tires, they sell them at the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, they give you free services for the life of your Falcon tires. That's an unbeatable deal only Town Fair Tire can offer, because Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal, and I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices, Town Fair Tire.
Do you spend half your day walking or standing while working? If you have foot, knee, or low back pain, the Good Feet store wants to help you like we helped Tony.
Pain that I experience the most is foot pain from being on my feet all day. You're having to kind of talk to yourself through the whole shift, like, I got this, I can do this. Before, I felt defeated, and now it's like, all right, let's go. I'm ready. A whole new life, like sunshine coming on.
And here's Dennis.
Working at an amusement park, it's always on your feet. I just couldn't take it. I just couldn't believe that putting these arch supports in made that much of a difference that quickly. Good Feet just took that pain away, and I could do my job and I could take care of my family. I know what my tomorrow is going to be. It's going to be positive and it's going to be pain-free.
You deserve a better life too. Stop into the Good Feet store today. We have 10 locations throughout Boston and southern New Hampshire to serve you.
Doing what I love and more. Thanks to the Good Feet store. Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Football season is the perfect time to get a high-efficiency Peerless boiler. Be ready and start saving now. Find the Peerless boiler that's right for your home or business and a list of local installers at peerlessboilers.com. Remember, Peerless Boilers, the world's best built boilers.
Every great drive starts with preparation. Make Valvoline Instant Oil Change your first stop before your next road trip, tailgate, or commute. They'll change your oil in about 15 minutes, and you never have to leave your car. Go to newenglandoilchange.com for a special offer and locations. Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Change wisely.
The Celtics play on the Sports Hub.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Safety Insurance 98.5 The Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
From the Town Fair Tire Studios, this is Boston's home for sports. WBC-FM at HD Boston, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Easily Media Group Station. Sports Hub headlines.
Patriots in Cleveland to take on the Browns in preseason finale tonight. Once again, Drake May and the starters not expected to play. Christian Gonzalez, one of those starters, not playing. Not close to a contract extension either. That, according to ESPN's Adam Schefter. Pats working out veteran punter Jamie Gillen today with Bryce Behringer banged up. Cleveland not playing their starters either tonight. It'll be Dylan Gabriel at quarterback. Pats and Browns, Bob Sosey and Scott Zolak have the call across the Patriots radio network. Kickoff just after 8. New England opens the regular season September 9th in Seattle. Seahawks gave defensive lineman Leonard Williams a 3-year, $90 million extension today. Former Patriots tight end Jonnu Smith signed a 1-year deal with the Packers. Miami traded wide receiver Tutu Atwell back to the Rams today. Good news for the Colts. They activate wide receiver Alec Pierce from the PUP list. College football, former Boston College quarterback Tommy Castellanos joined Texas Tech's roster. Castellanos went undrafted this past spring, spent rookie minicamp with the Dolphins. Baseball, Red Sox off today. They play a 4-game series in New York against the Yankees this weekend. Sports Hub headlines brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Enjoy quick and convenient vehicle maintenance this month. Visit newenglandoilchange.com for 15% off your drive-through oil change at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, the official oil change of busy people. I'm Jim Louth. Your next update in 1 hour.
This is Patriots Preview, driven by the stylish Honda Accord. Contact your local New England Honda dealers to learn more or shop online at newengland.hondadealers.com. Now, here's Jim Murray and Chris Gasper.
I don't think that at any one point here that they've been close to a deal. And Devin Witherspoon and Christian Gonzalez have the same agent. So in a way, he can kind of dictate how this is going to go and see into the future in a better way than each of the two teams can. So Witherspoon was going to get done first, and it got done at an average of 33 a year. The Patriots have not been in that category, but Witherspoon has established the benchmark, and the Patriots haven't gone there. And they weren't there before, and they don't appear to be going there right now, and they're all on the two sides of money. Now, the Patriots and Gonzalez haven't been close. Now, I kind of think, like Mike Vrabel views defensive linemen and getting pressure as the most important thing on a defense. Like, he prioritizes that. Loves corners, of course, and he knows that Christian Gonzalez is a great player. But if we're going to pay players premiums like up front, that's something I think that's been important to him in the past. I think they want to pay Christian Gonzalez, but they're obviously not in the same neighborhood right now and haven't been, thus his disappointment.
All right, welcome back to Patriots Preview, driven by the rugged Honda Ridgeline. Again, that's NFL insider Adam Schefter of ESPN appearing on the Pat McAfee Show today with the latest on the ongoing contract negotiations between the Patriots and corner Christian Gonzalez, as we're getting you closer to the final preseason game kickoff between the Patriots and Browns in Cleveland tonight. Time to bring in Paul Perillo of Patriots.com. And he's brought to you by Catches Law, the official law firm of the New England Patriots. Catches has recovered more money for injured New Englanders than any other law firm. Visit CatchesLaw.com today. That's CatchesLaw.com. Hello, Paul.
Hi, boys.
Hey, Paulie.
So what do you make of this latest report from Adam Schefter that they're not close?
Yeah, I just love the dichotomy of, when you guys have the guy from the Sports Hub on, you talk about Bryce Barringer and, the potential for a problem at punter. And then when the guy who works for the organization comes on, it's all about, well, who's going to answer for Christian Gonzalez, Paul?
Well, because we want the inside scoop. I don't even understand why Jim phrased that question the way he did. What do you mean they? I would say, why are you guys and Christian Gonzalez so far apart? Why can't you get this done, Paul?
Quite honestly, guys, I thought Schefter's comments today were enlightening. It would certainly seem to be a disconnect somewhere. Now, maybe Schefter is talking to Gonzalez's side, and maybe they view this in a different way than the Patriots view it, or maybe, they just haven't been as close the way Schefter said today. But I did think it was interesting that all of a sudden it kind of went from there seemed to be momentum. I was in this camp, I was in with Jim and the fellas on Tuesday, Chris, and I just thought sort of the signs were pointing in the right direction. You had Elliott Wolf and Ryan Cowden talking. Christian Gonzalez was going to talk, and I kind of thought there was some momentum going. And then you listened to everybody speak that day, not the least of which was Gonzalez really expressing for the first time some frustration. And I sort of had all the wind taken out of my sails. So I don't know where they stand now. I guess I wouldn't be surprised at this point if, the sides are sort of content to let it play out this year and then see what happens at that point. But I no longer have the optimism that I did certainly on Tuesday.
I want to ask you, Paul, and this is from a football standpoint, about what Schefter said. In your mind, in your opinion, is there some truth to what he said about Vrabel and maybe prioritizing guys in the front seven that can impact the passer more than a cornerback, especially when you look at last year, and this is according to Sharp Football Stats, the Patriots were in zone coverage more than 2/3 of the time, 67.1% of the time. And so if you're not going to use Christian Gonzalez's greatest skill that much, maybe there is some legitimacy to what Schefter is saying about the Vrabel element of this.
I do think there's some legitimacy to that. I think Mike is a front seven guy, and he probably does believe in heating up quarterbacks. I would also say that, those numbers are for the regular season. In the postseason, I think those changed a lot in terms of zone and man coverage. And I think a big part of their success was Carlton Davis and Christian Gonzalez played at a level in the postseason. I think that was much higher. And that allowed them to do a lot of the stuff they did up front. So I think it did work in concert with one another. They heated up quarterbacks and they covered on the back end and they took the ball away. So I think it's easy to say, well, we're going to play in zone coverage, but I think that would have taken away a big weapon from them in the playoffs when you're playing some of the better teams and you can't just do one thing. And I also would say, it's one thing to say, well, I believe in paying the guys in the front seven, and to me, that's the edge guys, right? The premium position in the front seven. Is on the edge. The
but
guys
they did
that
pay Milton Williams. I mean,
Milton
that was
Williams is one of the highest paid defensive tackles in football, but he makes about the half of what Will Anderson makes.
True.
So, you have guys like Draymond Jones, and they had last year Caleb Von Chase on. Those guys aren't at the top of the food chain when it comes to paying edge guys. So, if that's the way they want to go, I can certainly understand it. But now I want to see those kinds of players on the outside too, just looking from afar.
Paul, as far as this game tonight, Drake May, top starter, is not expected to be suiting up for this game, and at this point, I get it. But I don't know. Chris made the case that these guys should get some reps tonight, whether it's just to get a little bit more acclimated to game speed. Sometimes quarterbacks want to get calloused up a little bit, take a hit here and there. Which side do you lead on?
So I could understand it if they felt that way and they wanted to play, their starters, a quarter and a half, 3 or 4 series. No one really seems to do that anymore. And if you have an established quarterback, if they play, it's generally a series or 2. So if that's what you're going to do, and it's going to be 6 or 8 plays, then I would just assume not take the risk of something happening in 6 or 8 plays, because I don't necessarily think that knocks any rust off. So to me, it's either an all or nothing thing. If you want to play and do the things that Chris talked about, I can hear that argument, and I think that makes some sense to get some game reps and get hit and sort of get in the flow. But I don't think you do that like, say, the way Justin Herbert did a couple of weeks ago and playing 3 plays, or getting a series or 2 and being out of the game in 5 or 6 plays. If you want to play. If not, keep them on the sideline, make sure everybody's healthy, and let's get ready for Seattle.
Yeah, I'll just point out that, look, Joe Burrow and Josh Allen, I think, played 15 and 17 snaps, respectively, in the first preseason games for their teams. So whether
I would tell you, Chris, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I would just tell you, if I were a Bengals and a Bills fan and I saw those 2 games and I saw the highlights, it would have scared the ever-loving crap out of me.
Well, with the Bengals, they're such slow starters. They got to try something.
Right.
Because they've done what the Patriots are doing this preseason, and it has not worked for them.
Yeah, I just don't like
the
the
Gerard
sight.
Mayo Patriots, let them know.
Yeah, the sight of Burrow getting hit in the first game, and then Allen running around like he's playing, in the middle of October, pointing guys around, and I'm just telling you, as a fan of those teams, I wouldn't really necessarily like to see the 15 or 17 snaps and putting the guys in harm's way that they did.
It's fair. I just think it's one of those things where you're kind of darned if you do, darned if you don't.
Exactly. And I think that's the thing. And if you get off to a slow start, it's an easy second guess.
It is, especially, again, not to belabor the point, but if you're a team like the Bengals and that slow start is literally what prevents you from making the playoffs. So it's like, great, all your guys were healthy, but the first 4 games you used as the preseason of your regular season, and you ended up missing the playoffs by a game. But let me get back to the Patriots. Do you think the depth issues on this team behind the frontline guys are as significant as Mike Vrabel has indicated?
Yeah, I do. I think there are a handful of spots that they could ill afford to lose personnel, and that's why I think the Gonzalez thing is so important, because I think that's one of them. I like the way they look when those 3 guys are out there, with Gonzalez, Davis, and Marcus Jones. Not so much when it goes beyond that. And I think there are some other spots. I think linebacker is a spot like that. I think we talked a little bit about this last week. And certainly the offensive line, I like the move to make, Vera Tucker the left guard and move Wilson inside. But I think you're an injury away there, too, to sort of having a much different complexion. So, yeah, did Mike maybe get his back up a little bit because maybe so many people are asking him about the starters? Yeah, I think Mike can be a little, short-fused at times with things like that when his sort of his strategy is being questioned. But in general, I would agree with him. I think it's still, as much as they've progressed in terms of upping the talent level overall, I think it's still a pretty thin team in a lot of spots, and I don't think he was lying about that.
What are anything that you'll be looking for tonight? I mean, obviously some jobs are going to be at stake, but, look, it's not an exciting competition for a lot of people, but there is a three-way fight for that third running back job. You keeping an eye on that? Anything specific?
You're really going to have to fill a lot tonight.
Yeah.
So that's the beauty of it being a national televised game.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. The game's on Amazon.
So I don't have to do my tap dance routine tonight.
I was wondering why you sounded so relaxed.
Yes, I'm not in makeup right now, Chris, so it's big. But, yeah, I mean, I think that you hit on one, Jim, with the third running back. And I wonder if maybe they could play some roster games with that, too, and just put them all in the practice squad and keep elevating one when you need them every week. Hassan Haskins, whatever, Jam Miller, Lan Larison. I think they've all had some moments here in the preseason. So maybe you can play around with that and keep an extra guy somewhere else. What I would like to see, one thing I'm looking for, can a guy, I just touched upon the lack of depth on the offensive line. Can they get some depth established tonight? Can somebody sort of play, especially in the interior? I know Greg Van Roten came in. I don't know if we'll see him tonight. I think there's a chance. They need to establish, who's number 6, number 7, number 8, in case one of these guys go down. Unfortunately, those candidates keep getting hurt in these games. They've lost now 3 guys, Ben Brown, Andrew Rupsich, and then last week with Marcus Bryant. You lost 3 of those potential backups in these preseason games. So hopefully they can get through a game tonight, keep everybody healthy, and establish some roles behind the starting 5.
All right, Paul. Good stuff as always. Next time we talk to you, it's going to be when it's real. Almost 2 weeks away in Seattle against the Seahawks.
It's amazing how quick it did. The camp seemed to go by pretty fast. It was kind of uneventful beyond the Gonzalez contract stuff. But yeah, 2 weeks. 2 weeks from yesterday, right? We'll be doing it for real.
Yeah, we'll have you break down that Christian Gonzalez contract extension.
That would be a nice thing to break down.
Right?
I don't think it's going to happen though.
Oh, yeah, I'm starting to feel that way
good.
too. All right, Paul. Talk to you later.
That's 2 insiders
boys.
today saying that.
Coming up, Scott Zolak is going to join us from the booth of what they're now calling Huntington Bank Field in Cleveland. They've renamed it. As we get closer to kickoff between the Patriots and Browns for the final preseason game. Zoe coming up next here in the Safety Insurance 98.5 of Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
Hey, it's Zoe, and if you've got mold or funky odors creeping around your home or office, don't mess around. Call my guys at Green Home Solutions. They'll restore your air quality safely, and that means healthier air for your kids, your pets, and grandma too. Visit greenhomesolutions.com/Boston to book your free consultation today and tell them Zoe sent you.
What is insurance? Insurance transfers certain risks between parties.
Without insurance, the economy would really stop.
In simple terms, insurance is like community.
It's protecting every last asset that somebody has built over a lifetime.
You're in it together. You feel supported.
From the beginning to the end.
What insurance is just taking care of people. It's definitely a way of life.
Cross Insurance. Our way of life since 1954.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to the end of summer sale at AutoZone. We're celebrating the end of long days and short nights with big deals for a short time. Like on Wash and Wax, you can get 3 Meguiar's products for just $20. Need new brakes? Duralast brake pads are free with the purchase of Duralast rotors. We've also got oil deals and more. We're ending the summer right with the end of summer sale at AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Your vehicle is a big part of everyday life, so finding the right one matters. That's why I'm happy to be a customer at Auto Fair Volkswagen of Nashua. I always find a great selection of new Volkswagens, quality pre-owned vehicles, and a team ready to help me every step of the way. Whether you're ready to upgrade, have a vehicle to trade, or need expert service for the one you already own, make it easy on yourself. Visit Auto Fair Volkswagen of Nashua or check them out online at autofairvolkswagenofnashua.com.
Hello, everyone. This is Dave McGilvery. Join me and over 1,000 runners in the 5th annual Run Medford Races. A series of kids' fun runs will be held at Hormel Stadium in Medford on Friday, September 25th. And then on Saturday, September 26th at Medford City Hall, we will hold a 5K and a 10K race and a series of 1-mile races, including a high school mile, a celebrity mile, and a para-adaptive mile. For more information and to register, visit runmedford.com. That's runmedford.com.
Looking for Boston's best gig deal? Get Astound Gig Wi-Fi for just $30 a month for 12 months, plus a $200 gift card when you sign up today. Fast, reliable internet, and incredible value. Choosing Astound is one decision you'll get right. Go to astound.com to get gig Wi-Fi for only $30 a month for 12 months, plus a $200 gift card. It's the best choice you'll make today. Restrictions apply. See astound.com for details.
All right, folks, quick correction here because apparently my own commercial can't keep up with me. It's Zoe, and if you've been hearing me, I'm down 25 pounds. That was true before vacations, the summer, Cape Cod, all that stuff. Life, as you call it. Updated number now, 40 pounds gone with a wake of 180. I'm about to be lighter than I've been in, it's got to be 5 or 6 years. I got big. That's right, but I went back to them. And if I look different on TV, that's why I feel different walking around. Getting on the boat, doing the things that I do, people say, hey, you look good. It's not just the tan. That's why I'm eating to lose weight, following the plan and listening to my coaches. Now people say, Zoe, you've done this before. Why do you need a Wake of 180 again? Because knowing what to do and actually going and doing it every day are two completely different things. I need the structure. I need the accountability. It's like sports. I need somebody saying, good week, keep going, or, all right, you screwed this one up, tighten it up. And yeah, how do I gain it back? Life. It happens and it comes at you fast. The win is knowing exactly where to go. Search Awake 180 and tap call awake180weightloss.com.
Contractors, builders, and homeowners, visit Jackson Lumber and Millwork for all your residential remodeling or commercial building materials and supplies. Jackson Lumber and Millwork, providing solutions and delivering results since 1946.
Saturday, August 29th, BKFC makes its Boston debut at Fenway Park. Boston's own Harry the Hitman Gigliotti challenges undefeated champ Kai Stewart. Plus, Massachusetts MMA legend Joe Lozon makes his BKFC debut. Don't miss it. Get tickets now at BKFC.com. The Pats play on the Sports Hub.
All right, welcome back to Patriots Preview, driven by the rugged Honda Ridgeline. It is Jim Murray, Chris Casper here in the Town Fair Tire Studio in Waltham. And we're getting you closer to kickoff between the Patriots and Browns in Cleveland for the final preseason game. We are here. Scott Zolak joining us from the booth of what they are now calling Huntington Bank Field, Zoe, in Cleveland?
I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I guess they're getting a new stadium, and I have no clue why.
Yeah, I don't either. That place,
they're building another one here.
That place isn't
There's
that
nothing
old.
wrong with it.
I was there just Brady's last year when the Bucks played there against the Browns. They lost. But I was like, this place is fine, and it's in a great location. I don't see why they have to build a new stadium there.
I don't get it. I guess it's, hey, do you want to host a Super Bowl here? I guess. I don't know. They're building a dome.
Yeah, new dome out in Brook Park, Ohio. I don't know where that is.
So,
Stupid.
Zoe, what's your latest? I don't know if you've seen or heard the Adam Schefter report. He was on Pat McAfee today saying that the team and Christian Gonzalez not close. What's your thoughts on that?
I saw Gonzo here on the trip. I mean, he looks in good spirits. He's around the team, around his friends. But it feels like all systems go, but he just doesn't have the contract done. I have no clue how this is going to shake down, but it must be about the first 2 years, right? About that guaranteed money, the 58. They're probably not hitting that 58 number or maybe going past it. Because there's always that thought and that adage of, okay, first guy's done. Now the next guy goes and he gets on top of that. Do they view him as a better corner than Witherspoon, or do they view him as a lesser corner than Witherspoon? Maybe you have to start asking that question. I start to get nervous next week, by the end of the week, because that's when when's cuts? 31st, right? I think
It's Saturday. It's the 30th.
Yeah, 30th. So if his contract is not done by the 30th, that's game install week starting right there. That's where I start to get nervous because you need this guy to cover Smith and Jigba.
Sorry, Sunday's the 30th. It's the 30th, but it's a Sunday.
Okay, good job, Chris.
Yeah. I wanted to ask you, so what do you make of the comments that Schefter had about Vrabel in regards to this, sort of saying that, Vrabel maybe values more the front seven guy than a cornerback like Gonzalez? You feel like Vrabel is, fully committed to Gonzalez, not only getting this contract, but really being one of the guys who is one of the sort of representatives of his culture in the team?
That's an excellent question, Chris, because remember, Christian had the soft tissue injury to start camp a year ago and was out for a while. He had the shoulder injury, the fourth game against Dallas a couple of years ago. Then he was done for the year. I can't tell you how many times during the broadcast last year, up until about week 10 or 11, I'm like, why are they 12 yards off playing zone? Why are they not in bump? It tells you right away they're a zone team. If you're going to be a predominantly zone team, you don't really want to pay your corners that type of money. If you want to be a man team, those guys are man-to-man guys. He's Gilmore, He's Gilmore to me. The other guy, Witherspoon's probably more like Ty Law. But if you're going to roll your corners, you're going to play some man. And if you can't get to the quarterback, which I feel they're going to struggle off the edge a little bit, you need guys to be able to man up.
it really comes down to your defensive philosophy. Do you value that position, and do you want to put that much money into it? Mike might not want to if he has say.
Tough one tonight in terms of, if you want to see any stars. We haven't seen them in the first couple of games. You know you're not seeing them tonight. But there are things to watch for. What are some names or guys that might be on the bubble that you're keeping an eye on tonight in this final preseason game, though?
Let's see if Vildor can continue to go out and make plays. Like, that's a guy that's kind of made a name for himself here in the preseason. Off the edge, I want to see more of Akis. I don't know how much he's going to play, but he's got to get the reps because I think he's got a chance to help out there. Secondary-wise, somebody's got to step up in case you don't have Christian, because that may be something you have to start planning for here if this contract doesn't get done. I don't know what his representatives are saying to the team. Like, is he, hey, if we don't get this done by game 1, we're holding out. I don't know what what are you going to do if that happens? They need to have that plan ready to go, and that's really putting a lot of Marcus Jones out there. He's better served inside on the slot than an outside corner. You saw how he couldn't cover. Well, he had good coverage against Atlanta last year, but 3 touchdowns were thrown against him because of the height disadvantage. Offensively, McDaniels isn't calling the plays tonight. Ashton Grant, quarterback coach, is.
Oh, that's interesting.
So, just to get him some reps in that, because it's a potluck type offense tonight. You're not showing your scheme in that, but what it does, it gives Ashton the ability to rep it, as you sort of advance throughout the league, and eventually maybe one day want to become an offensive coordinator. That's really cool that they let him do that. I think that's great.
Is there something like that on the defensive side, or is that core?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I just talked to an offensive guy, and I told me that's what's going on. So
that's really cool. I want to ask you, what do you make of Baron Morton and his
I was gonna say
preseason?
that,
yeah, and do you think they'll carry 3 quarterbacks?
I think he's ideally a good practice squad guy. I don't think they're going to waste a roster spot on that. Like, so many things are affected by it. Hurt offensive lineman, you're going to have to carry more of those. A couple more DBs if Gonzalez isn't going to be there. He's had a really good camp, Chris. He sort of does what DeVito does, and it's very rare that you see interceptions or incompletions. And I thought he moved the team well last week. Had a good ball to DeGennaro on the outside. He's going to get a lot of run tonight. I think he's going to play the whole game.
What do you, as a former quarterback, looking at a guy like Kyle Williams, who they're obviously sticking with? Look, the speed's undeniable. Anyone can see that with 2 working eyes. But, even Mike Vrabel's talked about he didn't come back to the ball all that well. I don't think he's the savviest route runner, but I don't know. Do you just think he's raw and there's more to come with this kid?
I think he's raw, but I thought the route that he ran on that comeback to the left side a week ago before the touchdown was a really good route by him. He needs to do more of that. But it's 2 games back-to-back where the ball was not thrown, accurately near him, and he never fought to come back for the ball. He just keeps running. He can't do that. So many times you're going to get one of those flags thrown. 10 out of 10 times if you even make contact with a defender when you're trying to work back through the football. And Vrabel got on him for the first one. Last week he did the same thing. I think that'll come. Like, Tyquan Thornton was a fast cat, but he couldn't run a route to save his life. This kid, I think, has the ability to. He just needs the experience and the rep to, because he has stuff you can't coach in that speed. I give it to him on that. I'm going to miss Booty. I like Booty being here. I thought he was a good, reliable guy, but hey, they decided to move on from him.
How do you think the quarterback, Drake May, how do you think he feels about that Booty trade? And obviously it's not a surprise, but that was his guy, and he really did talk about the rapport that they had.
Yeah, this has been coming for a while, right? All off season, he's asked for the trade, so if he's telling them that, he's telling Drake that. You kind of get upset more when it becomes a surprise when they yank that rug right from out and under you. That's not the case here. I think they've been trying to move him. There was really no market for him. And here's the interesting thing: you traded him to a team within your conference that I feel is a contender. Can help them down in Houston.
Yeah.
Stroud gets his head out of his what. That's another thing. I guess Stroud and his representatives are looking for an extension between 60 and 65 per year. What the hell does that put Drake May's money at? Yeah.
You know what I ask you? So all right, cut to almost 2 weeks from now. It's the Wednesday night in Seattle. Yeah. Who's returning kicks for this team? Because I haven't really been impressed by anything that I've seen over these first couple of preseason games.
Depends how much they want to use Henderson, right? Maybe Kyle Williams and Henderson. That's but then again, Henderson's going to be a big part of your offense. Kyle's probably not.
Yeah.
So I'd put Kyle back there probably. You got to have some speed, man, because you got a chance if you block it. You can start 35, 40-yard line if you just have a decent return. All you got to do is wall off guys. So I don't see them using any superstars, though. Not that we have many.
So what's your level of concern about what we've seen in the preseason and training camp from the run defense at this point? I know Vrabel was obviously perturbed in that first half against Philly about what was happening with the run defense.
I said it in real time when he called it. I said, it's like a basketball timeout right here. He's trying to stop the bleeding. And I loved his commentary on it post-game. So they haven't had their full starters out there. I got to see it. Like, Chris, I'd be concerned out in Seattle if it just gets run down our throat the first quarter and a half. With Milt there, bigger and better, Barmore out there, Spillane. Let's see what Jones brings you off the edge. If Akis can be in there and give you some help, Landry's probably going to start on pup. And the way they get these safeties now, I could see him playing that big nickel with a safety down in the box to help against the run.
But there's no Kyrus Tonga guy. Even last year with Barmore and Milton Williams. Yeah, and Milton Williams is real good against – Milton Williams is good at everything. He was real good against the run. But, Tonga was that guy who I think was kind of a tone setter for them in the run game. Who I don't see, a real replacement for him on this roster.
No. And they really slipped and let him go. That was a bad decision. Let that guy squeak out he's in Kansas City, correct?
Yes.
Kansas City snagged him. Yeah. That's a bad miss on their part. I know how much Mike liked him.
Finally, so with everything that's gone on with Cleveland this week, them naming Deshaun Watson after that hideous press conference he did last weekend, he can't play. He is just an a-hole who doesn't get it. Is anyone there? Because, it sounds fun. I hear the police do, da-da-da in the background. But do you see any Browns fans at all?
This song sucks. The only way they can play any worse music, they play the freaking Doors down here.
Capello's going to get you.
Oh, he's flipped me off, gave me the middle finger. They suck. They're not even. He wanted to go to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame down here. That's right next to the
it's a good take.
Yeah. Did you go?
Yeah, I've been a couple of times.
The Doors aren't in it. They're an eclectic band. They're not a rock band.
I stand with Capello. I like
the Doors.
the
No, you haven't
Doors.
been there.
I have.
What do they have for the Doors? They got nothing for the Doors there. Oh, Densmore. Oh, wow. I bet it brings all the kids in. Good God.
I stand with Capello. But, what's the vibe there tonight?
Nothing. Dead. Nobody in the stadium. It's like I can't believe we're here.
All right, well,
I'd be ready. I heard this game could be over in 2.5 hours.
I hope that's the case for all of us.
You know what's funny? We pull up, and there's 20, I counted them, 20 Amazon trucks. What are they doing?
Oh,
Seriously.
I don't know.
We're on the road Thursday night on Sunday Night Football with NBC and that. There's 4. There's 18 Amazon trucks here. It's like a Taylor Swift concert.
Wow.
Well, get through it as fast as you can tonight.
We're in and out, baby.
Bob Sozzi, Scott Zolak on the call here on 98.5 Sports Hub and the Patriots Radio Network. Later, Zoe. Safe travels. Coming up, we will talk to Phil Perry of NBC Sports Boston. We'll get his insight on that report from Adam Schefter Day saying that the Patriots and corner Christian Gonzalez not close when it comes to the ongoing contract negotiations. Phil Perry will join us next here in the Safety Insurance 98.5 of Sports Hub, Patriots Radio Network.
When life throws the unexpected your way, the right coverage matters. Safety Insurance partners with independent agents who listen, ask the right questions, and help protect what matters most. Ask your independent agent about Safety Insurance. We'll help you manage life's storms.
Hi, I'm Sean Flaherty from Catches Law Group. When you belong to a union, you know what it means to stand together, to protect each other, to fight for what's fair. For decades, Catches Law Group has proudly stood with New England's union workers because those same values guide us every day. When an injury changes your life, you deserve a law firm that understands what's at stake: your health, your paycheck, your family, your future. Catches Law has recovered more than $3 billion for injured New Englanders, more than any other law firm. If you or someone you love has been injured, visit catcheslaw.com today.
Ready, set, summer with the Honda Summer Event. With impressive efficiency and sport-tuned suspension, the Honda Civic and HR-V have all you need to get summer ready with the most fuel-efficient, full-line automaker in America. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 3.99% APR on a 2027 HR-V.
See dealer for financing details. Based on EPA estimate of 2024 large full-line automaker fleet-wide fuel economy. EPA Automotive Trends Report 2025.
Don't let flu season catch you and your family off guard at Shaw's and Star Market Pharmacies. Getting your flu shot is as easy as picking up your groceries. Walk right in, no appointment needed. It's free with most insurances, and you'll save up to $20 on your next grocery trip. Protect your health and your wallet today. Restrictions apply, up to $20 off. Visit the pharmacy or shaws.com or starmarket.com for details.
When you need space on the job site fast, call the name that's built to last. Call 1-800 to you. You see us everywhere.
I'm Mike Eagle. Call 1-800-GET-EAGLE or go to eagleleasing.com. You see us everywhere. We're Eagle Leasing.
So, I mean, hamburgers, sodas, ice, and a DJ.
A DJ?
Relax, Spot. With T-Mobile, we're saving when we bundle home internet and phone lines.
Oh, wow. Here to bundle and save big. Stay connected con tu gente with 4 lines from T-Mobile with fast, easy to set up 5G home internet and save up to $1,000 a year. Switch now on T-Mobile.com/conectate. Savings based on third line free via monthly bill credits. Internet discount with $15 in monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Qualifying credit required. Credits will stop if you cancel any lines or change plans. Visit T-Mobile.com.
When it comes to getting the guaranteed lowest price on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. And when it comes to getting more free services for life than anywhere else on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. So when you're in the market for the best deal on Falcon tires, get to Town Fair, because nobody beats a Town Fair tire deal. And I mean absolutely nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
I heard from my future self yesterday, right after getting in an accident. Good news? No injuries. Bad news? My wallet took a big hit. I tried to save a few bucks buying insurance direct. Now my future self says talk with an independent agent about safety insurance. Next time, I won't end up with cut-rate insurance that cuts my savings to shreds. Ask an independent agent about safety insurance. We'll help you manage life storms.
Hi, I'm Patty Staples, Business Development Manager at Blue Sky Restoration. If you experience property damage, Blue Sky is the only company you'll need. With locations across New England, we respond 24/7 and get you back on your feet in no time. Just visit gobluesky.com and we'll be ready. Blue Sky, restoring your property and your life for a brighter tomorrow.
The Revolution play on the Sports Hub.
So what happens? Well, I think that there's probably another push before the season begins, or at the start of the season, from both sides to try to get done. That's my guess, because he's too good a player not to try to get something done, and they're too smart not to try to get something done, and the numbers are there. But if they can't get something done, that just makes me wonder, like, where is it going in the future? What happens then? Do they wait till after the season? Can they do anything then? Would they even be willing to listen to potential trades for him after the year? Like, is that a possibility down the line? I think it opens up a whole range of options if they don't have this deal done at the start of the season or a couple of weeks into the season.
More from NFL insider Adam Schefter of ESPN appearing on the Pat McAfee show today with the big news of the day, saying that he doesn't think that Christian Gonzalez and the Patriots have been close to a new deal. They don't appear to be wanting to give him Devin Witherspoon-type money. Welcome back to Patriots Preview, driven by the rugged Honda Ridgeline. For more on this ongoing story, we bring in Phil Perry of NBC Sports Boston, who's also off the hook for having to be in Cleveland and call on this game tonight. Phil, you have to be like, whew, all right, I get to be home tonight. Thank God. But welcome, Phil. Hello.
Well, I had a great time calling those games with Bob, but now I just get this opportunity to spend a little bit more time with my friends, Tom Curran, Michael Hawley. We're going to have a good time here in Needham, Mass. You're not wrong, though, Jim. You're not wrong about me avoiding Cleveland. Not the worst thing.
Excellent. Well, your take on Adam Schefter in this report today, if nothing else, would you say, Phil, that if they can't get this figured out and they can't figure out a deal that's close to what the Seahawks gave Devin Witherspoon, doesn't this send a terrible message to players that have been drafted here?
Oh, I agree. I think this is one of the reasons why, what you mentioned is one of the reasons why Mike Vrabel, I would think, would really like to get something done here. And that would be one of the reasons why, because he has told us so many times, really since he took the job, that one of his primary duties as head coach is to put players in positions where they can, A, help the team win games, but B, be at their best so that they can take care of their families, which we all know, and he's acknowledged, means so they can get paid. And so now you have the opportunity to pay one of your best players, and you haven't done it, and it doesn't sound like you're close to doing it, given this report from Adam Schefter. That, to me, it has the potential to make Mike Vrabel look like a hypocrite. And Robert Kraft has said things like this in the past too, that they want to be a team that drafts well and that's able to keep their players that they hit on. And so the opportunity is staring them in the face. And what Adam Schefter mentioned today makes it seem like they're not jumping at this opportunity.
Where do you, and I hesitate to ask this, but I only do ask it because Christian Gonzalez has been pretty clear about not wanting this to be litigated in the media. So when you look at the side of it, it's hard for me to believe it's the Patriots saying that they're not in the same neighborhood. Do you think this is maybe a fundamental shift in the negotiations where now Gonzalez and his side are saying, okay, they're putting stuff out there. They've said twice they're willing to make him the highest paid corner in the NFL. That kind of puts some pressure on us. Let's get our side out there.
That's how I see it. This feels like Gonzalez's camp fighting back. Robert Kraft mentioned it a month ago. Elliot Wolf mentioned it the other day. They have taken this to the media, and Gonzalez has said multiple times behind a microphone, we don't want to negotiate through the media, but it seems like they feel as though they now need to, apparently, because I'm with you. I can't see this coming from the Patriots. The fact that Schefter even goes so far as to mention the $33 million average per year that Witherspoon was given by the Seahawks, that the Patriots aren't willing to go there, to me is kind of a stunner, guys, because you can fudge with the numbers when it comes to average per year. And we've seen it in the past. You can put all sorts of backloaded monster base salaries, late into these contracts, year 4, year 5, year 6, whatever it is. And that jacks up the average, but the player realistically may never get there because generally speaking, those years aren't guaranteed. And so the average per year number is the easy one to inflate. You can pump that up to where the player is happy and where it looks good on the tweet when it's sent out by Schefter or Ian Rappaport or somebody of that ilk. So that's an odd one to me. If it was about the fully guaranteed, and maybe that's a problem too, hey, Christian Gonzalez wants to be the number one guy across all metrics, which if he thinks he's the best corner in football, he should want. But if they're not budging on the average per year, that would suggest that they're going to really be unwilling to budge on the fully guaranteed stuff that's all given or has to be set aside up front. So that to me was a whopper, and I do think this has changed sort of the nature of the negotiation. Chris, I just wonder if the Patriots look at this and say, well, you guys have kind of made this get a little uglier than it's been, and the Gonzalez camp could, of course, turn around and say, hey, you started it. But would this maybe encourage the Patriots to dig in even further? Because this report today does make them look bad.
Yeah, and then also, it's clear that, to me at least, and then I thought just based on how Christian Gonzalez looked and sounded when he spoke the other day, when you could hear him after the helicopter landed, he's not happy. His team's not happy. You had his this deleted tweet reacting to this news.
From his trainer,
Coach Flight, saying trade him, and now he actually has since responded to that saying, no, LOL, I was just talking. I told him to lock him in. He loves it there. He showed up to camp ready to work. A lot of exclamation points, by the way. He asked for contract talks to stay out of media, but somehow it always ends up back in the media. Yeah, that felt panicky. But where's this headed? How do you think this thing plays out between now and the first game in Seattle? Do you think that they figure this out, or is he on the sideline for that first game? How do you think this plays out, Phil?
Well, I just think that the Patriots are getting hammered right now, and they have an opportunity to shed or fight back against at least this reputation that we know they don't like. And I think ultimately, if I had to guess one way or the other, I think ultimately they will get a little closer to what Gonzalez is looking for, and they'll figure out a way to get him on the field. I just think there's a lot of pressure on important people in the building to have a really good season this season and to make another run at a Super Bowl, especially before you have to pay Drake May, because we all know that thing is looming. And I would say, foremost among them would be Mike Vrabel. I think there's a lot of pressure on Mike Vrabel to have a really good year this year, given, what happened in the offseason, and to just not give anybody any excuse to, resurface those stories. And so I would think that he would be pushing ownership, and that ownership themselves would be really motivated to have a really good season this season. And in order to do that, you need Christian Gonzalez on the field. It's, to get into the X's and O's of it, to me, I just don't think they have enough in terms of their pass rush to get away with not having Christian Gonzalez on the field. So he's too important to what they're going to do this year. You have to have him here, and I think have him be motivated to be the full version of Christian Gonzalez. What you don't want is what Sauce Gardner gave the Jets the year before he signed his deal, where he's making business decision after business decision, and he's not playing up to his standard. Like, I think you really have to figure out a way to pay him, have the season that you're hoping to have for a variety of reasons. And so if you don't do that, you run the risk of having to deal the guy away and being a much lesser team. And I don't think anybody within the organization wants to do that.
This is being painted obviously as a financial decision, and it is. But in listening to Schefter's comments, and he evoked Mike Vrabel and Mike Vrabel's sort of philosophy about defense and getting to the passer more, how much of this is a football decision in terms of a team that played a lot of zone last year, at least in the regular season, and frankly a team that if Gonzalez gets hurt, which has happened in the past, really isn't equipped without him to play a ton of man?
Yeah, I guess it could be, Chris, and you could make the argument on paper, hey, Devin Witherspoon's the better player. He's made 3 Pro Bowls. You've made 1, Christian. He was second-team All-Pro this past season. You were second-team All-Pro 2 seasons ago. He's played more football than you. He was a higher pick than you. So on paper, there's a lot of reasons why you could say you don't deserve to be paid to his level. I just think that's ignoring the way things are in this sport and the way they go and how these deals, generally speaking, tend to happen. And I know Witherspoon essentially signed 5 minutes ago, but whoever the next guy is usually gets a bump upon whatever the previous guy was paid. So I guess it could be a football decision. Hey, we're going to hold the line here because even though we like him a lot, we don't think he's Darrelle Revis. I just think you're kind of ignoring the way the game is played financially in the NFL, at least. So that to me would be sort of a tone deaf kind of process to come about your decision.
Yeah, no. And I agree. I think they should pay him too, just to be clear. But it's just interesting because you mentioned sort of the Vrabel of it all. I just don't hear a lot about Vrabel and his role in these negotiations. And when the team was so successful last year, it was, look, this is Vrabel's program. Vrabel's calling the shots. He's telling football operations what to do. This is his deal. And until Schefter brought it up, I just had not really heard his name at all. It was almost like, here's this innocent bystander who also is getting screwed over in these negotiations, if you believe that, one side is getting screwed over in them. So I just sort of look at it, and it would make more sense to me that this is dragging on if there were a football component to it too, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, does Vrabel have it? I'm guessing Vrabel wants it to get done. I guess I just am curious. Does he have as much pull as we think he has, or does he have as much pull as he
that's
he
a story.
has?
Yeah, that's a story in and of itself. Good point.
Past, right? So this is a massive contract. It'll be the biggest one that they've done as an organization, and so obviously ownership is at the forefront of a decision like that. But was any of his sway lessened at all given what's happened this offseason? I don't know. I think these are pertinent questions though, and I did find it kind of funny that part of the Schefter report that you're referencing, Chris, where he's talking about he really likes defensive linemen and pressuring quarterbacks. It's like, well, yeah, no bleep. Like that's every coach in the NFL. Have you ever seen the contracts that these pass rushers get versus the corners? It's part of the reason we're in this mess to begin with, is that the corner market has really lagged behind other quote unquote premium positions. So I'm not sure there's a coach in the NFL who wouldn't prefer to have a premier pass rusher over a premier corner. I think if you're Vrabel, though, you are lacking in terms of high-end talent enough. Like they have some, obviously, the quarterback. I would look at Milton Williams. I would look at A.J. Brown. They have enough to be a really good team this year, but they're not so flush with talent that you can look at a corner and say, yeah, we don't need that guy. They're not in that kind of position. So Vrabel gets it. Vrabel's a former player. He understands. He's a defensive coach. He understands what we're talking about in terms of the lack of the pass rush and what you need to make up for that in terms of your coverage. So I think he must, in his heart of hearts, really want this guy. It's just, he hasn't been able to sway the powers that be to this point.
Phil, there is still this preseason game to be played tonight. Anything you'll have your eyes on? That third running back position, JaMychal Hasty, Hassan Haskins, something like that. Gabe Akis, if he gets playing time. What are you looking for tonight?
Yeah, I think it's just the top 2 draft picks, Jim, to me, that I'll be most focused on. Akis, to me, is a really interesting player. And I don't know if you guys heard the quote from Mike Smith, his outside linebackers coach, earlier this week, where, he's meaner than a wet mule. And he's basically talking about Gabe Akis as this guy who has these traits where when you put him together, it's hard to see them failing. And that's how I've felt about Akis really since even before the draft. He might not be the most polished guy. And I think in terms of his on-field play, he's not the most disciplined player. I think that's safe to say, given what we've seen from him in the first 2 preseason games. And it's not just the late hit on Andy Dalton last week. It's, chasing every fake that seems to be made when he's on the field. Like he's going to go and follow where the ball was, he thought, going to go. And so he has room to grow. So let's see if there's any improvement there 1 week to the next. I would look at Caleb Lomu too. And I would say that he has not been their third best tackle through camp. I think that's been Marcus Bryant. Now, Marcus Bryant's hurt. And if they go into week 1 and Caleb Lomu is the number 3 guy by default because of that injury, is he really ready to go? If something were to happen, snap 1 of the regular season, he hasn't been consistent enough from what I've seen to suggest that they should be comfortable with him in that regard. So does he show like real improvement from the first 2 preseason games to this one, just in terms of being a steadier overall player? Because there is a chance he's going to have to be the third tackle, and he's playing real snaps, and he's playing a critical role for multiple games if something were to happen to one of their starters. I just don't think he's really shown that he's ready for that job just yet.
All right, Phil, next time we talk to you, it's going to be for real. Seattle, Wednesday night, September the 9th.
We're all looking forward to it. We need some real football, don't we?
Oh my God, don't we ever. Phil Perry, NBC
Hallelujah,
Sports,
Phil.
Boston, thanks for taking the time.
All right, thanks, guys. Have a great night.
All right, coming up, we're going to name the hardest working player for the Patriots heading into this final preseason game against the Cleveland Browns, and also have a chat with the voice of the Patriots, Bob Sosi, who's going to join us to set the scene. Coming up next here on the Safety Insurance 98.5 Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
Clinton Savings Bank started in 1851. 175 years later, we're still excited about starting, helping you start with savings, a home, a business, or any other goal. Visit clintonsavings.com, 175 years, and just getting started. Member FDIC, member DIF, NMLS number 422081.
There are trucks, and then there's the 2026 GMC Sierra. It's the truck. We are professional grade. Right now, when you finance through GM Financial, well-qualified buyers get 2.9% APR for 72 months on 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 models. See your local GMC dealer today. Monthly payment is $1,515 for every $1,000 you finance. Average example down payment is 8.8%. Must finance with GM Financial. Some customers will not qualify. Not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by 8/31/26.
When you buy a Reed's Ferry shed, you're buying direct from the builder. Those sheds at the big home improvement store, they don't build them. They're the middleman. And to make room for the middleman markup, they have to take stuff out of the shed. Important stuff like lumber. Buy factory direct at Reed's Ferry and you'll own a better shed. Call Reed's Ferry Sheds this week and schedule your installation.
Call 888-85-SHEDS.
Need a shed? If it says Reed's Ferry, you got a good one.
The best time to recommit to your gut health goals? Right now. Take charge of your gut with Nature Made. Our clinically studied ingredients support digestive health. Digestive enzymes break down nutrients. Probiotic and prebiotic fiber nourish good gut bacteria. And super greens with probiotics empower daily digestive health. Try the full lineup of gut health support from Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Save 20% at Kohl's Friends and Family Sale. And suddenly, your home's a fall destination. You start greeting guests like they're checking into a bed and breakfast, offering foliage tours of the new throw on the couch, and suggesting local attractions like your Martha Stewart Dutch oven. Save on fall prep and more at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. 5 stars. Would shop again. Select styles. Offer ends August 30th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Massachusetts sports fans know a game changer. Now the Mass Lottery has one. Mass Lottery Online is here with the draw games you love, plus all new e-instant games. A new addition to the lineup on the official Mass Lottery app. Mass Lottery Online, a new way to play, more ways to win. Must be 18 to play at retail, 21 to play online. The Mass Problem Gambling Helpline is 800-327-5050. That's 800-327-5050.
There's no place like Oz, and there's no show like Wicked.
So if you care to find me, look to the western sky.
Don't miss your chance to defy gravity at the only Broadway musical with brains, heart, and courage. Coming to Citizens Opera House from September 23rd through November 15th only. Visit LexusBroadwayInBoston.com to get Wicked.
Unlock your brand's potential with multi-platform advertising trusted by over 500 local businesses. With a powerful mix of radio, streaming audio, and targeted digital solutions, your message reaches the audiences that matter most. From the influence of trusted local radio to the precision of digital targeting and the flexibility of streaming audio, this approach delivers measurable results that drive real growth. Visit 985thesportshub.com/advertise.
With McValue at participating McDonald's, get the meal deal featuring a McDouble, 4-piece McNuggets, small fries, and small Coke for $6. Or get a McChicken meal deal for $5. Price and participation may vary. Promotion pricing may be lower than meal pricing.
Hey, it's Zoe, and if you've got mold or funky odors creeping around your home or office, don't mess around. Call my guys at Green Home Solutions. They'll restore your air quality safely, and that means healthier air for your kids, your pets, and grandma too. Visit greenhomesolutions.com/Boston to book your free consultation today and tell them Zoe sent you.
This is Boston's home for sports.
And this is again where you want the punter to pin the opposition inside its 20 at the very least. And the punt is lifted high down the middle. And it's going to come down. You have to check that. That was Morton, the rookie quarterback.
Well, I just assume all the quarterbacks, they do their little punt thing and see how close they can get it to the goal line. So I figured he could punt.
Yeah, coach came up to me and just said that, if we got a punt on this drive, you're going out there. It's been since high school since I punted, so.
Morton takes the snap, drops back. He's got time. Rears back, fires down the right side. DiGianello makes the catch. Touchdown, Patriots!
He's a quarterback. He's a punter. He's both. He's Baron Morton. And he is the hardest working player heading into this final preseason game tonight between the Patriots and Cleveland Browns. And the hardest working player brought to you by the Peterson School. The Peterson School has been a leader in teaching the trades for over 80 years, and they are enrolling for the fall semester. They're enrolling for the fall semester in Dartmouth, Woburn, Westwood, Worcester, and Haverhill. Visit petersonschool.com to learn more. That's petersonschool.com. Welcome back to Patriots Preview, driven by the rugged Honda Ridgeline. It's time for Bob Sosi to set the scene from Cleveland. Again, Bob, what are they calling that place now? I had the name earlier. It was I know
the stadium is named after a title sponsor, a bank, Huntington Bank Stadium.
Huntington Bank, that's what it was. Yeah, because they recently changed it. It was, I think, Energy something or other when I was there 3 or 4 years back.
Yeah, I can't remember.
Is it like First Energy?
That's what it was, First Energy.
Yes,
very good, Chris. Yeah.
Very good, very good. Hey, by the way, you were describing the Superman for the Patriots last week, Baron Morton. Did you know the Superman idea originated here in Cleveland?
I actually did know that. Yeah, in my head full of ridiculous facts that can't remember my sister's birthday, so I have to look at a calendar. I actually did know that, Bob.
I did not know that. So wait, is Cleveland supposed to be a metropolis?
I mean, back in the day, it kind of was, yeah.
Oh, interesting.
But it stood in for Gotham City in A Christmas Story, right?
Yes. That Christmas Story house, by the way, I don't know how much time you'll have, Bob. I know you're usually quick to get out of these cities. That's a good take. That's a great thing to visit. I did that last time I was there.
Well, unfortunately, I would have had time today, but I didn't know at the time when I had time that I should have gone there. So here I am.
Bob, on Baron Morton, I mean, a performance like that where you show to the team and the coach, like, hey, I can kind of do it all, and he does it with a smile on his face, does that help him secure a roster spot? Do you think that they'll carry 3 quarterbacks going into the season?
Jim, I've kind of felt all along that they would carry 3 quarterbacks thus far, although I was saying to someone before the game, we were chatting about the state of the Patriots roster, and when you're consumed by what's going on in New England, you think, well, he's the 3rd quarterback. If they don't put him on the roster, somebody's going to claim him. But then I take a step back, and I really have no idea what the status of quarterbacks around the league, numbers 3 and 4 are. Like, I look at Philadelphia, for example, and if Tanner McKee is the 3rd quarterback for the Eagles going into the season, is he better than Baron Morton? Baron Morton better than him? So I don't know what the real risk is there if you try to pass him through waivers and put him on the practice squad and then use him as an elevation. But I think it's become more or less the way of life now in the NFL, where you have that 3rd emergency quarterback who's available to you. I think they like him. I think certainly that doesn't hurt his chances. Not necessarily that he's going to punt, but it's just the willingness to do that and the attitude that he has coming in and fitting in as a rookie. So I don't think that can hurt in any way. I don't know how much it really helps, though, cement a roster spot for him.
I wanted to ask you, Bob, as you sort of look at this game and this team, obviously you are not going to see the frontline guys here, but there are still some guys sort of fighting for roster spots, trying to make a name for themselves. One of those guys to me is Tanner Arkin. I felt like he got off to a really strong start to training camp and has maybe sort of fallen off as camp has gone along. How would you assess him, and where do you think he's at in sort of that third tight end battle / fullback, I guess, backup fullback?
Yeah, excuse me for interrupting. I'm in complete agreement with you because so much was said and written about him, rightfully so, the way that he started training camp for the Patriots. But I think it's been an issue, the ability to try to win the line of scrimmage offensively and get the running game going. And I haven't necessarily seen him perform in the 2 preseason games, albeit more limited the last time than the first game against Indianapolis, the way he showed out in those early preseason practices. I do think that Josh McDaniels tends to like a guy like that, but I think it goes back to the question, too, that Jim asked with regards to someone who's a blocking tight end. Does that kind of player become available on cutdown day, and can you find an alternative who maybe has more experience in the NFL and maybe more of a real people mover once you get into the regular season games than Arkin has been thus far in the 2 preseason games? But I do agree with you. I think that they're counting on Reggie Gilliam, and we haven't seen him obviously in the 2 preseason games, and he's a guy that has that track record and who can do a lot of different things for them from the H-back position, fullback position, and even flexed out the way that James Devlin used to do. So I don't know how many guys like that you really want to carry, but I do think that that's a position where they may go out and try to find, another Julian Hill who's now available on cutdown day because you didn't make somebody's 53-man roster.
You surprised that we didn't get to the starters at all? Even Drake May to come in for a couple of handoffs. I mean, it's now been pretty much determined you're not going to see any of them tonight. But I thought after the joint practices with the Eagles, that second preseason game would have been the sweet spot. But we didn't get that last week. Are you surprised that the way that this has been handled, or is just this the new way in the NFL? You don't really see these starters that much anymore in these games.
Yeah, Jim, a little bit. And I think that for me, one of the things that makes it different this year for the Patriots, and it's pretty stark in terms of this year versus last year. I think they know what Drake May is, this coaching staff. They know what he can do. They know who the starting offensive line is going to be in front of him. They pretty much know the rotation of wide receivers and the running backs that are going to play. So the only reason to put him in a game is, to knock the rust off, and I don't think you really need to do that since you just had that volume of snaps 2 days earlier against the Eagles, coming off back-to-back joint practices. Whereas last year, I think, they had to find out a lot of different things and put those guys out there in various combinations in practices and then, of course, in the preseason games. So, to me, I think it is more or less the way the NFL is these days. I'm not terribly surprised by it. I think Vrabel has already, going back a couple of weeks, and Andrew Callahan pointed this out, I believe, on the morning show a couple of weeks ago. They were already working on the crowd noise when they go out to Seattle. They took all the regulars and the guys that are going to be the starters and some of the top backups into the indoor facility and cranked up the music. So they've been looking ahead to that Week 1 game for some time, and I think that's because they really know what the lineup is. But there are a lot of positions that are up for grabs, I still think, because of the lack of depth. And I think the lack of some players really establishing themselves. And I think some have regressed. I don't think it's just Tanner Arkin. I think Chad Muma at linebacker. I think some of the veterans they brought in, Mike Brown, K.J. Britt, I don't think they've impressed enough to really deserve a roster spot at this point. And it'll be interesting to see what happens this evening in terms of those rotations.
All right, Bob. They're really trying to drown you out with Hendricks there.
I don't mind the Hendricks, but it is. I can barely hear you guys, and I have the volume cranked up.
Oh, man.
It might serve the listeners better if you couldn't hear me, but nonetheless, here we are.
Well, I hope it goes quick for both you and Zoe tonight.
Yeah, you guys are reunited, and it feels so good.
And Capello and the rest of the crew, too.
You said that, Chris. No, this is great.
Have a good call. And
all right, guys.
Next time we talk, we'll be, for real, when it's September 9th in Seattle against the Seahawks. Thanks, Bob.
We'll be there with the 12s. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Bob Socci, the voice of the New England Patriots. When we return, Chris and I will go around the NFL. But first, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification here on the Safety Insurance 98.5 Sports Hub, Patriots Radio Network.
From the Town Fair Tire Studios. This is Boston's home for sports. WBZ-FM at HD Boston 98.5, the Sports Hub. Sports Hub headlines.
It's the Patriots and the Browns in Cleveland tonight for the preseason finale. Once again, Drake May and the starters not expected to play tonight. ESPN's Adam Schefter reporting that starter Christian Gonzalez not close to a contract extension with the team. With punter Bryce Behringer banged up, the Pats worked out Scottish punter Jamie Gillan today. Veteran, newly signed Matt Hawk will punt tonight. Cleveland not playing their starters either. It'll be Dylan Gabriel at quarterback. Pats and Browns, Bob Sosey and Scott Zolak have the call across the Patriots radio network. Kickoff just after 8. New England opens the regular season September 9th in Seattle. Seahawks gave defensive lineman Leonard Williams a 3-year, $90 million extension today. Former Patriots tight end Jonnu Smith signed a 1-year deal with the Packers. Miami trading wide receiver Tutu Atwell back to the Rams today. And good news for the Colts, they activated wide receiver Alec Pierce from the PUP list. Baseball, Red Sox off today. They play a 4-game weekend series in New York against the Yankees. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Enjoy quick and convenient vehicle maintenance this month. Visit NewEnglandOilChange.com for 15% off your drive-through oil change at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, the official oil change of busy people. I'm Jim Louth. More pregame with Gasper and Murray next on the Safety Insurance 98.5 The Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
It's David Andrews and Will Campbell here to tell you a story.
All right, Will. It's game day. Fourth quarter, New England up by 7. Opponent has the ball.
Here's where it gets really scary.
You have an oil change appointment in 10 minutes.
Kidding. You have 4 pickup and delivery, and they'll pick up your vehicle, service it, and bring it back.
So you never have to miss a big win. Only from your New England Ford dealers.
When life throws the unexpected your way, the right coverage matters. Safety Insurance partners with independent agents who listen, ask the right questions, and help protect what matters most. Ask your independent agent about Safety Insurance. We'll help you manage life's storms.
Planting a tree? Starting that backyard project? Hold up. Before you dig, click digsafe.com or call 811 because hitting a buried line can cause costly repairs or serious injury. That's digsafe.com or 811. It's smart, it's free, and it's the law.
Hi, I'm Sean Flaherty from Catches Law Group. When you belong to a union, you know what it means to stand together, to protect each other, to fight for what's fair. For decades, Catches Law Group has proudly stood with New England's union workers because those same values guide us every day. When an injury changes your life, you deserve a law firm that understands what's at stake. Your health, your paycheck, your family, your future. Catches Law has recovered more than $3 billion for injured New Englanders, more than any other law firm. If you or someone you love has been injured, visit catcheslaw.com today.
Every football season, we believe one more kickoff, one more game equals one more title, because in New England, we love to win. What if we told you there's money out there, your money, waiting to be returned, forgotten savings accounts, uncashed paychecks, refunds from overpaid bills? The Massachusetts State Treasury has over $3 billion in unclaimed money, and some could be yours. This football season, take a time out and go to findmassmoney.gov and win back what's already yours. Get off the sidelines and into the game. Visit findmassmoney.gov and see if you have unclaimed money waiting for you.
Hey, it's Felger here. There are certain things in life you don't cheap out on. You just don't. Parachutes, brakes, roof work, eye surgery, sushi from a place attached to a gas station, a tattoo from a guy named Sketch, a lawyer who says, I mostly do this on weekends. No. Hard pass. Because when something actually matters, the cheapest option usually has a reason it's cheap. And that reason usually shows up at the worst possible time. Same thing with moving. This is everything you own. Your furniture, your electronics, your valuables, the stuff you actually care about. So when some moving company is magically half the price of everyone else, ask yourself why. That's not a bargain. That's a warning label. DN Van Lines is the opposite of that. Professional crews, real planning, careful handling. You need more? Try this. DN Van Lines is an approved mover for the Department of Defense. Precision matters. Call 1-800-51-MOVER or go to dnvanlines.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Wyndham Woods School in Wyndham, New Hampshire, we're building a 125,000 square foot all-season athletics and events dome open to the public just 35 minutes north of Boston. Visit wwsdome.org today and get your company's message to hundreds of thousands of visitors each year. That's wwsdome.org.
It's hour 2 of the New England Honda Dealers Patriots pregame show. Today's pregame check-in with Jim Murray and Chris Gasper is brought to you by your New England Honda dealers. Roll into game day in style with the 2026 Honda CRV. Contact your local New England Honda dealers to learn more or visit newenglandhondadealers.com.
The game is on the Sports Hub.
Road in Cleveland taking on the Browns. Again, it's Jim Murray and Chris Gasper. We're here in the Town Fair Tire Studio in Waltham. And it's time to go around the NFL for preseason week 3, starting with the quarterback that was named for the Cleveland Browns this week. I can't believe it after his horrendous press conference last Saturday, just where he was as defiant as the day is long. But here's Deshaun Watson again, named the starter in Cleveland this week, and then apologizing for calling out the fans last weekend.
First off, I want to address the comments from Saturday after the game. I think just, human nature, just myself being very emotional, putting a lot of time these last 2 years to, get back and, spend time in this facility, in the city, meeting a lot of different people in the community. I thought I was going to get, a little different response, but, I think, my emotions got the best of me, and, my comments wasn't intending to go at any of the fans around in the city.
Chris, I don't think it's really debatable at this point. The Deshaun Watson trade and subsequent contract extension by Cleveland, the worst in the history of the league. The history, not just our ever. 3 first-round draft picks, a third-round pick, 2 fourth-round picks to the Houston Texans, which they've flipped into real stud players like Will Anderson. 5 years, $230 million fully guaranteed contract. And if the perversion issues weren't bad enough, back-to-back season-ending injuries, 2023, 2024, Achilles rupture, and if you watch him, he can't play anymore. He stinks. And you'd think there'd be some humility there, and he'd understand why he gets booed and understand why fans are frustrated with him and why they booed him. It's not because of the off-field stuff. It's because you stink. He stinks.
No, it is one of the great falls from grace in NFL history, unfortunately, and you nailed it. I mean, look, quarterback's the most important position in football, and that's why the Browns gave all that stuff up to get Watson. And I don't think there were a lot of people criticizing them at the time. But the reality is he hasn't delivered and he can't play. And he won this job essentially by default over Shedeur Sanders.
Can you believe how much he stinks, though? Because I thought, Chris, he was one of the top 5 quarterbacks in the game when he got in trouble in Houston. And then that whole thing happens, and he's away from football for a year. And I get it. It's your body reacts differently. You're not, the speed of the game, all of that. Like, you're not getting hit. So there's going to be a drop-off, unless you're Gronk. But it's like he's the deal with the devil. Like, the devil collected. He can't play anymore.
Yeah, and it's so funny.
This last preseason game, 36 yards, 5 of 12 passing, 1 interception. You watch clips of him, even at camp, there's no one in his face. He just throws the ball in the dirt. He can't play.
No. You are absolutely right, and it's funny to think that Bill Belichick used to be like, well, I mean, Lamar Jackson. I mean, no, he's no Deshaun Watson.
Right.
That's not like. Remember when Bill would say that stuff? Like, oh, it's not like Deshaun Watson.
That last game, I think that they played them during the Mac Jones era, where he almost single-handedly beat them. He was a one-man team.
I know.
J.J. Watt walking off the field saying, like, "Hey, I'm sorry we let you down," or it was J.J. Watt at the time. TJ's the brother, right? Yeah, he was phenomenal. And now he's the worst quarterback in the league. It's unbelievable. And why aren't they giving Shedeur Sanders more of a look there? I know he's not the best, but like Dylan Gabriel tonight, what are we doing?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think this is really the type of game Shedeur would want to play, to be honest.
Yeah, please, just get me out of Cleveland. Kayshon Boutte, he is out of New England, traded to the Houston Texans. Here is Texans head coach D'Amico Ryans on the deal.
Adding Kayshon was a big get for us. We know we lost a significant player for us in Jaden Higgins, and it's hard to replace him. When you try to go out and find a guy with the caliber of Kayshon, we've played against Kayshon multiple times over the past couple years. He's continued to make plays time and time again. He showed up. He's a young player, still an ascending player with a lot to improve upon, a lot to grow. So I'm excited to work with a young player who still has a very bright and promising future, but he has that big play making ability already.
It's a good get for them. And, It just so much of it hinges on the play of C.J. Stroud, who I thought was just absolutely horrendous in the postseason last year in that loss to the Patriots. And that defense is still going to be legit. They add Jadeveon Clowney. I mean, the pass rush is still going to be there. But if anything is going to get in the way of the Houston Texans, and they'll probably get to double-digit wins this year, it's going to be the play of that quarterback. He has to get better this year.
He does, but I think part of that, if you go back and look at that game he played against the Patriots, and it was poor. They were missing both of their starting tackles. And so the question for that team is
that's right. Trent Brown backed out that day. He was working out right in the pregame.
Yeah.
He ended up playing.
The question for them is they need Kayshon Boutte. Well, two questions for them. One, that offensive line has to be better. They have to be able to protect C.J. Stroud. That's one. Two, all the glowing things D'Amico Ryan said about Kayshon Boutte and Kayshon Boutte, that caliber of player, then why didn't they give up more for him, and why couldn't the Patriots get more for him? What is the story here? I feel like I'm missing something.
Yeah.
I'm not saying the guy should get you a second-round pick, even a third-round pick, but I don't understand why he can't net you like a sixth that's a conditional fifth if he hits certain numbers. It's just so strange to me.
My favorite story in the NFL this week, and it really isn't close, has to do with 49ers owner Jed York, who was arrested in a prostitution sting. Oh, not just any prostitution sting. A prostitution sting at a trailer park in Ohio. And, boy, what I would have done to ask this question to 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan, who had his own issues this offseason with a DUI arrest of sorts. Hey, Kyle, what do you think of your boss getting popped this week trying to meet with a hooker in Ohio at a trailer park for $140? Hit it.
Yeah, I got to talk to Jed the last 2 days and today. Obviously, it's a very tough situation. I mean, views for the organization going forward is the same as usual. I mean, there won't be any difference in that. But I know it's extremely fresh. I think it's a very, very personal situation. I got a lot of respect for Jed. I got a lot of respect for Danielle. Their family does mean a lot to me. So I'm like, with it being this personal, I'm trying as hard as I can to keep it that way.
To use Felger's line on this, Mike Felger's line on this, it's so perfect. It goes to show you the stinginess of some NFL owners. That the guy just couldn't pay for the high-end escort that would probably cost thousands and be more discreet. No, what can I get for less than $200 at a trailer park in Ohio? It's just kind of perfect in that sense, is it not?
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I think the real question is will there be any sort of discipline? Are they going to discipline him the same way they would if he were a player? And this is sort of always the question when you have one of these situations that involves somebody either in management or ownership.
Yeah, considering there wasn't any punishment for another situation like this, not naming names or situations, but if there wasn't for one of those, I would think there probably wouldn't be for this. And it might not be acceptable to a lot of people, but, when you own the team and you're that powerful, it's different rules for guys like that. Like, it might not be right, it might not be the best thing, but I don't think that there probably should be. If there wasn't for one, there shouldn't be for another.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Every situation is different. We'll see how the NFL responds at this point. Obviously it's probably deeply painful and embarrassing for Jed York to go through this, and it's just, as you sort of pointed out before, it's yet another sort of incident and an offseason full of incidents for the 49ers.
A trailer park.
Whose window might be closing, by the way.
Oh, yeah,
Championship window feels like it's closing.
Yeah. A trailer park in Ohio, though. As I said yesterday with Big Boy Wednesday, Greg Bedard making his appearance on Felger and Maz, I asked what could be worse, and I said next to a dumpster near a fast food restaurant, like a dumpster near a Taco Bell in East St. Louis. Like if you're the owner paying $50 for that, that's where it gets worse than a trailer park. Next, the NFL has killed the Pro Bowl, don't you know, Chris Gasper? New suspension rules in effect as well. But news on the Pro Bowl getting killed from NFL Network's Judy Batista.
The NFL effectively killed the Pro Bowl. No tackle football game, no flag football game, no skills competition, no Pro Bowl game anymore. This came after a series of conversations with players, including star players. It has been a source of frustration in the NFL how non-competitive the game was, so they are eliminating it. However, they are still going to honor the game's best players. They're going to name 88 Pro Bowlers, no alternates. The feeling was that the alternates really cheapened the process. Those players will be celebrated at a celebration in Los Angeles after the season.
Your thoughts on this, Chris?
Yeah, it's past due. It's beyond time to do this. It makes sense. I was not a fan of the Pro Bowl games. I wasn't a fan of the game. It was superfluous. You didn't need to play it. It makes, and I do like the idea of just naming the guys. No, we don't need Tyler Huntley, or I can't tell you how many arguments I'd get in with people here, including someone I love dearly, my friend Michael Hawley, who would say, "Well, Mac Jones was a Pro Bowler."
No, he wasn't.
And it's like he was. No, he was a Pro Bowl alternate, like 5th choice. Even the team's press release when they put that out basically cited the fact he wasn't a real Pro Bowler. So I'm extremely excited about this, and I would just say, NHL, I hope you're next.
Yeah, I mean, Mitch Trubisky was once an alternate. Mac Jones, like you said, Shedeur Sanders last year, good.
Snoop
riddance.
Huntley was really just, please.
All right, and so concludes going around the NFL for preseason week number 3. When we return, we'll check in with Bert Breer of the MMQB, get his thoughts on this news today from Adam Schefter, saying that the Patriots and corner Christian Gonzalez not close when it comes to the ongoing contract negotiations. We'll pick Bert's brain on that, among other things, when we return, coming up next here on the Safety Insurance 98.5 Sports of Patriots Radio Network.
Round New England, you need a vehicle that's ready for just about anything the road or the weather can throw at you. And that's why, as an AutoFair customer, I'm happy to recommend AutoFair Subaru. From versatile new Subaru models to quality pre-owned vehicles, they have options for commutes, road trips, family adventures, and everything in between. Plus, their service team is there to help you for the road ahead. Find your next vehicle today at AutoFair Subaru in Haverhill or online at AutoFairSubaru.com.
This is Mike Onwenu. Credit Union's Kids at Heart is once again funding research on treatments for numerous pediatric brain diseases. With each first down, they'll make a generous donation. Learn more at cukidsatheart.org.
The First Downs to Fight Pediatric Brain Disease campaign is generously supported by Vertify Software and Direct Federal Credit Union.
When your drain is backed up, it's 4th and goal, and the pressure is on. That's when you call the defense that never misses a tackle. Drains by James, Eastern Mass's leader in drain cleaning and pipelining. Whether it's a stubborn clog, a sewer line emergency, or trenchless pipelining that saves your yard, their all-pro team comes ready to win. Don't let a clogged drain run up the score against your home. Call Drains by James. They'll get your drains back in the end zone. Drains by James. They give a poop about your pipes.
If you asked me a year ago what my skincare routine was, I would tell you I don't know what that means. I've been using soap and whatever towel was in the bathroom. Then my fiance stepped in and told me your face is dry. You're out in the sun all the time. You need to take care of your skin. She introduced me to La Roche-Posay, and I immediately bought in. La Roche-Posay skincare products are the real deal. Stock up on La Roche-Posay products during CVS's Epic Beauty event happening now through the 29th. Spend $30 and get 10 extra bucks plus $5 off at the register.
Okay, hold up. What is that?
It's new Tide Evo.
That little white tile is laundry detergent?
Yep, Tide Evo is a super concentrated laundry detergent that's built different because it's packed with 6 layers of cleaning power that fight odors, stains, dinge, and extra work. And it smells so good.
New Tide Evo. Love it or your money back. Money back guarantee issued via prepaid card by mail. See Tide.com for details.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, save up to $700, plus get a free adjustable base with select Sealy Posturepedic mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Ratliff, Engineering Director at Nissan. We know some things are important to hear from an expert, not a voice actor. For instance, the Nissan Frontier is not only powerful and fun to drive, but it's durable too. We added the V6 engines, so when you need that power in the off-road, it's there. I know, we've tested it a lot. Now get out there and find your Frontier.
Nissan, Consumer Guide's most awarded brand 5 years in a row. Well-qualified buyers get 0% APR on the 2026 Nissan Rogue, Murano, Pathfinder, or Frontier, excluding S-Trim. Consumer Guide is a registered trademark of Publication International Limited, www.consumerguide.com. Example, 0 down payment, 60 months financing at $16.67 per month per thousand financed. Frontier S Term 1.9% APR for 60 months at $17.48 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary, subject to NMAC credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. Ends 9/30/26.
All right, folks, quick correction here because apparently my own commercial can't keep up with me. It's Zoe, and if you've been hearing me, I'm down 25 pounds. That was true before vacations, the summer, Cape Cod, all that stuff. Life, as you call it. Updated number now, 40 pounds gone with a Wake of 180. I'm about to be lighter than I've been in, it's got to be 5 or 6 years. I got big. That's right, but I went back to them. And if I look different on TV, that's why I feel different walking around. Getting on the boat, doing the things that I do, people say, hey, you look good. It's not just the tan. That's why I'm eating to lose weight, following the plan and listening to my coaches. Now people say, Zoe, you've done this before. Why do you need a Wake of 180 again? Because knowing what to do and actually going and doing it every day are two completely different things. I need the structure. I need the accountability. It's like sports. I need somebody saying, good week, keep going, or, all right, you screwed this one up, tighten it up. And yeah, how'd I gain it back? Life. It happens and it comes at you fast. The win is knowing exactly where to go. Search Awaken 180 and tap call awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, you need a new roof? It's East Coast Metal Roofing's Beat the Heat summer promotion. Reference me, Felger, or 98.5 The Sports Hub, anything like that, and get 10% off your complete roof replacement. Visit eastcoastmetalroofing.com.
Be sure to tune into the Off Air Show with Felger every Wednesday just after 6 p.m. on the 98.5 The Sports Hub's YouTube channel. The Off Air Show is presented by the original light beer, Miller Lite. Legendary stories and the Off Air Show start with the light. Here's to just over 50 years of Miller time.
Champions play here. The Sports Hub.
I don't think that at any one point here that they've been close to a deal. And Devin Witherspoon and Christian Gonzalez have the same agent. So in a way, he can kind of dictate how this is going to go and see into the future in a better way than each of the two teams can. So Witherspoon was going to get done first, and it got done at an average of 33 a year. The Patriots have not been in that category, but Witherspoon has established the benchmark, and the Patriots haven't gone there. And they weren't there before, and they don't appear to be going there right now, and they're all on the two sides of money. Now, the Patriots and Gonzalez haven't been close. Now, I kind of think, like Mike Vrabel views defensive linemen and getting pressure as the most important thing on a defense. Like, he prioritizes that. Loves corners, of course, and he knows that Christian Gonzalez is a great player. But if we're going to pay players premiums like up front, that's something I think that's been important to him in the past. I think they want to pay Christian Gonzalez, but they're obviously not in the same neighborhood right now and haven't been, thus his disappointment.
I don't think we can play that enough. As the contract negotiations continue, and they're not close, according to ESPN's Adam Schefter, when it comes to the Patriots and cornerback Christian Gonzalez, who I think they need second, third most important player on the team. You know, it's obviously Drake May and Milton Williams, or flip Milton Williams and Christian Gonzalez, and they are reportedly not close. Again, welcome back to Patriots Preview, driven by the rugged Honda Ridgeline. We'll be hanging here until we speak with Bert Breer of MMQB, get his thoughts on the ongoing contract negotiations, among other things. Try to kick around some stuff from around the NFL as well with Bert. Do have to let you know, my mistake, at the prior segment going around the NFL, it was brought to you by Webster Bank. When life moves fast, you can too. Webster Bank, your partners in progress. You want a fast bank? Go to Webster Bank, Chris.
I love that. Yeah, you get the macro reference. And yeah, I will be interested, obviously, for Bert's take on this. I also want to ask him about these new suspension rules in the NFL, which I think are sort of interesting in terms of three infractions of a certain kind, including stuff like horse collar, hip drop tackle, blindside block, and you could end up being suspended. And the crazy thing to me is they're saying it's going to carry over to the following season.
Yeah, and by the way, shouldn't that have been figured out months ago? I just find, did they usually come up with rules changes this soon before the season kicks off? I don't remember.
No, but the NFLPA signed off on it. But the other part of it, and maybe I just missed it, what happens for the playoffs? Does everything reset?
Oh, right, yeah.
Like, how does that work?
On Gonzalez, I'll ask you, because I asked Phil Perry this when he was on with us earlier. So, all right.
We have Bert. Let's ask Bert.
This is perfect. Bert Breer of the MMQB joining us here. He's brought to you by your New England Chevy dealers and the Chevy Silverado, where dependability comes standard. Hello, Bert. Obviously, you've probably heard or read about Adam Schefter's report from earlier today when he was on the Pat McAfee show, saying he doesn't think Christian Gonzalez and the Patriots have been close to a new deal. They don't appear to be wanting to give him Devin Witherspoon-type money. And if they don't do that, isn't that a bad message to players that have been drafted here and for what Mike Vrabel's trying to build in terms of, this family feeling and all of that?
Yeah, I mean, I've said this for a while now, Jim, and I really feel strongly about it. Like Mike's done such a good job of constructing that sort of culture where it's like, this can be your home and you can be here long term and we're going to take care of you and your family. And that's great. But the reality is it only goes so far. And, my experience being in NFL locker rooms, everybody keeps track of salaries. That's the scoreboard in the locker room, right? So you're going to watch the best players in the team. You're going to see how the best players in the team are treated. And, you're going to react accordingly. And so I felt all along this was a critical negotiation. And here's the thing, guys, right? So, let's say they're willing to go to 30, 31, 32. I understand maybe not going to 38 because you don't want to set that precedent with other players. But if you're willing to go to 32, let's say, right, then why wouldn't you be willing to go to 34? Why wouldn't you be willing to go to 35? Why wouldn't you be willing to go a little further? You horse trade some of the terms and get it done. And here's what I'd really be worried about. If they decide that they're going to let him play this year out, I just don't know what the way out is. Because I think after this year, first of all, I don't want to hear anybody talking about him taking a hometown discount next year, because at that point he'll have incurred 17 more games of injury risk, right? So at that point he'd be even less likely to take any sort of discount to stay, and the market could change, right? I mean, I think one thing that you are going to want to keep an eye on is Quinion Mitchell in Philly. He'll be eligible for a deal next offseason. And the Eagles are generally very, very aggressive. They get good prices on their players because they do a lot of deals early in the offseason in February and March. And so, we could be seeing the market shift very early in the offseason next year. And again, I think you'd have a player who'd be a lot less willing to take any sort of discount to stay. So again, I think it kind of comes down to, for me, the difference between 30 and 33 or 32 and 34. I don't think it's worth giving up on a player of this caliber.
So Bert, I want to ask you, in your mind, who's dictating this negotiation? Who's running this negotiation for the Patriots? Is it coming straight from ownership? Is it Elliott Wolf? Is it Mike Vrabel? Yeah. Who's ultimately responsible for this negotiation from the Patriots side?
I mean, I do think it's all of the above, and, look, there is the reality that, there are going to be some precedents that you're going to want to keep. And I think the Witherspoon deal can be instructive, right? So where did Witherspoon get his market reset? He got an uptick in the market on the APY, right? But he didn't get a reset like Will Anderson got a reset on the edge rusher market. Went from, 31.1, which is what Denzel Ward got, which was slightly over what Trent McDuffie had gotten, to 33. So that's just an uptick. The guarantee structure was more team friendly than Trent McDuffie's because it didn't have the rolling guarantee structure that McDuffie got with the Rams, where the guarantees vest a year early in year 3 and year 4. So they gave up on the Witherspoon gave a little bit on the guarantee structure. He compromised on the APY, and then he wound up getting the reset on the first 2 years and the full guarantee, and pushing that number from 50, which is where it had been previously, up close to 60. And so if you're going to re-sign a player of this caliber, you got to give him a reset in one category or another, and you've got to choose what's most important to you and what is going to be most important going forward when you're doing negotiations with other players. And Drake May is obviously the primary one that we'd be looking at going forward. So it's a negotiation that could reverberate in so many different ways across the organization. And, if I'm the Patriots, I'm still trying to get this one done.
It's just hit me, we have you. What I want to ask you is, so Mike Vrabel was a coaching consultant with this Browns team just a couple of years ago. This is a team that's now in a lot of turmoil. They've had a bad week. They have a coach that most, I think, NFL fans can't even name in Todd Monken. Do they look at Mike Vrabel? Have you heard that they look at Mike Vrabel and say, we screwed up. That's a guy that got away?
Yeah, especially because he's from there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think there was they thought the world of Kevin Stefanski, right? I think time just kind of ran out, and I do think that there is to some degree a little bit of a should we have been able to recognize that faster? Now, I mean, Stefanski, we saw what the league thinks of him, right? He got, I think, 7 head coaching interviews. I mean, he was as sought after as John Harbaugh almost last offseason after the Browns fired him, So, I think if you had maybe recognized that a little bit quicker, then maybe, you wind up with Mike Vrabel as your head coach. Again, like I think the fact that he was there is a factor. And then again, like the fact that, I mean, if there was a dream coaching job for him in the NFL, that might be it. It is where he grew up, and so, I mean, I think that that's certainly something that I know ownership thought the world of Mike and was able to build a strong relationship with Mike while he was there. So certainly, I think that thoughts crossed a lot of people's minds.
Just to go back to Gonzalez for a minute here, Bert, do you have any sense that he would withhold his services in week 1 if he doesn't get this extension? I mean, obviously we have a little bit of time, not a ton of time. The clock is ticking. Yeah. But at this point, is it a situation where if he doesn't get it, he's just going to go out and play? Or would he do something he really hasn't done all along here, depending on how you feel about the 2 weeks he missed with the injury, which is withhold his services?
I don't think so. But I think like what we saw, Chris, after the joint practice with the Colts, which I think that's where he went down, right? Am I right about that?
It was the day before, and then he wasn't like out there for the joint practice.
Okay. Right. So it was right
didn't
around
do the
then.
Eagles ones either.
But I think that is to some degree a warning shot. I mean, like, look, these guys are human beings. This is life-changing money, right? Like, are you going to be careful if you don't have the financial security that you're seeking, and now you got to make it through another season, unscathed? Yeah, absolutely, you're going to be careful, And so, do I think he's going to like intentionally go on some sort of wildcat strike week 1? No. I mean, do I think if he gets a little nicked up over the course of the year that he could be a little conservative in how he manages that? Yeah, of course. Especially if, he has any sort of sense that the team isn't going to take care of him after the year.
And I know Chris wanted to quickly touch on some of these rule changes that came down yesterday, Bert, and they get rid of the Pro Bowl. I don't remember these things coming in this late, like right before the season starts.
Yeah, well, they had like that special meeting to approve the Seahawks new owner. So like they were together this week, which is why you're hearing about some of this stuff now. I would say like the Pro Bowl is an interesting one, but I think it's been sort of the momentum has been going that way for a while. And I actually think the deconstruction of it really started with pulling it out of Hawaii. When they went to Hawaii, that thing was like a convention for star players. There are legendary stories about Peyton Manning holding court around the pool. I mean, it was like something that players really genuinely looked forward to. And then when the league came in and tried to monetize it and put it in Orlando, a lot of guys were like, screw that. Like, why do I want to go anymore? There's no point in doing that, And so when it became less about the players and more about the business, I think they alienated a lot of the stars, and the stars didn't really have as much of a reason to go anymore to a game that they really didn't want to play in, I think the other piece of it, and this is just across sports in general, like, is any All-Star game what it used to be?
Oh, God, no.
No, right? Like, and the reason why is because when we were, like when I was 5 years old, 8 years old, growing up in Boston, you guys grew up in Boston, you're around the same age as me, right?
Yep.
Like, how often did you get to see Kirk Gibson play for the Dodgers or, Jose Canseco and Mark McGwire play for the A's? It was back then, like that was sort of a rare opportunity to see guys out of market. It's a little different in football because there's more games nationally televised. But, like now we can see everything. So the novelty of getting to see a guy that you don't normally get to see is almost completely gone. So it's almost like I think we're at the point, what's the point of it? And if guys are going to hold themselves out and not play anyway, then why do it? And I think the NFL, if they want to endear themselves to the players here, would be smart to put some sort of event back in Hawaii and have it be a convention for the star players again. But I mean, who knows what they're going to do with it. As far as recognizing them, I think they're going to find a way. I hope they do the right thing.
Yeah, I think they're going to have something in L.A. They're going to have like some get-together thing in L.A. about it. That's what I had read.
All right, Bert.
Yeah.
Great stuff as always. Bert Breer, senior NFL reporter, lead content strategist at the MMQB. Thanks for the insight on the Gonzalez stuff, too.
Thanks, Bert.
All right. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Coming up, Zoe is going to sit down with the head coach, Mike Vrabel, as we are getting closer to kickoff between the Patriots and Browns in Cleveland for this final preseason game. That's coming up next here in the Safety Insurance 98.5 The Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
Ready, set, summer with the Honda Summer Event. Make every mile count in an Accord with a standard turbocharged engine or available hybrid powertrain. Honda has all you need to get summer ready with the most fuel-efficient full-line automaker in America. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 4.49% APR on a 2026 Accord.
See dealer for financing details. Based on EPA estimate of 2024 large full-line automaker fleet-wide fuel economy. EPA Automotive Trends Report 2025.
Hey, the Peterson School has been a leader in teaching the trades for 80 years and is opening their 5th location in Dartmouth, serving southeastern Mass and the Cape. Enroll now for their fall semester. PetersonSchool.com. We teach the trades.
Get fresh game day flavor at Shaw's and Star Market and feed your hungry fans without missing a single play. Shaw's and Star Market make party prep effortless, from delicious hot Wicked Good wings to made fresh sandwiches and party platters. Add fresh guacamole, crispy chips, sweet treats, and don't forget the ice, because cold beverages are a must. Order ahead now at shaws.com or starmarket.com. The fastest way to get fresh groceries, especially for game day. No membership required.
If you're looking for a great price on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire, where you always get the guaranteed lowest price on Falcon tires. But it doesn't end there, because Town Fair Tire gives you free services for the life of your Falcon tires. More free services than any other tire dealer. That's why we say nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal, and I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
My dad did lots of car maintenance himself. I pop the hood these days. It's like opening a supercomputer. Windshields have sensors. Side mirrors have cameras. The technology sure makes driving safer and repairs a lot more expensive. Today's cars need today's coverage. Talk to an independent agent about safety insurance. Get great coverage and enjoy peace of mind anywhere you drive. Well, almost anywhere. Safety insurance will help you manage life storms.
Are you having a hard time making it through a day of work without foot pain or discomfort with things that used to be simple, like walking the dog? You may be thinking there's no way that something as simple as the Good Feet store can help you, like Bill.
My feet would just ache, my back would hurt, my ankles, everything just hurt. And I'd seen the commercial several times before I finally said, I'm going to do this. And I'll be darned if it didn't work. I feel a million times better than I ever did.
Another satisfied customer of the Good Feet store is Wendy.
Since wearing my arch supports from the Good Feet store, my back pain is gone and my feet don't hurt as much. And as I look into the future without pain, I see myself being even more adventurous, joyful, and full of possibility.
Come to the Good Feet store today for your free fitting and test walk. We're in your neighborhood. Find the location nearest you and book your appointment at goodfeet.com. Good Feet arch supports are HSA and FSA eligible. Discover your options at the Good Feet store.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious, with multiple engine options and impressive towing, while Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability. Nice. Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
Apex Entertainment in Marlboro is now over 100,000 square feet of pure fun. Hey, this is New England kicker Andy Borgalis, and again, this season, with every field goal I kick, Apex will be donating $100 to support autism education and research at the New England Center for Children. Check out Apex on social media or go to apexentertainment.com.
Boston Sports Talk, the Sports Hub.
All right, welcome back to Patriots Preview, driven by the rugged Honda Ridgeline. It is Jim Murray, Chris Gasper here in studio, the Town Fair Tire Studio in Waltham. Each and every week before kickoff, Zoe sits down with head coach Mike Vrabel to pick his brain, get some insight about the opponent. Tonight, for the final preseason game, it's the Cleveland Browns. Take it away, Zoe.
Thanks a lot. Joined now for the first time this year by head coach Mike Vrabel. Coach, good to see you again. Last time we were out in San Francisco and start of another year. How excited are you with, hey, let's call it for what it is. Training camp has ended. Final preseason game is tonight. And then at some point here in the next week, I think August 31st, you have roster cutdowns.
Yeah, I don't know if I was prepared for all this. I was getting used to Bob the last couple weeks, and so, now here we are. Yeah, no, I mean, I think that camp it was good. I mean, I think it can always be better, but I think we got some really good work in, and then we're able to continue to build, and I think continue to improve as somewhat the weeks went on.
Is your football team ahead of where it is this point last year? I know you haven't really.
I hope so, but I don't know. I think that there was more. I don't know if familiarity is the term, but I think there was more familiarity on what we were doing, just in the program in general.
How pleased are you with the transition to the new building, to being able to just work out, study, and then boom, we go right outside, eat there, everything?
Yeah, that's certainly an asset. It's the convenience, the technology that we have there, the ease in which we can transition to the field and the meeting rooms and, in the weight room. So again, we're lucky to be able to have that building that, Jonathan and Stretch were able to kind of design for us once we got here.
Your ability to keep all your staff, like when teams win football games and you go deep into the playoffs, there's a lot of staff that are plucked and a lot of movement within the National Football League as far as coaches, assistant coaches. You guys are pretty much intact with Terrell being back as your assistant head coach. How important is that when you teach the team?
Well, there's continuity, but you have to be ready for change, and we try to identify the coaches that we feel like we can develop and bring with us. And I think we've done that, and hopefully that. I want all of them to have opportunities that they earn to go on and, ascend in this league. And if they're with us again, then that's a big plus. And so, I'm happy to have all these guys back that we were able to keep, and continue to look forward to bringing in new coaches with new ideas and new teaching methods.
Over 40 new guys are on this team. It's not like, hey, this is the same team from last year. We just continue to build off it. You're also mixing a bunch of new guys in and finding better guys in certain positions. Is that fair to say?
Well, we're always certain. You can't keep everybody. I think based on, contracts and length of contracts and guys that move on. I don't think it's by design. I don't think it just says, hey, we're bringing new guys in just to bring them in. It's just, there's attrition and guys move on, or we have a draft every year, so there's going to be new players there, and then you fill out probably 20 to 25 rookies on that team every year. So that's a large part of it, but I think we'll just always continue to try to improve.
Are you excited to see what Drake potentially could do with Josh here in the second year? When we see Drake from up top, when we practice, you can tell he's a lot more in control than he was a year, even more than a year ago. Just at the podium too, slowing down, just thinking as he's speaking. It just seems like he's growing up.
Well, I think we always want to improve. I think that the terminology, I think he can play quarterback and all the other things that go along with playing quarterback. I think the better that something, it allows him to lead and to get people in the right formations, to fix problems quickly that come up formationally, or this guy's supposed to be on the other side, or the motions, and just fixing problems quickly is just something that his experience in this offense for a second year hopefully will allow him to do.
Watching a wide receiver room, it's a completely different wide receiver room than a year ago. We know what AJ can do. It seems like Dobbs the last couple of weeks is starting to come on, and then in the game time, a guy like Kyle Williams starting to make some plays.
Well, I think that Romeo, to me, has probably been the I don't want to say surprise, but I enjoyed watching him be confident, play fast, play big, play physical, and really start to enjoy himself in our offense.
So that wasn't happening the first week. Does that make sense? And then
I don't know. I don't know.
It
was in the spring.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? In the spring, it's an install. Everything's new. There's new terminology. I just feel like with pads on and the practices and the joint practices, I just enjoyed seeing him play with a lot of confidence and, down in the red zone and just the decisions. And I think that he's just more comfortable. And so hopefully that leads to a faster, more productive player.
And Cal's got some speed that you can tell. And there's some stuff he needs to learn, right?
Well, again,
short, come back for it.
Yeah, little things like that. And again, he's got really good release skills and continues to make big plays for us down the field. We just want to continue to have him progress, moving inside the numbers and doing some things in there.
Is there names that fans aren't popular with that you have seen pop maybe 2 or 3 guys like through this preseason, like Valdor, like not a lot of
Kendall?
people. Yeah, not a lot of people knew about Kendall, but it seems like he's making some plays and opening some eyes.
Well, he's competitive. We've had him in Tennessee at time, and then Big T was with him in Detroit. He's a competitive football player. Challenges, got high energy. Saw him have some ball production last week in PBUs, and we'll see where all this thing shakes out here as we continue to work through tonight's game and then into the roster.
Coach, thanks a lot. Good luck tonight. Stay healthy. See you in Seattle.
Okay, thanks, Scott.
All right, thanks, Zoe. When we return, we'll wrap things up, say our goodbyes, give you the weather report in Cleveland tonight as we're getting closer to kickoff between the Patriots and Browns for this final preseason game. And we'll do that all next when we come back on the Safety Insurance 98.5 Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
Clinton Savings Bank started in 1851. 175 years later, we're still excited about starting, helping you start with savings, a home, a business, or any other goal. Visit clintonsavings.com, 175 years, and just getting started. Member FDIC, member DIF, NMLS number 422081.
There are trucks, and then there's the 2026 GMC Sierra. It's the truck. We are professional grade. Right now, when you finance through GM Financial, well-qualified buyers get 2.9% APR for 72 months on 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 models. See your local GMC dealer today. Monthly payment is $1,515 for every $1,000 you finance. Average example down payment is 8.8%. Must finance with GM Financial. Some customers will not qualify. Not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by 8/31/26.
Take a look. Reed's Ferry Sheds wants you to take a look at the sheds sold at the big home improvement store. They're made with particle board. And we both know when particle board meets water, it turns to fall particle board. For the same price, you could own a better built Reed's Ferry shed, backed by a 30-year warranty, installed by Reed's Ferry. Call Reed's Ferry this week and schedule your installation.
Call 888-85-SHEDS.
Need a shed? If it says Reed's Ferry, you got a good one.
Advertising made simple. Your brand gets a streamlined, results-driven strategy that combines radio, streaming audio, and targeted digital solutions. No juggling vendors, no complicated setups. We handle everything, making sure your message reaches the audiences that matter most. Big reach, smart targeting, no hassle, one plan, every platform. Your message everywhere it matters. Multi-platform advertising without the complexity. Visit 985thesportshub.com/advertise.
I love days like these at the pool, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. I'm ready to make a splash with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza. Skyrizi is a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. At 4 months, most people saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe, and many were even 100% plaque-free. People also saw significant improvement in psoriasis symptoms of pain, redness, itching, and burning.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Now there's nothing on my skin thanks to Skyrizi, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
The Make This the Summer event is going on now at 495 Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram and Lowell. Save up to $18,000 on new 1500 Bighorn, Laramie, and limited models, plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. Visit 495ram.com.
Hey, Boston sports fans, did you know you could save money on Boston Red Sox, Boston Celtics, Bruins, and Patriots tickets? That's right. With Ace Ticket, you'll always get the best seats at the lowest prices, guaranteed. So do yourself a favor, buy local and save. Call 1-800-MY-SEATS or visit aceticket.com before they're gone.
Your hot takes on the Sports Hub.
All right, welcome back to Patriots Preview, driven by the rugged Honda Ridgeline. Time for the pregame weather report, brought to you by Blue Sky Restoration Contractors. If your property is damaged by weather or any other property disaster, Blue Sky will take care of everything from beginning to end. With locations across New England, visit gobluesky.com. That's BLUsky.com. Blue Sky Restoration, restoring your property and your life for a brighter tomorrow. And our weather report, as always, courtesy of Boston Globe lead meteorologist Ken Mahan, says looks like decent weather for the Pats game tonight in Cleveland. Temperature slipping from the mid-70s 70s at kickoff to the upper 60s for the drive home under partly to mostly clear skies. Light winds, a little bit muggy, dew points around 65 degrees. Some thanks to send out today, our co-producers for this game, Kevin Majori and Tom Morgan. Thank you, guys. Also thanks to Assistant Program Director Jim Louth on the top of the hour headlines. The New England Patriots pregame show has been driven by the Fun to Drive Honda HRV. Contact your local New England Honda dealers to learn more. Shop online at New England Honda Dealers, newengland.hondadealers.com. Coming up next, the final preseason game for the New England Patriots as they take on the Browns in Cleveland. For Chris Gasper, this is Jim Murray signing off. Enjoy the game, everyone.
This has been Patriots Preview, driven by the Fun to Drive Honda HRV. Contact your local New England Honda dealers to learn more, or shop online at newenglandhondadealers.com.
Hey, finish on three. Finish on me. 1, 2, 3, finish.
The Patriots are brought to you by Safety Insurance, Shaw's and Star Market, Catches Law, your New England Honda dealers, Credit Unions, Kids at Heart, and Clinton Savings Bank.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Also brought to you by Town Fair Tire, your New England Ford dealers, Eastern Propane and Oil, Hub International New England, Drains by James, Live Nation, Valvoline Instant Oil Change, and Big Y, your family market.
This way. Go. Go. Protect it. Make it cut. There you go.
Your New England Chevy dealers, Reed's Ferry Storage Sheds, the Peterson School, Aura Frames, Blue Sky Restoration Contractors, Wendy's, Dig Safe, Webster Bank, and your New England GMC dealers.
Let's go, baby. Let's go.
Also brought to you by FindMassMoney.gov, Eagle Leasing, your Lexus dealers, Heading Home, Bally's Lincoln, and Apex Entertainment Center.
Come on, one play. One play. Let's go.
Kickoff is next on the Safety Insurance 98.5, the Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
Ready, set, summer. With the Honda Summer Event, with available features like all-terrain tires, the rugged Honda Pilot, Ridgeline, CR-V, and Passport have all you need to get summer ready with the most fuel-efficient full-line automaker in America. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 2.99% APR on a 2026 CR-V.
See dealer for financing details. Based on EPA estimate of 2024 large full-line automaker fleet-wide fuel economy. EPA Automotive Trends Report 2025.
Hi, I'm Sean Flaherty from Catches Law Group. When you belong to a union, you know what it means to stand together, to protect each other, to fight for what's fair. For decades, Catches Law Group has proudly stood with New England's union workers because those same values guide us every day. When an injury changes your life, you deserve a law firm that understands what's at stake. Your health, your paycheck, your family, your future. Catches Law has recovered more than $3 billion for injured New Englanders. More than any other law firm. If you or someone you love has been injured, visit catcheslaw.com today.
Hey, it's Fred. Summer in New England almost makes it worth dealing with the winter, but if your roof is old, worn out, or took a beating this winter, the summer heat, humidity, and thunderstorms will only make things worse. Trust me. Just call my friends at East Coast Metal Roofing at 844-611-ECMR or go to eastcoastmetalroofing.com and schedule a free quote. Their permanent metal roofs are built for New England weather and guaranteed for life with a lifetime transferable warranty. And right now, during their Beat the Heat summer promotion, Sports Hub listeners get 10% off a new roof installation. Call 844-611-ECMR or go to eastcoastmetalroofing.com.
Today, life moves fast. So fast it can feel like your finances can't possibly keep pace. Phew! Webster Bank helps you keep up with solutions ready for real life and its quickly changing needs. Helping you feel ready for what's ahead. Helping families plan confidently. Helping businesses grow boldly. And doing what's right for our clients, colleagues, and communities. So when life moves fast, you can too. Webster Bank, your partners in progress. Webster Bank, a division of Santander Bank N.A., member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Here's Will Campbell, football player and Ford truck owner.
There's only one truck that can keep up with my game, the Ford F-150. From heavy lifts, long hauls, and hard plays, the F-150 never hesitates. So I didn't either. When it came to choosing my New England ready ride, I chose the F-150. No hesitation.
Visit your New England Ford dealers. Ford trucks, built Ford tough.
Hit 98.5thesportshub.com.
Morton takes the snap, drops back. He's got time. Rears back, fires down the right side. DeGenero makes the catch. Touchdown, Patriots! After quarterback Baron Morton's pass to Nick DeGenero beat the Eagles on Saturday night, this evening we expect to see more of the Patriots rookies and their fellow youngsters in Cleveland, where head coach Mike Vrabel is looking to develop a deeper roster before the team's September opener.
Depth has to be built. That's something that has to be built through experience, making sure that the guys are in place to be the first backup in. Those are critical. Those are almost starters.
Up next, it's the preseason finale between the Patriots and the Cleveland Browns.
This is Patriots football.
Set to go. Snap ball down. Kick up. Kick is on the way, and it is good. It's good. It's good. Adam Vinatieri booms a 48-yard field goal, and the game is over. And the Patriots are Super Bowl champions.
The Patriots are brought to you by Safety Insurance, Shaw's and Star Market, Catches Law, your New England Honda dealers, Credit Unions, Kids at Heart, and Clinton Savings Bank.
Wilson, quick throw. And it's intercepted by Malcolm Butler. Butler has it at the 1. Malcolm Butler with 20 seconds to go in Super Bowl 49.
Also brought to you by Town Fair Tire, your New England Ford dealers, Eastern Propane and Oil, Hub International New England, Drains by James, Live Nation, and Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Diving to the goal line. A touchdown and a title for the Patriots.
I can't believe it.
They have completed the greatest comeback in Super Bowl history.
Peerless Boilers, your New England Chevy dealers, Reed's Ferry Storage Sheds, the Peterson School, Aura Frames, Blue Sky Restoration Contractors, Wendy's, Dig Safe, Webster Bank, and your New England GMC dealers.
And the Patriots are world champions again. Back-to-back world championships. 3 out of 4. Yes, it's a dynasty.
Also brought to you by FindMassMoney.gov, Eagle Leasing, your Lexus dealers, Heading Home, Bally's Lincoln, and Apex Entertainment Center.
And the Patriots have won their 6th Super Bowl title. In the early 2000s, they won 3 of 4. Now they have won 3 of the last 5. Yes, it's still a dynasty.
Now, here's Bob Sosi and Scott Zolak.
And hello again, everyone. A very pleasant good evening, and welcome to Huntington Bank Stadium in downtown Cleveland, Ohio, on the shores of Lake Erie for this preseason finale between the New England Patriots and the Cleveland Browns. First time these two teams are meeting in the preseason since 1978. It is great to have you with us, Bob Sosi. Glad to be joined again by Scott Zolak.
All right.
He's back in the radio booth where he belongs.
That's
after
right.
doing TV the first 2 weeks. But nonetheless, after working alongside the McCourties, he gets yours truly for the next few hours, and we're glad you're with us as well. And so we've been in this stadium in the not-too-distant past when Tom Brady came back from suspension in 2016, and when Brady Zappi started on the road for the first time against the Browns in 2022. The atmosphere's nothing like it was either of those 2 days.
This is bad. And truly, you can tell where this third preseason game is heading. Probably in 2 years, it won't be around. It's sad because there's a lot of guys that deserve to play football, that want to play football. And normally, when we had 4 preseason games back in the day, the third preseason game was the dress out. That was where your starters would go first 2 quarters, do the halftime, and they wanted to get a sweat again, get into that third quarter, and the starters would legitimately play 2.5 quarters. And I remember, I was on the sideline before I started being up here in the booth, and it was when Tom was with Randy, and it was like a third preseason game. We played it on our radio. 5 minutes was left in the third quarter when he threw a touchdown to Randy Moss. Those guys, and then next year, Randy never even played in a preseason game the first year. But this is what you do. It is what it is. This is what the league wants. This is where the league's heading. And you won't see any starters here tonight.
There are nonetheless players who are vying for positions on each roster. Of course, the Browns really with a clean slate with a new coaching staff coming in. They've made the decision at quarterback. Deshaun Watson will be their week 1 starter over Shedeur Sanders under Todd Monken and his staff. But they've made the choice, like the Patriots this evening, as Zoe mentioned, not to play any of their regulars. In fact, not even the first or second string. And for Mike Vrabel, it'll be pretty much the same. But who do you want to see out there this evening? Go out and win a job. What positions are you watching more closely than others?
I want to see our kicker kick well. Seriously, I mean, I know he's our kicker, but that thing needs to be sharp heading into Seattle, where you're going to be facing the 12s and all that noise. And that could really, if he doesn't finish strong, this could affect the way you handle things on 4th and 1, 4th and 2 out in Seattle.
Well, and you had a new long snapper in the first game, and that didn't go well with 3 missed field goals. And then Ashby came back, and they had a perfect second game. Well, now he's got a new holder because Matt Hawk has taken over as the punter, just signed a well-traveled punter last year with Arizona. We remember him in the division with Miami. He's holding tonight for the first time in the game.
Can't let that get in your head. You can't let that get in your head. And that's hard for kickers. All you do is you sit there and you microanalyze everything, especially when you're out there only 5 times a game. But defensive front, want to see it better against the run. I don't care what mixing and matching you have, whether Akis is going to play a little bit. Hopefully he does. I'm not sure. I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't. Vildor, say he makes another play out there. You need to start looking at corners and maybe a potential another safety if the Gonzalez contract doesn't get done, and say he holds out. So you got to have a plan B ready to go, which affects your roster of who you carry and who you activate.
We'll talk about Christian Gonzalez, some of the other storylines this evening, straying from the play-by-play as the night goes along. But we've got the opening kickoff, starting lineups coming up as well on the Safety Insurance 98.5 of the Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
In recent years, advances in the fight to cure pediatric brain disorders such as epilepsy, moyamoya disease, and brain cancer have been substantial, and Credit Union's Kids at Heart is determined to move the ball forward. For each New England first down, Credit Union's Kids at Heart will make donations to its Boston area medical partners in order to fund research and clinical trials. Together, we'll overcome challenges, discover new therapies, and one day find cures for these diseases. Learn more at cukidsatheart.org. The First Downs to Fight Pediatric Brain Disease campaign is generously supported by Vertify Software and Direct Federal Credit Union.
Ow! That sun is shining, that grass is growing, the jobs are stacking up, and that Tractor Magic is rolling strong. Norfolk Power is bringing the Tractor Magic all summer long with the best selection, the best staff, the best service, and the best prices across the region. Fire up those mowers, load up those trailers, make those lawns shine, those job sites hum, and those farms come alive. And now's the time to upgrade your equipment. Get yourself to Norfolk Power, the one, the only, the Tractor Magic headquarters. Ow!
Hi, I'm Jonathan Ratliff, Engineering Director at Nissan. We know some things are important to hear from an expert, not a voice actor. For instance, the Nissan Frontier is not only powerful and fun to drive, but it's durable too. We added the V6 engine, so when you need that power in the off-road, it's there. I know, we've tested it a lot. Now get out there and find your Frontier.
Nissan, Consumer Guide's most awarded brand 5 years in a row. Well-qualified buyers get 0% APR on the 2026 Nissan Rogue, Murano, Pathfinder, or Frontier, excluding S-Trim. Consumer Guide is a registered trademark of Publication International Limited, www.consumerguide.com. Example, 0 down payment, 60 months financing at $1,667 per month per thousand finance. Frontier S-Trim 1.9% APR for 60 months at $1,748 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary, subject to in-bank credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. Ends 9/30/26.
Craving the ultimate comfort food? Then don't miss Poutine Fest, the biggest poutine festival in the country. Experience incredible poutine creations from top vendors, craft beer, games, and fun for the whole family. Poutine Fest is touring New England this summer and fall, including Boston at Harpoon Brewery on Saturday, October 17th. Tickets are selling fast and you don't want to miss it. Get your tickets right now at poutinefest.com/tickets before they sell out. That's poutinefest.com/tickets. Don't wait. Buy your tickets today and we'll see you at Poutine Fest.
Contractors, builders, and homeowners, visit Jackson Lumber and Millwork for all your residential remodeling or commercial building materials and supplies. Jackson Lumber and Millwork, providing solutions and delivering results since 1946.
Ryan DeJoy, head of school at Wyndham Woods, here with some exciting news. We're building a 125,000 square foot all-season athletics and events dome 5 minutes over the Mass border in Wyndham, New Hampshire. Open to the public, the dome will welcome thousands of visitors each year for community tournaments and competitions, corporate outings, trade shows, and private parties. Join companies like Pepsi, Hafner's India Kicks Foundation, Cedars, the Original Gourmet Food Company, Cross Insurance, World Strides, Become Elite Soccer, Convenient MD, and so many more. Put your brand in the center of the action. Visit www.dome.org. That's www.dome.org.
Zoe and Beetle, middays on the Sports Hub.
All right, starting lineups. Well, hard to predict who the starting lineups are going to be, but we're going to see a lot of Baron Morton's tonight. I can't wait to see how he throws the ball. He's been really good at camp. Running back positions, that's kind of up for grabs here for the fourth guy, but we know who the starter's going to be. It's going to be a mixture line. Looks like Kyle Williams is going to be out there. Efton Chisholm should be your starting receivers. And other than that, Patriots have all of their starters in street clothes. Not street clothes, but Patriot T-shirts and Patriot shorts. It's like Efton Chisholm is out there for the coin toss.
Carl Jeffers, our referee, and alongside Efton Chisholm, two guys that we think are vying for roster spots. Kendall Vildor, Zoe, who you mentioned in the open, a defensive back who Mike Vrabel also talked about with Zoe during his pregame interview, with experience under this coaching staff, both Terrence Williams in Detroit and Tennessee, and Vrabel, of course, in Tennessee as well. And Lan Larison, the running back who certainly more than acquitted himself last week out there for the coin toss.
Yeah, a lot of people back home in the building love Lan Larison. He's a good guy. Coin toss is brought to you by Clinton Savings Bank. Don't play heads or tails with your bank. Just like our football team, you can always bank on our friends at CSB. Go to their job They do their job because they're celebrating their 175th year. That's right, this season, and getting started. Visit ClintonSavings.com. Member FDIC/DIF. Browns win the opening coin toss. The Browns will receive. But let's pause for 10 seconds for station identification on Safety Insurance. 98.5 The Sports on Patriots Radio Network.
From the Town Fair Tire Studios, this is Boston's home for sports. WBZ-FM at HD Boston, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Easily Media Group Station.
All right, just like Bob said earlier, it's good to be back here on the radio with Bob, Mark, and Dennis here, and our two guys down there, Mike and Tyler. So I turn it over for Bob as we get set for the 2026 journey here. Good to be back in the booth. And here's your voice of the Patriots, folks, Bob Sosi.
All right, so thanks so much. The Patriots are in their all-blue uniforms with the red and white stripes on the pant legs and the shoulder boards, and as well the silver helmets. The Browns in the all-white, their classic look with the brown numerals, the brown and orange stripes. And Andy Borregales kicks off right to left. His kick is headed to the near side to be handled by Malachi Corley from the 5, runs right to the 20. Outside the 30-yard line and brought down from behind at the 33. So a good run back for him and the Browns. Tackle made by Charles Woods. Good to see him out there as well for the Patriots.
Absolutely.
Cornerback banged up the first couple of weeks of the preseason.
He's the guy that's going to have to get in that mix too. As Bob said, uniforms, absolute blowout tonight. Browns over the Patriots with the classic all white, one of the best in the league with the block numbers.
Patriots go to work with Saunders and Pettis, the two safeties. That's a spot to look at. Mike Vrabel made that clear early in the week. And, of course, they went out and picked up a safety in the trade with Kayshon Boutte. Now for the Browns, Dylan Gabriel starts under center with a play fake and a bootleg to the left, and the lefty throws it out in the flat pass. Is caught at the left sideline, and a first down catch and more for 12 yards, where the pass completed to Gage Lavardin. He was able to sidestep Charles Woods, but then stepped out of bounds.
Hard to believe Gabriel started 6 games a year ago. Had 7 touchdowns, 2 picks. Little bootleg, little fake to the right, and just an easy 12-yard flip to that left side.
Dylan Gabriel, second-year quarterback out of Oregon. In fact, he started in New England last year, threw a couple of touchdown passes to go with a pair of interceptions, 21 of 35 for 156 yards in that game. Again, just 5'11" as he squats under center. Works with a single back, tight end on the right wing, and a handoff to the right, and a run to the line of scrimmage, maybe to pick up a yard with Sanders carrying. Britt in there for New England among the tacklers. Obi Izor as well. Namdi has played well for the Patriots during training camp. Rookie they like a lot as a special teamer. Young man out of TCU. 6th round draft choice. Now with the Browns facing a 2nd down and 9 from the right hash, going left to right from the 46. A throw out to the left, too tall for his intended receiver, trying to find Luke Floria on the outcut. Browns will go to 3rd and long.
Prenti in there with the coverage. That's just an air ball. No chance at that one on the sideline.
Again, the Browns will go with Deshaun Watson as the starter in their Week 1 game in Jacksonville, backed up by Shedeur Sanders. It's Gabriel tonight as the starting quarterback, followed by Talon Green. We should see Tommy DeVito followed by Baron Morton for the Patriots. In motion left to right is Lavardin. 2 receivers to the wide side left. It's a 3rd and 9 from the 46. Going left right. Shotgun snap, 5-man rush, picked up, and a long ball thrown down the right side. The pass is overthrown. Hand fighting along the way, and they're going to call pass interference, it appears, on New England's Kindle Vildor.
The receiver had his left hand extended on him for about 10 yards. This could be offense.
Pass interference, number 28, defense.
There we go.
The ball will be placed at the spot of the foul. Automatic, first down.
Getting a shot at Terrence Williams, the Patriots' assistant head coach, of course, longtime defensive aide to Mike Vrabel on the sideline, perplexed at that call.
Yeah, so good to be back with you guys on the radio where I could start complaining about the rest already. I mean, first quarter, God.
Yeah, it's kind of going both ways.
Yeah.
You had Vildor with an arm extended,
you're not going to get
receiver
that
with
call.
an arm extended.
You're not going to get that.
As a result, the 28-yard enforcement and the ball spotted at the right hash of the 26 of New England. They hand off on a big hole through the left side, bouncing it left, and a stiff arm to bounce off the tackle by Vildor and dive to the far side, 19-yard line. Another good run for Cleveland's Raheem Sanders.
That's the concern. That's a concern you have with this run, with this defense. Can you stop the run early in the year? That's a 7-yard clip with a lot of space with places to go. I don't know if you guys talked about it on the TV, on the radio end,
Yes.
but with Kyle Williams, the 2 weeks where he could have fought back to get those penalties. That's an easy 38 yards on a penalty.
2nd down and 3 for the Browns. Sanders single back, hands on knees, takes the hand off, runs up the middle. He's got a 1st down, slithering to the 15-yard line. We'll check that. They're going to mark the knee down short of the 16. Line up with the football at the 15, but they're going to mark him down just shy of the line to gain. So it's going to be 3rd and inches. They're part of it. So you talk about the run defense.
Yeah.
Kairos Tonga. I think we've discovered this preseason how important he was last year, that big body in the middle of the defense against the run.
It's amazing he got away to the Chiefs. It's hard to believe they didn't lock him up.
Now the Browns on a 3rd and inches from the shotgun, 3 receivers wide to the left. Man in motion, circling into the backfield and then bubbling back to the right. Snap and a handoff to Sanders. Wide opening across the right side, inside the 10, spun forward to the 6. It's a 1st and goal to go. Nobody setting the edge along the near side for New England.
Now, every team goes through this type of camp where they limit the contact. It's hard to simulate playing hard and tackling when you don't do it in practice. You get out here and you do a ton of walkthroughs, and then the game's moving, and then all of a sudden the guy runs hard, you arm tap. There's 2 arm taps. Can't do tackling.
So 1st and goal to go. Play fake, dropping back. The screen set up to the right. It's caught in the flat, running to the 2, and then shouldering his way in for a touchdown. Cleveland is on the board with Luke Floria catching the pass from Dylan Gabriel. The Browns strike on the game's opening series.
Yeah, this feels like end of game last week when Mike Vrabel had to burn a timeout, like a basketball timeout, to stop the bleeding because he got sick of watching his defense. This was way too easy, man.
And when you're talking about guys like Gregory and Farms out there for the Patriots, those guys have played snaps. Gregory played in the AFC Championship game last year.
Atkins is out there too.
Now the field, the point after try for the Browns. You mentioned earlier the Patriots have a new punter, Matt Hawk, signed as a free agent, and for the injured Andy Behringer. Andre Schmidt, the place kicker for the Browns, out of the hold of Bojorquez, the former Patriot, and the kick airborne to the uprights is good. We may see 2 different punters, 2 different long snappers for the Browns in this game. We saw Cleveland move downfield, aided by a pass interference call, to an easy score en route to a 7-0 lead here in the first. On the Safety Insurance 98.5, the Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
Small business owners are master jugglers. Inventory, cash flow, scheduling. With so much to keep your eye on every day, it's often something unexpected that brings things to a halt. Protect your dream. Ask an independent agent about commercial coverage from Safety Insurance. Property, liability, business interruption coverage, plus incredibly responsive service, too. Together, they'll make sure your show can go on. Safety Insurance will help you manage life's storms, even the work kind.
Ready, set, summer with the Honda Summer Event. With impressive efficiency and sport-tuned suspension, the Honda Civic and HR-V have all you need to get summer ready with the most fuel-efficient full-line automaker in America. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 3.99% APR on a 2027 HR-V.
See dealer for financing details. Based on EPA estimate of 2024 large full-line automaker fleet-wide fuel economy. EPA Automotive Trends Report 2025.
Hi, I'm Sean Flaherty from Catches Law Group. You hear law firms talk about billions recovered. How much of that money wasn't won here? At Catches Law Group, we've recovered more money for injured people right here in New England than any other law firm. When your family needs help, experience matters. But where those results happened matters even more.
Shaw's and Star Market's Sack and Save Sweepstakes is your chance to win the ultimate New England game day experience.
Let's go!
Entering is easy. Clip the digital sweepstakes offer and purchase participating Pepsi and Quaker items for an automatic entry, or redeem 25 4U rewards points to enter. Restrictions apply. See website for details. Enter today on the app or visit shaws.com or starmarket.com. The fastest way to get fresh groceries. No membership required.
Every great drive starts with preparation. Make Valvoline Instant Oil Change your first stop before your next road trip, tailgate, or commute. They'll change your oil in about 15 minutes, and you never have to leave your car. Go to NewEnglandOilChange.com for a special offer and locations. Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Change wisely.
Toucher and Hardy, mornings on the Sports Hub.
Hey friends, Ketch's Law, the official law firm of the New England Patriots. Ketch's has recovered more money for injured New Englanders than any other law firm. Visit KetchesLaw.com today. Cleveland Browns on the opening drive. 7 plays, 67 yards in 3 minutes and 21 seconds. Dylan Gabriel 6-yard pass to Floria, culminating the possession. And now the ensuing kickoff, left to right with Schmidt in the all-white for the Browns to kick it off, end over end, short of the 5 to the far right side, handled past the 10, 15, 20, and a cut to the left by Haskins, and Hassan is wrapped up and brought down. With coverage for Cleveland with a tackle made by the Browns, Malachi Corley.
All right, we're getting DeVito here. Got to play what, maybe a quarter?
If that.
Yeah.
Tommy DeVito last week played well for the Patriots. Of course, had the long touchdown pass to Kyle Williams. The veteran backup, the ex-Giant under center with Larison. Starting tailback out of the offset I formation. Takes the handoff on the delay. Sidestep left with a little jump cut. Picks up a couple. A dive out to the 27-yard line. So what are your thoughts on what you've seen from Tommy in training camp and the 2 preseason games?
I thought he was really spotty and shaky in the first one. He threw some really good balls. He also threw some really bad balls. But his camp overall, I thought he's been outstanding. He's had a really good camp. Picked up right where Trey left off. I thought he was better last week. He had a good rapport with Cal Williams. Made some plays. So right here, good decision. Nothing there. Picks up 6 yards.
Good work by DeVito out of the pocket. Maneuver to his right, then head upfield with a dive to the 30. And by the way, Kyle Williams and Afton Chisholm out there for the Patriots on that last play.
I think he gives you a little more grit, a little more athleticism than Josh Dobbs. And I mean, Pasternak was good. He did a good job last year being the backup, but not really called upon. But in a pinch, I think DeVito's played some games here for the Giants and played well.
It was a 3rd down and 4, beat the Patriots in a start for the Giants at MetLife Stadium back in 2023. Works with trips to the right, one receiver left. Larison in the backfield. He looks to his right. He fires to the right, and the pass is caught by Kyle Williams between 3 Browns defenders with the first down, curling back to the 40-yard line. Nice strike there with a good route run.
Yep, nice throw right there. And Ashton Grant calling plays tonight. Josh McDaniels up in the booth. So it gives him the opportunity, which is good. But it's good timing by DeVito. Back foot hits. Ball's out, 10-yard throw to Kyle Williams.
Ashton, of course, promising young coach for the Patriots, handling the quarterbacks, working with Josh McDaniels. Josh has been in this position before. Bill Belichick used to have Chad O'Shea sometimes call plays in a preseason game when McDaniels was the OC. 1st and 10 for New England from the right hash of the 40. Shotgun snap, handoff, Larison. Carves through the right side and into a crowd. He's walled off after a pickup of 3. And a homecoming for Josh, too. So yesterday the Patriots went to Canton, the Pro Football Hall of Fame. His dad, Tom, a longtime high school football coach. Josh, with his roots in Northeast Ohio, coming back home.
I got a chance to see Mom and Dad at the hall, and she said, "Did you see the street outside?" She goes, "That's McDaniel's Way." I said, "I didn't see that." Mrs. McDaniel's run out there and took a picture. She watches our show all the time from back home. She gives it to me.
DeVito, quick set on the drop, and again he sees running room, carries it to the right, past the 50-yard line, and a dive across the 45. Tommy DeVito again with the escape, brought down by Mascarenas Arnold.
See, that's the little thing he gives you that Dobbs did. So,
12 yards in all for Tommy DeVito. Last week, ripped off a long run for the Pats. Now the pair of carries by the quarterback. New England try to answer the 7-0 Browns lead after the first possession. Midway through the first, as Chisholm motions to the right, DeGennaro on the outside right. Kyle Williams split left. Larison off the left hip of DeVito. Head high snap with a 5-man rush. Picked up well. Throw deep down the left side for Williams. Lays it out there, caught. High stepping in for a touchdown.
Well, he wasn't even running.
The Patriots, from DeVito to Williams, deja vu all over again here in Cleveland.
A really good, accurate throw by DeVito here. Williams did a good job setting him up. Looked like he was kind of half speed, and then he just takes off. That's the difference. If you have that type of speed, you can tear it down, you can kick it up, and then he high steps it out of the tackle into the end zone. Good job by Kyle Williams. Wow.
Here is Andy Borregales. Good job, too, by the line, the protection. Beautiful throw by DeVito. And the high step in the end to avoid the diving tackle by D'Angelo Ross, once a Patriot. Out of a hold of Hawk from the snap by Ashby. Borregales with a point after try, and this game is tied at 7-all. Patriots with a long strike. Again, DeVito to Williams. This one for 45. It's 7-7. New England and Cleveland, 8:20 left here in the first on the Safety Insurance 98.5, the Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Ratliff, Engineering Director at Nissan. We know some things are important to hear from an expert, not a voice actor. For instance, the Nissan Frontier is not only powerful and fun to drive, but it's durable too. We added the V6 engine, so when you need that power in the off-road, it's there. I know, we've tested it a lot. Now get out there and find your Frontier.
Nissan, Consumer Guide's most awarded brand 5 years in a row. Well-qualified buyers get 0% APR on the 2026 Nissan Rogue, Murano, Pathfinder, or Frontier, excluding S-Trim. Consumer Guide is a registered trademark, a publication international limited, www.consumerguide.com. Example, 0 down payment, 60 months financing at $1667 per month per thousand financed. Frontier S-Trim 1.9% APR for 60 months at $1748 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary, subject to NMAC credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. Ends 9/30/26.
Commuting to Quonset? Ride Ripta's Quonset Express and skip gas, parking, and traffic. Save money and put it towards something better, like a day at the ballpark. QX riders can enter to win tickets to see Boston's baseball team. Just visit the Sports Hub website and enter using the email or Wave account linked to your rides.
When you buy a Reed's Ferry shed, you're buying direct from the builder. Those sheds at the big home improvement store, they don't build them. They're the middleman. And to make room for the middleman markup, they have to take stuff out of the shed. Important stuff, like lumber. Buy factory direct at Reed's Ferry, and you'll own a better shed. Call Reed's Ferry Sheds this week and schedule your installation.
Call 888-85-SHEDS.
Need a shed? If it says Reed's Ferry, you got a good one.
Boston Vision helped baseball legend David Ortiz get back to seeing 20/20 again, and they can do the same for you. See like Big Papi. Book your free evaluation at bostonvision.com. Drink a Blue Moon, and suddenly everything feels brighter. Probably because it's brewed with real Valencia orange peel. You can't argue with citrus. We tried. Citrus won. Also try Blue Moon Light and Blue Moon Non-Alcoholic. Check your local store or bar. Blue Moon, made brighter. Celebrate responsibly. Blue Moon Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
The Bruins play on the Sports Hub.
Hey friends, Kyle Williams just found the end zone from Tommy DeVito, 45-yard pass, and that was almost as great as finding free money. Did you know that 1 in 10 people in Massachusetts have unclaimed property? FindMassMoney.gov is a free service from the Massachusetts State Treasury. Visit FindMassMoney.gov and see if you have money waiting for you. Kickoff from Borregales, handled by Corley, runs it up the right side, and then tripped up on a cut to his left at the 25-yard line. Haskins makes the tackle. Remember, Haskins, a street free agent picked up a couple of weeks ago, a guy who does have special teams experience in Tennessee and with the Chargers.
It's a good answer by the Patriots offense there. DeVito on the ground and through the air. I think we've seen enough of him. Sit him down. Get the young kid in there.
7-all tie. Dylan Gabriel back out there for Cleveland after he engineered the Browns' opening series. Sanders behind him. Hands on knees, play fake, stands in, double clutches, throws down the middle, wide open receiver, and across the 40-yard line. That's a first down and then some. A pickup of 21.
Nice throw.
Larvidan making that catch from the quarterback Gabriel in front of Vildor, it appeared.
I know you said he's 5'11". I'm down there in warm-ups watching. He's looked shorter than 5'11".
I don't know if
barely see him in the huddle.
I don't know if you watched the quarterback series from last year with Joe Flacco in Cleveland, and there's times where they're talking in practice, and Flacco's about 6'5". He looks like a little kid out there. He looks like you and me.
Stop.
First and 10 for the Browns. Single back,
Nice.
man in motion, a give on the end around, sweeping left, and sprung to the 50-yard line and angling out of bounds there. That's Larvidan again. Prunty, the rookie out of Wake Forest, came over to usher him to the boundary, but that's a 5-yard pickup for Cleveland into Patriots territory at the 49.
Cleveland offensive line real big, even their backups here tonight. Giving them good protection, opening the hole there on that run. It's another 4-yard pickup, doing what they want.
Got a couple of rookies out there on the offensive line. A very different look to the offensive front for the Browns in recent years. Second down and 5, Gabriel under center. Wants Nelson to motion right to left. He crosses the formation. Quarterback extends the right hand, hands it off. Sanders runs through the middle, and again missed tackles for the Patriots. It's a pickup of 3.5. It's going to set up a third down and a yard and a half.
Not going to be able to tackle guys, but just sticking your arm out. Backs at this level run right through that. Shoulder, place it right in the thigh.
The Browns, of course, had Kevin Stefanski as their head coach, two-time coach of the year. He was fired after last season. Todd Monken was the offensive coordinator in Baltimore, longtime college coach as well. Now on the sideline, he calls plays as the head coach of the Browns. It's a third down and a yard and a half, wraps in 4-down territory from the Patriot 45 in the 7 all-time. Snap to Gabriel, play fake. It's a read. He's going to run it to the right. He's got a first down. He's tackled by Vildor at the Patriot 37-yard line, as the quarterback on the read got away from Gabe Akis.
Take another look here at Akis. It's an 8-yard pickup off the boot. It's just an easy little run for him around right edge.
Gabriel back under center on a first down and 10 from the right hash of the Patriot 37. A play fake. Gabriel throws down the middle. Again, an open receiver sliding down, knees to the turf. And a first down catch in front of Prunty at the 18-yard line. That pass completed to Ben Patterson.
Hey, Gabriel, pretty accurate with his throws. The only one he missed was that sideline throw. These are tough throws, long ones over the middle. 19-yard dig route to that left side. He was drafted, what, the third round?
He was.
He was third. Shador was after him. He'll probably end up being the backup.
He was a fun-loaded quarterback when he was in college at Oregon. Now he works under center with a first down and 10. Sanders back there. The setback with his hands on knees. 2 receivers left. Motion to the right with the twin tight end stack to the right. Handoff. Run to the left side. Plowing forward across the 15 to the 14-yard line. Sanders picks up 4.
Squeeze it down and tight now. Send in a couple bigs. Here they come. Little guys go out.
Remember, a point of emphasis for the Patriots, improve on red zone defense. Red zone both ways. The red zone defense. Mixed results thus far in the joint practices and in the preseason games. Now the Browns have it on a second down and a long 6. Football across the 15 of New England. Back to his left. Gabriel's in the gun, right foot forward in the black cleats. He takes the waist-high snap. He looks left. He throws it down the middle. Another slant caught inside the 5 and spinning into the end zone. That's a Cleveland touchdown. Another for Floria. Easy pitch and catch.
This isn't tag, guys. This is not touch football. 4 guys around him. They're trying to knock the ball out of their hands. Nobody trying to hit the guy. Makes decisions for coaches easy as a cut. I mean, no effort on the goal line.
You know, one of the things that Mike Vrabel has talked about with the defensive backs, too, is to be able to play a variety of coverages.
Yep.
Some guys are just good against, when they're playing man press.
I mean, look at
But
this.
you got to be able to play other coverages, too.
They teach you violence. He wants violence, too. Does that look like violence?
Play demeanor.
No.
Point after try by Schmidt. Snap is in place. Bojorquez holds, and the kick is good. So the Browns come right back. They've got a 14-7 lead over the Patriots. 4:17 to go, first quarter, on the Safety Insurance 98.5, the Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
There are trucks, and then there's the 2026 GMC Sierra. It's the truck. We are professional grade. Right now, when you finance through GM Financial, well-qualified buyers get 2.9% APR for 72 months on 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 models. See your local GMC dealer today. Monthly payment is $1,515 for every $1,000 you finance. Average example down payment is 8.8%. Must finance with GM Financial. Some customers will not qualify. Not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by 8/31/26.
This is New England offensive lineman Mike Onwenu. I'm teaming up once again this year with Credit Union's Kids at Heart in the fight against pediatric brain disorders such as epilepsy, moya-moya, and Batten disease. For each of the team's first downs, Credit Union's Kids at Heart will make a donation to one or more of its medical partners in order to fund continuous research and clinical trials. Together, we'll overcome challenges, discover new therapies, and one day find cures for diseases that affect so many kids. Learn more at cukidsatheart.org.
The First Downs to Fight Pediatric Brain Disease campaign is supported by Quincy Credit Union and Brightbridge Credit Union.
It's colossal lobster roll season at the 99 restaurant. Choose hot buttered or traditional with celery and mayo. Both built to the hilt with chunks of tender North Atlantic lobster, served with fries and coleslaw. Enjoy it with friends for a limited time. You gotta love the Nines.
There's a new addition to the Mass Lottery lineup. Mass Lottery Online is officially here with your favorite draw games like Powerball and Mega Millions. Plus, all new e-instant games. It's the Mass Lottery you know, with more ways to play for prizes and jackpots, all on the official Mass Lottery app. A new way to play, more ways to win. Must be 18 to play at retail, 21 to play online. The Mass Problem Gambling Helpline is 800-327-5050.
Ground-level storage containers, road trailers, or mobile offices. Don't get stressed, get Eagle. Just call Eagle Leasing at 1-800-GET-EAGLE or get a quote at eagleleasing.com. I'm Brandon Eagle. You see us everywhere. We're Eagle Leasing.
Felger and Maz, afternoons on the Sports Hub.
As our football team looks to raise banner number 7 this season, our friends at Clinton Savings Bank are celebrating a banner year of their own, 175 years, and just getting started. Visit ClintonSavings.com, member FDIC, member DIF. Cleveland Browns have taken a 14-7 lead over the Pats, 4:17 to go in the first. Another pass from Dylan Gabriel to Floria, 14 yards, completes a 7-play, 74-yard series in 4 minutes and 8 seconds. And the kickoff headed left to right, handled by Hasty. Jamichael runs it to the 20 and then the 25, and eventually is toppled over at the 28.5-yard line. So I know that these games don't mean anything in the big picture for these teams, but it's not a good performance by any stretch for the defense for the Patriots, and it raises legitimate concerns because when you start talking about those guys that are on the field, you're going to need some of them, as Mike Vrabel told you
this is your
in the
depth.
pregame show.
This is your depth. Like, these guys are your depth guys. This is why he said last week we have no depth. We're thin.
Pulling away, handoff from DeVito, and a run by Haskins to the left side. He is stopped after a half yard. The Patriots not winning the line of scrimmage on defense and still trying to get that running game going on offense.
Defense is definitely a concern, because you haven't seen them play together yet. The Gonzalez thing hanging over your head, too. You want to talk about another added distraction that you don't need.
Yeah, that's gone from being an any day now to will it happen? You got 2 receivers to the right, 2 left. DeVito drops back, throws it left flat. It's a low ball, and it's a turf ball, in fact. Unable to scoop it up. Larison, incomplete. 2nd down.
Got to hit those
and
guys
9
in
for
the
New
chest.
England.
That one's on DeVito. Catchable ball, no doubt about it. Way low, though. He's got to get that up. It's a good look at Lomo.
Caleb Lomu got a lot of reps last week. A very busy night for him on Saturday versus the Philadelphia Eagles. And the first-round pick for the Patriots at the right tackle position. Chisholm motions left to right to join DeGeneres wide side of the field. Williams split left. On a 3rd and 9, shotgun snap to DeVito. Twist picked up. He stands in a lot of time, fires near side, and his pass is incomplete off the hands of Larison. He whistled a fastball that Larison tried to snag, reaching just to the left of his head.
That's what you get with DeVito. Really good first drive, accurate, good stick route on the curl route. Beautiful throw and a go. Bat ball to Larison out in the flat, and right there, Heim behind him. Streaky.
Here's the left-footed punter, Matt Hawk. Mentioned earlier, he's replaced Bryce Behringer. Bryce injured last week. We saw Baron Morton punt 3 times for the Patriots. Hawk, a 32-year-old in his 8th NFL season from Arizona State. Lifts this punt high down the middle, handled at the 26, running across the 25. Nelson is upended, brought down by Woods. Marcellus Dial down there as well. That's a 48-yard punt. Cleveland has a 14-7 lead, 3:14 to go in the first. We'll take a timeout on the Safety Insurance 98.5, the Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious with multiple engine options and impressive towing. While Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability, making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
Eastern Propane and Oil has been committed to providing reliable service and fuel delivery to homes and families in New England for over 90 years. With 24/7 service and delivery you can count on when you need them most. Visit Eastern.com to learn more. Eastern Propane and Oil, they're in your neighborhood.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
There's no place like Oz, and there's no show like Wicked.
So if you care to find me, look to the western sky.
Don't miss your chance to defy gravity at the only Broadway musical with brains, heart, and courage. Coming to Citizens Opera House from September 23rd through November 15th only. Visit LexusBroadwayInBoston.com to get Wicked.
Every great drive starts with preparation. Make Valvoline Instant Oil Change your first stop before your next road trip, tailgate, or commute. They'll change your oil in about 15 minutes, and you never have to leave your car. Go to NewEnglandOilChange.com for a special offer and locations. Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Change wisely.
The Celtics play on the Sports Hub.
Once again this season, as part of the Apex Cares program, Apex Entertainment is donating $100 to support autism education and research at the New England Center for Children for every converted field goal. For more information, go to apexentertainment.com. 3 minutes, 14 seconds to go in the first quarter. Cleveland with a 14-7 lead over New England. Browns take over with the first and 10 coming up from their 27-yard line after the punt of 49 yards by Hawk. Gabriel back out there with a pair of touchdown passes in 2 drives. Play fake, rolling left, chased by Akis. He throws on the go, and he finds an open receiver at the 45, who peels away left sideline, 30 of New England, and diving, knocked out of bounds along the far side. The hit made by Woods, rather, on the saving play after Saunders lost the receiver in coverage.
Get ready for another timeout. Bad defense, 52 yards.
Patterson on the 52-yard reception. Initially, it looked like Gabriel's going to throw that ball out of bounds, being chased to the far sideline. He ripped it down the left sideline with a line drive pass, caught by the receiver, landed on his feet, and sprinted to the inside, right past John Saunders.
Saunders, go ahead.
Now first and 10 for Cleveland, so.
Saunders is the guy that hit the guy at the goal line and then just played downward poorly.
Snap is mishandled by Gabriel. Aiken is there to cover up for the Patriots.
Can't do that. If you're going to be a safety in this league, you got to try to take somebody's head off.
And that's a guy, too. When we talk about Vildor and Sanders, those are guys that have a little more experience than some of the other players we're talking about. I should say Saunders. John, the guy with practice squad appearances for Miami. And has been with the Patriots the last couple of years. Second down. Gabriel drops back, sets up a screen right, and a diving miss on a tackle, and a run across the right side 20. Another broken tackle inside the 15. And good work on that run by Amani Marshall after the catch to set up the Browns with a third down and about 2. And Chad Muma had a chance at the second level to make a tackle.
For 4 yards. Another guy was here at the end of last year.
The guy was playing well early in training camp, but a big difference since the preseason schedule started. That's an 11-yard pickup for the Browns. So they had the hiccup on the first down snap to Gabriel when he mishandled the snap. And now after the screenplay, they're looking at a 3rd and 2 in a tight formation. 2 receivers to the left with a tight end and a bunch. 1 receiver split right. Snap, play fake, rolling right. Gabriel moves inside of Swinson. He's hit in the backfield, broke a tackle, but then he can't escape. Good pursuit by the Patriots as he got away initially on the run to the right, but as he took it back in the other direction, Akis among the New England defenders who were lying in wait. Here comes a field goal try. 4th and 6. Second-year place kicker Andre Schmidt out of Syracuse comes on. A year ago, 24 of 27. This will be a 35-yarder from the left hash mark. Final 30 seconds and counting left in this opening quarter in Cleveland. And the snap is in place. Swing of the right leg. The kick airborne to the uprights is good. For the Browns, 3 possessions and 3 scores. 17-7. Cleveland has the lead.
It's a wonder with the amount of people that have to pay to work this event. throughout the entire stadium, inside and out. But the gate is, like, obviously the tickets are sold, but with the lack of people here, the concessions, do you even cover? Do you even cover what it costs to pay your employees tonight? This place is dead.
18 seconds to go here in the opening quarter of play in this preseason finale. An interesting schedule this year for the Patriots in the preseason to play the Colts and the Browns, two teams they rarely see this time of year. The Browns, as we mentioned in the open, haven't played the Patriots in the preseason since the late 70s.
You and I have been doing this a while, and it's usually Eagles, Washington,
where you got New York Giants.
Houston, Giants. Oh, the third game is always the Giants. Are we going to be staying at the Newark airport again, or no? Oh, man.
Line drive kick. One of those dirty balls actually handled on the fly by Hasty over the shoulder, up the middle, runs it across the 25, tripped up, and he skids out past the 30-yard line. We'll see where they mark the knee down. They're going to mark him down at the 28-yard line. Football season is the perfect time to get a high-efficiency Peerless boiler. Be ready and start saving now. Find the Peerless boiler that's right for your home or business and a list of local installers at peerlessboilers.com. Remember, Peerless Boilers, the world's best-built boilers. Tommy DeVito with the first two series for the Patriots. Engineered a scoring drive, had a couple of misfires. Now as New England goes to work right to left from the 29, it's Baron Morton with a play fake and a roll right and a throw at the back leg of an intended receiver that caroms in the air and is caught by the Browns for an interception. Trying to throw it to the tight end C.J. Dupree. The tight end out of Alabama was not looking for the ball, engaged with the defender. The ball hit off his right calf, it appeared, and stayed in the air on the carom, and the Browns have it.
He had no clue that the ball was being thrown to him. Morton throws it off his right heel, pops up in the air, and it's picked. Awful start for Morton. Like, I don't know where he was throwing at.
Might have hit his leg twice.
Yeah.
And the Browns with the interception by Mascarenhas Arnold. And now Cleveland has it at the 31. 17-7, Browns with the lead, 6 seconds left in this opening quarter. Cleveland goes to work out of the I formation of the fullback in the three-point stance. Gabriel stays on under center, two receivers right, play interrupted, a flag with a false start. Carl Cheffers, our referee.
False start, number 79, offense, 5-yard penalty, first down.
He's blocking on that play,
He's blocking. He had no clue the ball's coming to him. What are you doing? It's obviously a pass route that way. The tight end's in the flat. You're getting flow behind it. You got a second-level guy. That's a pass all the way.
That's a guy who was around the facility all year last year, Dupree. Spending time on the practice squad before getting a chance on the active roster. Hand off on a run up the middle and try to drive forward with the carry to the 33. Monty Marshall ends the opening quarter play with that rush, and the Browns are going to look at a second down and 12 after the gain of 3. When the second quarter begins with Cleveland in a 17-7 lead in this preseason finale on the Safety Insurance 98.5, the Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
I'll admit it, I am not handy. Not with a hammer. Ow! Not with wiring. Ow! And not with plumbing. Fortunately, I am good with math, and given that home values across the state have nearly doubled over the last decade, I talked with an independent agent about safety insurance, made sure we had coverage that reflects our home's real value today, because you never know what can happen tomorrow. Safety insurance will help you manage life's storms.
Hi, it's Jason Todd, VP of New England for Blue Sky Restoration Contractors. If your home or business experiences property damage, call Blue Sky first. With locations across the region, we'll take care of everything from beginning to end. Visit goblusky.com. Blue Sky Restoration Contractors, restoring your property and your life for a brighter tomorrow.
Today, life moves fast. So fast it can feel like your finances can't possibly keep pace. Phew! Webster Bank helps you keep up with solutions ready for real life and its quickly changing needs. Helping you feel ready for what's ahead. Helping families plan confidently. Helping businesses grow boldly. And doing what's right for our clients, colleagues, and communities. So when life moves fast, you can too. Webster Bank, your partners in progress. Webster Bank, a division of Santander Bank N.A., member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious with multiple engine options and impressive towing. While Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability, making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
Hey, the Peterson School has been a leader in teaching the trades for 80 years and is opening their 5th location in Dartmouth, serving Southeastern Mass and the Cape. Enroll now for their fall semester. PetersonSchool.com. We teach the trades.
The Pats play on the Sports Hub.
Eastern Propane and Oil has been committed to keeping New England families warm for over 90 years with reliable service and fuel delivery 24/7. You can count on Eastern. Visit eastern.com to learn more. Out of the second quarter here in Cleveland, Ohio, on the shores of Lake Erie, the Browns back at work offensively following the interception. Did they misread by the tight end? C.J. Dupree had appeared on a screen or at least a pass in his direction, not looking for it. Ball caroming off his leg to the Browns. They've got it with a 17-7 lead going to work in New England territory. Snap and a throw across the middle. Gabriel pitches it to his back and a run across the 30 along the near sideline to the 29 of New England. Shove back Iton there for the Patriots. Riley Wilson, a linebacker as well, collaborating. It's going to be a 3rd down and 8.
Right there. You don't tackle the guy. They just hold him up. You have a chance to tackle a guy and put him down. This isn't fun. You get so used to, I guess, in practice, staying up, taking care of your guys, that you're not trying to take the other guy out.
Von Booth on the receiving end for Cleveland. Now to the left of the quarterback, Gabriel. 2 receivers stacked to the right. 1 split to the left, and a 3rd down and a long 8 for the Browns. And wide in the splits to the right. Wide side of the field. The snap to Gabriel, hands it off and a run up the middle. This one defended well by the Patriots. Farms had the first shot of the ball carrier. Swinson finishes him off at the 29. And the Browns with Andre Schmidt coming back out for another field goal try. So if you're a young player in the preseason, the coaches tell you all the time, go out, you want to get noticed, make a play.
Do something.
Do something to liven your teammates on the sideline.
Create a spark. That happens in a return or crushing hit.
Yeah, a lot of times on special teams, but just a good form tackle. Schmidt has made a field goal from 35. This one will be straight on from 47. And the snap and the placement. The kick is driven to the left upright, and it's good. He's able to hook it inside. And Andre Schmidt and the Browns take advantage of the Patriots' turnover, scoring for the 4th consecutive possession. It is now a 20-7 lead, Cleveland.
Start our buses. Much different sideline than you've seen the previous 2 weeks. Hard to believe that in one more week, you're going to half this team that's traveled here. We head back to Seattle. The opener. Carrying over 90 guys.
Patriots with the early opener this year on a Wednesday night out in Seattle. Same 2 teams, of course, who met in Super Bowl 60, though no Kenneth Walker for the Seahawks.
New coordinator.
New offensive coordinator, Clint Kubiak, is now in Las Vegas. They've had some injury issues in their training camp in their offseason.
I like the spot. I really do. I'm like one of the few people who like it. You get the Seattle West Coast 6-hour trip out of the way. Then you get 10 days off from Pittsburgh for the home opener. So play well out there. Find a way to pop them out there. Get up. And you're thinking a hell of a lot different than you are. People really look at the schedule. A lot of people say, well, I got them at 9 and 8, 8 and 9. The schedule's much tougher. You have no clue how the weeks are going to go.
Kickoff to Haskins, started up the right side, took it back toward the middle, got across the 30-yard line. And it goes back to the whole starting versus depth issue for the Patriots. And there's no question the schedule is much more difficult than a year ago. But especially offensively, I think you look at the personnel.
Yeah.
If you have the starters, and it's a big if for an entire season in the NFL, the line, the receivers. This is a team that's going to be much better offensively one has to figure than a year ago. Morton hands it off and a run up the middle. Haskins carries for maybe a yard, a rush to the 32.
See, like they tackled him there. You want to know what the state of the game is right now? All you got to do is look at Amazon. Al Michaels unbuttoned his shirt one more, his chest hair sticking out, and he rolled his sleeves up and took his coat off. He's done. He's done.
Do you think he's covered the point spread yet? Is it too early for that?
He doesn't touch this one. No way. Musburger, two of the biggest, right?
20-7 lead. Yeah, they used to have to do it surreptitiously to sneak it in there somehow. The snap to Morton. He's in trouble. He's going to escape and run it to the left side. Barry Morton gets outside. A first down, angling to the far sideline. And he heads out of play across the 45 to the 46.
Nice route. Nice run there, boy. You're not sure. You're not seeing things great. Your tight end's not engaged. It's a good read right there.
14-yard run by Baron Morton. As you may have heard during the pregame show, and as you saw last week, read about a young man who was a punter and a place kicker while in high school as well as a quarterback, and had a chance to punt for the Patriots 3 times last week. He leans forward and waits on the snap. Haskins to his left, takes the handoff, stumbles out of a tackle, and then he runs into a crowd, but he fights his way and dives forward. Good extra effort with a lunge to the 48-yard line for Haskins. And he's a guy originally with the Tennessee Titans as a 4th-round draft pick. Patriots signed him just before the preseason opener versus Indianapolis.
That's an above and beyond type of play that coaches look for. Run hard, second effort, tackle should have been made at the line of scrimmage. Picks up 6 yards on a really hard run to the right.
Out of the offset I formation, Arkin, the tight end, as a fullback in the 3-point stance, play fake by Morton, pressure to his right, rolls and throws, and the catch is made along the near side. Arkin's able to snag it, but he's tackled a yard short of the first down line to gain. Good pursuit by the Browns there.
That's where he hit.
Browns have a good linebacking core, and again, that's Escaradus Arnold on that stop. They, of course, no longer have Myles Garrett. He was traded to the Rams. They got Verse and a load of draft picks in return. 3rd and 1 for New England from the right hash. Jermichael Hasty takes the handoff on a counter play, lowers the shoulders, and dives up the middle with a blast for a first down to the 42 of Cleveland.
The offense playing more physical than the defense is right now.
Well, you're seeing it from the 2 veteran backs, Haskins and Hasty. Jermichael's a guy we've seen a lot of through the years for the Patriots, usually this time of the year. Little guy, low to the ground, but he runs hard. Haskins has set a tone on special teams and as a ball carrier. And now 1st and 10 for New England, going left to right. 3 to the left, 1 receiver to the right. The snap and a drop back by Morton. With time, loads up, throws it to the left. Pass is caught, and Dixon coming back to make that grab, tackled at the 23-yard line. Kyle Dixon last week made his preseason debut. Young man out of tiny Culver, Stockton. As a former well-traveled college baseball player, he's more than acquitted himself in these 2 games.
That was a really good throw by Morton. Set his feet, delivered that strike. That's a tough throw, deep in cut to that left side.
That's a 19-yard completion for the Patriots, who again go to the eye. Arkin in front of Haskins takes the handoff left and tries to leap his way to at least the 23. And he got there, hit in midair, picks up a half yard. 2nd and 9 plus. So Chris Gasper asked me in the pregame show about Arkin. The tight end blocker.
Yeah.
Got a lot of attention early in training camp. Has he stood out to you in the preseason games?
No. I haven't seen much. Rarely called his name.
2nd down and 9 plus for the Pats. Haskins the single setback. Morton short drop, quick set, and he fires one well over the head of DeGennaro. DeGennaro had gone down the left sideline inside the 10-yard line, got by the initial defender with the safety coming over.
Obviously, you're going to have Hunter Henry, and you got the kid from Notre Dame, who's a tall kid. He's got some size to him. Should be able to help you in the scheme and blocking, but ultimately in the offseason, they one of the first guys they signed was Hill. The tight end was a big part of what Miami did in the run game, and he also catch a couple balls and run over people. So physical tight end is a 3rd guy, and he's done for the year. That stinks.
Hasty now to the left of Morton. Patriots are looking at a 3rd down and 9 plus. 3 receivers wide to the right, 1 split left. Morton fires to the left, and the outcut
Right on
pass
sticks.
is caught by Tajon Palmer. He stepped out of bounds a half-yard short of the line to gain. Morton with a good throw, but Palmer, again, making that catch, the former Cardinal, setting up a 4th and less than 1. Offense stays out.
If it's his 4th and 1 and on the 40, I say send out Borgals. If you're down by 2 scores here, you got to pick this one up on the ground.
And we're going to have a virtual measurement beforehand.
One of the dumbest things they've ever instituted in these games. We thought it was going to be so much more. Everybody get out of the way. We're going to have somebody from up top tell if it's good or not. And there's no chip in the ball.
And
there's no sight line.
You can clearly see where the ball is placed here. It's a good half yard away from where the first down marker is.
What are we doing?
I wonder if Mike Vrabel, in this case, you talked about Borregales, it's a combination of things, position on the field, but also wanting to send the message, we got to start playing with that physical demeanor he wants.
Yeah.
Let's exert our will. If we're not doing it on defense, let's go out there and do it on offense.
Yeah, the offense is playing more physical than the defense is right now.
And this is a long virtual measurement.
Ooh, that's over the line.
The ball might have been across the line, though, before he stepped out of bounds. And they're not looking at that.
No, he's short. He's got to be at football short. I was like, what are we doing?
It is short, 4th down.
It looks like Derek Anderson is wearing the white cap. He was the alternate for this game, so he's getting some experience as a referee. And now he winds the clock with
I thought it was supposed to go to the video board.
And we didn't get the virtual measurement video, the freeze frame on the video board. 4th and a half-yard handoff. Haskins runs up the middle, and he's able to push his way forward. So he does pick up the first down. The big back able to carry it and give the Patriots a fresh set of downs at 6'2", 228 pounds. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Safety Insurance 98.5, the Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
From the Town Fair Tire Studios, this is Boston's home for sports. WBZ-FM at HD Boston 98.5, the Sports Hub. Easily Media Group Station.
Here in Cleveland, Bob Sosey, Scott Zolak, 8:20 and counting left second quarter. Patriots trailing Cleveland 20-7. But New England with a 1st and 10 from the 13-yard line. And the shotgun snap to Morton. Play fake to Haskins. Pump right. Looks down the middle. In trouble. He's sacked from behind. Driven down to the turf with a sack by Corday Sindor. Sack is made outside the 15-yard line.
Get that clock running. But no incompletions here tonight.
Patriots now to look at a 2nd down at 13. And Mike Vrabel's coming out. We've got an injured player for the Patriots. And it's at a position where they have had more than their share of injuries thus far. It looks like James Hudson was down on a knee. Veteran offensive lineman with Mike Vrabel out on the field. This game being brought to you by the Peterson School. Peterson School has been a leader in teaching the trades for over 80 years. It is now enrolling for the fall semester in Dartmouth, Woburn, Westwood, Worcester, and Haverhill. Visit petersonschool.com to learn more.
Hurt his arm, Bob. It's his right arm. Left arm, actually, sorry. Extended it. He was blocking. It was a left guard. He was blocking down and just pulled his arm out. It felt like something went on him.
Patriots brought back Jack Connolly this past week. They had him last year in training camp, the Boston College tackle. Shotgun snap to Morton, 2nd down. Firing to the left, passes behind the intended receiver. Good catch on the number 10. And again, it's Dixon who makes that grab on a fastball behind him.
So on the TV cut, it said 2 feet and 3 inches short. It was of the first down. They got to eliminate this virtual measurement thing. This doesn't work.
I think we've only seen it in the preseason.
Yeah, and it's ridiculous. We thought it was going to fix what happened out in Kansas City with the Bills.
Now 3rd down and 7 for the Patriots with the football short of the 10-yard line. Left hash mark. Hasty left of Morton. Got Dixon to his left, 3 receivers right. He stands in, he swings it left for a hasty one-on-one. Runs to the left side, he's shoved out of bounds across the 10. Knocked out at the 8-yard line. And again, the Patriots are going to face a 4th down, and here comes Borregales off the near sideline with a 4th down and 5. Browns have the 27 lead over the Patriots. 6.5 minutes and counting left here in the second quarter of this preseason finale. Andy Borregales, Julian Ashby, second-year classmate to snap it to Matt Hawk. Punter with his right knee down, clenches the right fist, the left hash mark of the 16. So from 26 in the red shoes, the snap is in place, and Borregales drives the kick to the uprights. It's good. So Andy is on the mark, and the Patriots are on the board again. 6:15 to go here in the first half in Cleveland. It's the Browns 20 and the Patriots 10 on the Safety Insurance 98.5, the Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network. Whether you're looking for a brand new vehicle, a quality pre-owned, or dependable service, AutoFair has you covered with 8 convenient locations. Go to autofair.com to shop over 2,300 new and used vehicles or to schedule your next service appointment today.
Clinton Savings Bank was started in 1851. 175 years later, what still excites us most is starting, helping you start with savings, a new home, a new business, a new goal. Supporting community initiatives that open doors to new opportunities. Introducing new technology that simplifies banking. Whatever you're ready to start, we're ready to help you make it happen. Visit clintonsavings.com. 175 years and just getting started. Member FDIC, member DIF, NMLS number 422081.
Clogged pipes? Call Drains by James, Eastern Mass's leader in drain cleaning and pipelining. You may not need them today, but when you do, think of Drains by James. They've unclogged and pipelined thousands of jobs, and they want to be there for you.
Drains by James. They give a poop about your pipes.
Contractors, builders, and homeowners, visit Jackson Lumber and Millwork for all your residential remodeling or commercial building materials and supplies. Jackson Lumber and Millwork, providing solutions and delivering results since 1946.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Ratliff, Engineering Director at Nissan. We know some things are important to hear from an expert, not a voice actor. For instance, the Nissan Frontier is not only powerful and fun to drive, but it's durable too. We added the V6 engine, so when you need that power in the off-road, it's there. I know, we've tested it a lot. Now get out there and find your Frontier.
Nissan, Consumer Guide's most awarded brand 5 years in a row. Well-qualified buyers get 0% APR on the 2026 Nissan Rogue, Murano, Pathfinder, or Frontier, excluding S-Trim. Consumer Guide is a registered trademark of Publication International Limited, www.consumerguide.com. Example, 0 down payment, 60 months financing at $16.67 per month per thousand financed. Frontier S-Trim 1.9% APR for 60 months at $17.48 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary, subject to NMAC credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. Ends 9/30/26.
The Revolution play on the Sports Hub.
If you experience a large-scale property loss, Blue Sky Restoration is the only company you need because they coordinate the work of all parties involved. Visit BLUSky.com, storing your property and your life for a brighter tomorrow. Borregales with a kickoff to the 10-yard line, left to right, handled with a run across the 30, outside the 35, and eventually tackled at the 37-yard line. Corley. Mike Vrabel and his staff won't be pleased about that return. Outside the 30 after the Borregales 26-yard field goal completed a 14-play, 62-yard drive at 7:13.
Pretty cute moment on the television end of it. Al and Linda Michaels celebrating their 60th wedding anniversary. They have her in the booth. She didn't know she was on TV. They flashed it. She goes, "Oh no, please." Boy, her husband called some of the biggest sporting moments in the history of many sports.
An all-time great, Al Michaels next door for Amazon Prime. Play fake by Gabriel, throws downfield, and he overshot his receiver who pulled up at the 40-yard line.
He had a roughing.
Prunty with the coverage, and there is a flag meanwhile in the backfield. Officials conferring with Cleveland on top by the 20-10 score again. 60 years of marriage for Al and Linda Michaels. Wow.
Gonna be on 99.
There's Derek Anderson.
Personal foul, roughing the passer, number 99, defense. Low hit on the quarterback. 15-yard penalty, automatic first down.
That's It's Amari Gaynor. So as we get our first glimpse of this referee at work in the NFL, he's got the voice for it. The requisite draw for the referee position in the white cap on the Patriots with a personal foul. They've been flat for a pass interference worth 28, and now a critical 15-yarder to the Patriot 48-yard line. Single back for Cleveland, 2 receivers wide to the right. Gabriel stays on under center. Here in the second quarter, take the snap and extend. He hands it off and a run to the left side coming up for New England. Make that tackle was Channing Canada. He's the guy who showed himself pretty well early in training camp. He was banged up last week, didn't play for the Patriots against the Eagles.
I mean, he hits him low. He does. He hits him at the knee, but it's so bang. Like, he didn't have a chance to pull off there.
Talking about the Gaynor.
Yeah.
Roughing the passer call.
Yes, they just showed the replay.
2 receivers to the right for the Browns. Tight end on the left wing for Cleveland. Gabriel in the gun. Back to his right, that's Marshall. Gabriel stands in, throws it down the right side, open receiver, and a pass is caught by a backpedaling Cole Wilson, who got behind Charles Woods, beaten in coverage down the right side, and Cleveland with a first down at the 17-yard line.
It's not good for Woods right there, boy.
Because right now he's the Patriots' 4th cornerback behind the starting 3.
I mean, he's 3 yards past him.
23 yards in all by Gabriel. Make it 29 in all for Gabriel to the receiver Wilson. 1st and 10 from the Pats 17. The Browns have scored every time they've had the ball on offense. Gabriel, play fake, rolls to his right. Lefty throws it in the flat pass, is caught, backpedaling his way into the hit is the tight end Carson Ryan. Brought down short of the Patriot 16-yard line.
Yeah, like a lot of the reaction out of Cleveland, are mad Shador's not starting. I don't think Shador's your backup. This kid's back. Moving a football team in control. You can see Todd Monken told him on the sideline talking to him. Yep.
You know, talk about, too, the efficiency in and out of the huddle, the control of the game.
Sure.
Sanders had shown improvement, but certainly that's not been a strong suit.
He keeps wanting to go for the long one.
2 receivers wide to the left. Got a tight end on the wing. Split to the right. 2nd down. Gabriel stands in, throws it down the middle. Low ball and a rolling catch for another touchdown. And who else? It's Luke Floria.
This kid's money.
That was a good throw. Got it low beneath a pair of defenders. And Floria made the grab. It might have been short hop watching that throw. Corralled by the receiver. If it stands, he's got his 3rd of the game.
You know, it's interesting looking at their sideline. This is pathetic. So the quarterback throws the touchdown. No reaction from Watson and no reaction from Sanders. Just hands over their mouth.
Schmidt has come out for the point after try, waiting for the opportunity. Of course, every scoring play is reviewed. This one might merit a longer look. We haven't seen the replay yet here in the booth from Amazon Prime. Now we do see it, and his hands are under the ball, I think.
Fingers are under the ball, though.
Fingers are under the ball. Ball might have hit the ground, but his fingers were under it. Again, it was ruled a catch on the field.
Oh, backside.
Now we see it.
After review, the ball hit the ground prior to the receiver gaining possession. It is an incomplete pass.
Yeah.
Sits on the ground.
3rd down.
3rd angle was the best one. First angle from the rear looked like he caught it.
Prunty and Brown were the 2 players back there for the Patriots, and Mike Brown is a safety for New England. Again, brought in as a veteran with some experience under Mike Vrabel and his staff. A well-traveled player, Minnesota, Green Bay, Cleveland, and Tennessee before the Patriots. And now a 3rd down and 10 for Cleveland. Trips to the left, 1 receiver right. So the Browns lead. Still 20-10. Gabriel drops back, throws it to a crossing receiver, and that's going to be a first down with one of those hip drop tackles. No flag by Woods on the coverage again. LeVarden this time dragging left to right with the catch, and he's tackled at the 6. The Browns going right to left. Undeterred even after the incomplete pass. Patriots with Wholesale subs. Woods comes off to the near side. Cleveland goes back to work from the right hash mark. Marshall's the single back, hands on knees. Gabriel under center, sends a tight end motioning to the right. Drops back, the quarterback throws it to the back of the end zone. Too tall and thrown out of bounds. Pass really in a spot where it couldn't be caught by anybody. A couple of Patriots defenders on the end line in front of the intended target, LeVarden.
Well, you're lucky you didn't get called for that tackle from
Absolutely,
behind.
that's what I thought.
Woods fell right on the back of his ankle when they dragged him and picked it up.
3:15, clock frozen. Second quarter, preseason finale. Pats trailing 20-10. Browns knocking on the door. Second goal to go from the 6. 2 receivers wide left, 2 split right. Shotgun snap. Gabriel's going to run it. Tucks it under the left arm, trying to get outside. Chased by Brown, has the angle, and shoves him out of bounds with a loss back of the 8. Mike Brown read that play all the way, and Dylan Gabriel could not escape.
Good effort getting into the side. Good coverage. Well covered.
Now 3rd down and goal to go. Patriots will insert Messrs. Farmer rather. Talk about Joshua Farmer, 4th round pick out of Florida State a year ago. That's looking for him to make a jump in year 2. 2 receivers right, 2 left. Motioning left to right is Wilson. Shotgun snap to Gabriel. He's looking to the near side, throws it in the flat. Catch is made, broken tackle in for a touchdown. Amani Marshall out of the grasp of a sprawling Ron Prunty. The rookie couldn't make the tackle in the open field, wound up on the turf, and the Browns are back in the end zone. Touchdown, Cleveland.
Next Sunday is going to be an easy cut day for some guys. Simple.
The 5th round pick in this year's draft out of Wake Forest, Karan Prunty. Now the point after by Schmidt. And the Browns with a 7-yard touchdown pass. Gabriel with his 3rd touchdown pass of the evening. Point after try by Schmidt. The hold for Agalis. Off to the uprights is good. Take the timeout. 2:32 to go, second quarter in this preseason finale. It's Cleveland 27, Patriots 10 on the Safety Insurance 98.5, the Sports Hub, Patriots Radio Network.
Ready, set, summer with the Honda Summer Event. Make every mile count in an Accord. With a standard turbocharged engine or available hybrid powertrain, Honda has all you need to get summer ready with the most fuel-efficient full-line automaker in America. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 4.49% APR on a 2026 Accord.
See dealer for financing details. Based on EPA estimate of 2024 large full-line automaker fleet-wide fuel economy. EPA Automotive Trends Report 2025.
Don't let flu season catch you and your family off guard at Shaw's and Star Market Pharmacies. Getting your flu shot is as easy as picking up your groceries. Walk right in, no appointment needed. It's free with most insurances, and you'll save up to $20 on your next grocery trip. Protect your health and your wallet today. Restrictions apply, up to $20 off. Visit the pharmacy or shaws.com or starmarket.com for details.
Hi, I'm Sean Flaherty from Catches Law Group. You hear law firms talk about billions recovered. How much of that money wasn't won here? At Catches Law Group, we've recovered more money for injured people right here in New England than any other law firm. When your family needs help, experience matters. But where those results happened matters even more.
We all know map apps aren't perfect. Recalculating route. But those online quote tools, oh boy. They'll give you a low initial quote. Then check your insurance score. Recalculating cost. And driving record. Recalculating cost. Save yourself the time and aggravation. Ask an independent agent about safety insurance. Get great advice from a person who really understands you and your coverage needs. Orion Safety Insurance will help you manage life's storms.
Every great drive starts with preparation. Make Valvoline Instant Oil Change your first stop before your next road trip, tailgate, or commute. They'll change your oil in about 15 minutes, and you never have to leave your car. Go to NewEnglandOilChange.com for a special offer and locations. Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Change wisely.
This is Boston's home for sports.
Ketch's Law is the official law firm of the New England Patriots. Ketch's has recovered more money for injured New Englanders than any other law firm. Visit KetchesLaw.com today. Here in Cleveland, all Browns thus far through most of the first 2 quarters of this preseason finale. Browns have scored on a 6-yard touchdown pass by Gabriel to Floria, a 14-yard touchdown pass by Gabriel to Floria, a couple of Schmidt field goals, and more recently a 7-yard touchdown pass from Gabriel to Marshall. 8 plays, 63 yards, 343. The vitals on the drive, and it's 27-10 Cleveland. Schmidt kicks off right to left. Hangs in the air, comes down to the 5, running it up the right side, 20 Haskins. Angles left to the 25, tripped up, and he rolls over across the 30-yard line. It's on Haskins, brought down on that run back for the Patriots, with Baron Morton to come back out at quarterback. Donovan McMillan made the tackle for Cleveland. 2:26 to go, all 3 timeouts remain.
Interesting to see if they give him a 2-minute opportunity. Probably not. Regular personnel.
Out of the I formation, tight splits for the Patriots. Palmer to the right, Dixon left. Toss comes right for Hasty, strung out, brought down in the backfield. Slammed to the turf inside the 25. No chance to go anywhere there with Adine Huntington making the tackle back at the 25-yard line.
Too many players. Too many players taking this game. Too light. No assertiveness. No physicality. Reading and hearing everything talked about this game as it's going to be like going away at some point. Like, just really poor effort here.
Are now in the 2-minute warning. We'll take the timeout with the Patriots trailing by the 27-10 score. Exactly 2 minutes to go, second quarter. On the Safety Insurance 98.5, the Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
Football season is the perfect time to get a high-efficiency Peerless boiler. Be ready and start saving now. Find the Peerless boiler that's right for your home or business and a list of local installers at peerlessboilers.com. Remember, Peerless Boilers, the world's best built boilers.
Got a big job to tackle this summer? At your New England Ford dealer's summer sales event, you can find the commercial vehicle that goes to work for you. These vehicles are ready to help you handle anything on your list. And now for a limited time, you can get the best deal on the #1 selling commercial vehicles for 41 years running. So let's get the job done together. Visit your New England Ford dealers today and get to work. Based on S&P Global Mobility CYB25 US TipNet registrations, excluding registrations to individuals.
Every football season, we believe one more kickoff, one more game equals one more title. Because in New England, we love to win. What if we told you there's money out there, your money, waiting to be returned, forgotten savings accounts, uncashed paychecks, refunds from overpaid bills? The Massachusetts State Treasury has over $3 billion in unclaimed money, and some could be yours. This football season, take a time out and go to findmassmoney.gov and win back what's already yours. Get off the sidelines and into the game. Visit findmassmoney.gov and see if you have unclaimed money waiting for you.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Installing a mailbox, planting a tree, or planning any project that involves digging on your property? Don't dig yourself into trouble. Go to digsafe.com or call 811 before you dig to prevent damage to buried utilities. That's digsafe.com or 811. It's smart, it's free, and it's the law.
The game is on the Sports Hub.
Stay tuned for the GMC halftime show for a recap of the first half. See the pros at your New England GMC dealer for a test drive. GMC, we are professional grade. Where have you gone, Phil Perry? Mark Capello turns his lonely eyes to you. Here in the broadcast booth. It is a 27-10 lead for Cleveland. Zone midseason form. Shotgun snap to Morton, dropping back. Throws downfield. Pass is going to be intercepted.
Oh, my.
Cutting at it in front of the receiver and making the interception for the Browns is Donovan McMillan. Or it might have been hit
we got a flag.
as he released the throw. There is a flag in the secondary, back in the area of where the ball was caught.
Kind of a chuck and duck throw by Morton here. Now, he was under duress, too. I think he got hit.
It looked like his
Pass
arm was
interference,
hit.
number 31, defense. Ball will be placed at the spot of the foul, automatic, first down.
That is a big turn for the Patriots and the Browns. Instead of an interception, Pass interference is called on the interceptor, and the Patriots will have it in Cleveland territory.
That's a tough call. Ball, he couldn't follow through, so the ball's short. One guy's running the go route through. That's a tough call, man.
Yeah, the good news for the Patriots times two, because Hudson has gone back out at least on the offensive line after leaving on the previous series with an injury. Now the Patriots, as a result of the pass interference call, with a first down and a give to Jermichael Hasty, runs up the middle, toppled over at the 41 of Cleveland. That personal foul was worth 31 yards for the Pats. They're going left to right. Again, with all 3 timeouts remaining, 1:32 and counting left here in the first half, trailing the Browns by the 27-10 score. Morton's in the gun, Hasty to his left. Dorner motions across the formation right to left with 3 receivers to the right. Now DeGennaro in that same direction in motion, lines up left slot. Morton resets his protections. Waits on the snap. Takes a long time, he has it. Rolling right, throws it. Pass caught by Westover. He takes a shot, a forearm shot right at the line to gain, it appeared. Across the 35. They're going to mark him a yard short. Avery with a stop. Patriots to the 3rd and 1. And again, a very sparsely attended game here in Cleveland. Not much reaction from the fans that are here, with Dixon motioning right to left, DeGennaro and Palmer split to the right. Westover tight end right with his hand down. DeGennaro motions left. Hasty the single back, 3rd and less than 1. Jermichael takes the handoff. Big hole up the middle on a first down run across the 30 to the 29-yard line. 1 minute to go. Timeout taken.
Their first of the half.
So the Patriots spend their first.
You sound like Bob Uecker from Major League, Bob. The fans go wild.
Well, he did work just down the road. Back at the old Cleveland Municipal Stadium, the mistake by the lake.
Yeah.
You remember that?
I do.
What was that place like?
It was like Baltimore, like the old Memorial Stadium in Baltimore. I remember locker rooms, you could just still close your eyes. The old metal cleats, you could feel the click-clack on the cement and all the pipes above you dripping with rust and water. It's awful. We were sitting on a folded chair. There's like no room to get dressed in the. We were in a baseball clubhouse.
First down and 10 for the Pats. Ball splits the hash marks at the Browns 29. The snap to Morton. He's going to run it. He slips away from a defender, and then he's driven forward by a pair. He picks up 4, however, with the rush to the 25. And the clock on the move now stopped. 49 seconds left. Timeout for New England.
Mike is using his timeout.
Timeout, New England. Their second of the half. Please put the clock at 51 seconds.
The clock reset, a couple of added seconds. The Browns are going to have a new stadium in the not-too-distant future.
I don't understand it.
Yeah, I agree. This is
It's
a
a
great
good football
setting.
stadium. You look around, it's not a bad seat in the house. You're up against the field. It's only a football field here. 3 levels.
And the Browns, remember, came back into existence late 90s, so this stadium is not, I mean, you talk about like old stadiums, this is not an old stadium.
No.
It's in good shape.
Remember the darn Georgia Dome when Mercedes-Benz.
I remember that as well.
Like, what are we doing?
Second down and 6 for the Pats. Morton takes the shotgun snap, fires it to the left. Pass is caught. DeGennaro makes the catch. He's tackled in the field of play inside the Browns' 20-yard line. The Patriots, with 1 timeout left, hurry to the line of scrimmage. 37 seconds and 36. The football on the left hash of the 19. Hasty off the left hip of Morton. 3 receivers right, including Westover, the tight end on the wing. Morton's going to throw to him right flat. Jack makes the catch. Can't get out of bounds as he's undercut and topples over inside the 15. Mike Vrabel calls the timeout. Tackle made by Trey Avery.
Timeout, New England. It's their final timeout of the half. Please put 23 seconds on the game clock.
So 23 seconds left. Second down forthcoming for the Pats, 2nd and 5. Valvoline Instant Oil Change understands what a difference 15 minutes can make. They'll have your drive-through oil change done in about 15 minutes. Get you back on the road fast. Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Change wisely. Cleveland leads it by the 27-10 score, but the Patriots threatening with the 2nd and 5 coming up.
No timeouts left for New England.
That's out of timeouts. Ball's on the right hash mark of the 15. Dorner and DeGennaro aligned to the left along with Westover. Meanwhile, Palmer to the right. Hasty in the backfield. 4-man rush. Morton stands in. Flat-footed throw right and through the hands of Hasty high. Quarterback starting to feel a little bit of pressure. Pocket breaking down. Now with 19 seconds to go, it's a 3rd and 5.
You have time for one play inbounds if it does get tackled. But you got to be ready to get on the line and have another one called. That'll run off at about 12 to 13 seconds.
3 receivers
19.
to the left for the Pats. Meanwhile, the one split right is Palmer. On a 3rd down and 5, the snap to Morton, stands in. He's in trouble. He's rolling right. He's chased by a pair of Browns. He throws on the move to the end zone. Pass is knocked down, incomplete.
Forced it.
And it should have been intercepted. He threw that ball into a crowd. There is another flag, and it looks like it's on New England.
Yep.
The referee is talking to the Browns sideline.
Holding, number 68, offense. That penalty's declined. Result of the play is 4th down.
So the Patriots to the 4th down. After the rookie Crownover, the Texas A&M product as a 6th-round draft pick as an offensive tackle was called for the penalty. So Andy Borregales comes back up. Borregales made a 26-yarder midway through the second. Now he'll try to end the second quarter, at least with 11 seconds remaining in the half, with a 33-yarder from the right hash mark. Amounts to an extra point. Ashby to snap it to Hawk. Borregales again in the long white sleeves, the red shoes, and his staggered stance waits. The snap is in place. The kick driven to the uprights is good. So with 7 seconds left, the Patriots, headed by that long pass interference penalty, pick up a field goal by Borregales to draw within 27-13.
With all the stoppages in play and the adding of seconds back onto the clock will extend this misery. 7 seconds left in the first half.
Well, I'd imagine it's not going to be a pleasant halftime for the Patriots defense in particular. The offense has shown some signs of fight, at least, with a couple of field goals here in the second quarter. Borregales converting from 33, 10 plays, 54 yards on the drive, 2 minutes and 25 seconds off the clock. Though again, Morton was fortunate to have the chance to kick that field goal by Borregales because he threw his third down pass into a crowd. It should have been intercepted. But all part of the preseason education for the rookie. Now Borregales in the dynamic kickoff. Boot it left to right. Two return men for Cleveland. The all white with the orange helmets, of course, to our right. And he runs up and drives that kick out of the end zone. Well, check that. Snagged, and it's going to be run out of the end zone about 9 yards deep. Across the 10 to the 15, upended there with a tackle in the open field by the Patriot, who seemingly is injured after that hit.
Realistically, I mean, you're up that big. That's a poor decision to bring it out to take that type of hit inside your 15. If that ball pops out, giving the other team quick 3 points.
No question. You can understand sometimes a young player wants to take it out because he wants to make a play. In a rare special teams opportunity, that was Wilson, the rookie out of Baylor. But thought that ball going away toward the end line. Now a handoff and a run to the right on the final play of the first half concludes things here through 30 minutes of this preseason finale between the Patriots and the Browns, with Cleveland on top by the 27-13 score. And with a look at the replay, that might have been a touchback on the kickoff, but doesn't matter now. Again, the Browns lead by 14 at the half. Jim Louth has the first half analysis and a look around the NFL coming up on the halftime show, brought to you by GMC on the Safety Insurance 98.5, the Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
There's nothing like a cool breeze on a summer day. Of course, in New England, it never seems long before that delightful summer breeze becomes a furious biting wind, knocking trees into homes and cars, ripping apart roofs and carports. Make plans now to shoot the breeze with an independent agent about safety insurance. Be sure you have the protection you need before the howling begins. Safety insurance will help you manage life storms.
Ready, set, summer. With the Honda Summer Event, with available features like all-terrain tires, the rugged Honda Pilot, Ridgeline, CR-V, and Passport have all you need to get summer ready with the most fuel-efficient full-line automaker in America. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 2.99% APR on a 2026 CR-V.
See dealer for financing details. Based on EPA estimate of 2024 large full-line automaker fleet-wide fuel economy. EPA Automotive Trends Report 2025.
Get fresh game day flavor at Shaw's and Star Market and feed your hungry fans without missing a single play. Shaw's and Star Market make party prep effortless, from delicious hot wicked good wings to made fresh sandwiches and party platters. Add fresh guacamole, crispy chips, sweet treats, and don't forget the ice, because cold beverages are a must. Order ahead now at shaws.com or starmarket.com. The fastest way to get fresh groceries, especially for game day. No membership required.
Hi, I'm Sean Flaherty from Catches Law Group. When you belong to a union, you know what it means to stand together, to protect each other, to fight for what's fair. For decades, Catches Law Group has proudly stood with New England's union workers, because those same values guide us every day. When an injury changes your life, you deserve a law firm that understands what's at stake: your health, your paycheck, your family, your future. Catches Law has recovered more than $3 billion for injured New Englanders, more than any other law firm. If you or someone you love has been injured, visit catcheslaw.com today.
Champions play here. The Sports Hub.
It's time for the GMC Halftime Show.
Come on, one play! One play, let's go!
See the pros at your New England GMC dealer for a test drive. GMC, we are professional grade. Now, here's Jim Louth.
And the score at the half in Cleveland: Browns 27, Patriots 13. Third stringer Dylan Gabriel and the Cleveland offense took the ball first, and it didn't take long for them to find the end zone.
So first and goal to go. Play fake. Dropping back. The screen set up to the right. It's caught in the flat. Running to the 2 and then shouldering his way in for a touchdown.
7-0 Browns after the 67-yard drive. It took only 3 minutes, 21 seconds, but Tommy DeVito took only 3 minutes and 19 seconds to answer.
Midway through the first, as Chisholm motions to the right, DeGennaro on the outside right. Kyle Williams split left. Larison off the left hip of DeVito. Head high snap with a 5-man rush. Picked up well. Throw deep down the left side for Williams. Plays it out. They're caught. High stepping in for a touchdown.
Third straight preseason game with a touchdown for Williams. 7-7 Pats halfway through the first quarter. It was pretty much all bad news for the Patriots after that. 7-7 halfway through the first quarter. Gabriel and the offense went right back to work. 77 yards, 7 plays, and they found the end zone again.
Gabriel's in the gun, right foot forward in the black cleats. He takes the waist-high snap. He looks left. He throws it down the middle. Another slant caught inside the 5 and spinning into the end zone. That's a Cleveland touchdown. Another for Floria.
Dylan Gabriel, 5 for 6, 72 yards, 2 touchdowns, only 8 minutes into the game. 14-7 Cleveland. Browns would kick 2 field goals on their next 2 drives, one after a Baron Morton interception that was thrown off a foot of a Patriots player. That made it 20-7 on a 7-minute-plus drive by Morton. The next, Andy Borregales kicked the field goal to make it 20-10, but then Cleveland still wasn't done.
Motioning left to right is Wilson. Shotgun snap to Gabriel. He's looking to the near side, throws it in the flat. Catch is made, broken tackle in for a touchdown.
27-10 Browns. Andy Borregales would tack on another field goal before the half to make it 27-13, and that's where we stand at the half. It's the GMC Halftime Show, driven by your New England GMC dealers. Up next, we'll take you around the NFL on the Safety Insurance 98.5 The Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
There are trucks, and then there's the 2026 GMC Sierra. It's the truck. We are professional grade. Right now, when you finance through GM Financial, well-qualified buyers get 2.9% APR for 72 months on 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 models. See your local GMC dealer today. Monthly payment is $1,515 for every $1,000 you finance. Average example down payment is 8.8%. Must finance with GM Financial. Some customers will not qualify. Not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by 8/31/26.
Take a look. Reed's Ferry Sheds wants you to take a look at the sheds sold at the big home improvement store. They're made with particle board. And we both know when particle board meets water, it turns to fall particle board. For the same price, you could own a better built Reed's Ferry shed, backed by a 30-year warranty, installed by Reed's Ferry. Call Reed's Ferry this week and schedule your installation.
Call 888-85-SHEDS.
Need a shed? If it says Reed's Ferry, you got a good one.
Pain relief is closer than you think, and it doesn't have to come from a scalpel. Use your body's own healing power to make pain disappear. Call QC Kinetics today for a free consultation. 617-644-PAIN.
This is New England offensive lineman Mike Onwenu. I'm teaming up once again this year with Credit Union's Kids at Heart in the fight against pediatric brain disorders, such as epilepsy, moya moya, and Batt's disease. For each of the team's first downs, Credit Union's Kids at Heart will make a donation to one or more of its medical partners in order to fund continuous research and clinical trials. Together, we'll overcome challenges, discover new therapies, and one day find cures for diseases that affect so many kids. Learn more at cukidsatheart.org.
The First Downs to Fight Pediatric Brain Disease campaign is supported by Quincy Credit Union and Brightbridge Credit Union.
Boston Sports Talk, the Sports Hub.
It's time to go around the NFL.
What the hell's going on out here?
Driven by GMC.
Y'all can put that in y'all's book. I told you and I told you.
See the pros at your New England GMC dealers for a test drive.
You want to run or you want to duck down? If you want to duck, just go over there and get onto the bench and stay there.
GMC. We are professional grade.
Once again, the score in Cleveland, Browns 27, Patriots 13. Two other games in progress going around the NFL. Steelers lead the Bills 27-20 fourth quarter. Will Howard started that game for Pittsburgh through two touchdown passes. That game almost over. Raiders with a 9-6 lead over the 49ers at the half. Kirk Cousins started, played 2 series, led 2 field goal drives for Las Vegas. Fernando Mendoza played the rest of the half, only 5 for 9, 38 yards and an interception. Rams and Chargers play later tonight. Off the field, Seahawks gave defensive lineman Leonard Williams a 3-year, $90 million extension today. Patriots play in Seattle opening night, September 9th. Next, in 2 weeks from now, is former Patriots tight end Jonnu Smith signing a 1-year deal with the Packers. Green Bay running back Josh Jacobs charged with 2 misdemeanors today after his arrest in May. Possible suspension looming for Jacobs. Miami traded wide receiver Tutu Atwell back to the Rams today. Lions running back Isaiah Pacheco was dealing with a knee injury, now also a back injury. His status for week 1 up in the air. Good news for the Colts. They activated wide receiver Alec Pierce from the PUP list today. College football, former Boston College quarterback Tommy Castellanos joined Texas Tech's roster after going undrafted in the NFL draft this spring. Castellanos spent rookie minicamp with the Dolphins in the spring. Baseball today, Red Sox are off, but they play a 4-game series in New York against the Yankees this weekend. Once again, the Patriots trail 27-13 at the half. We'll get you ready for the second half next on the Safety Insurance 98.5 The Sports Hub, Patriots Radio Network.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Ratliff, Engineering Director at Nissan. We know some things are important to hear from an expert, not a voice actor. For instance, the Nissan Frontier is not only powerful and fun to drive, but it's durable too. We added the V6 engines. When you need that power in the off-road, it's there. I know, we've tested it a lot. Now get out there and find your Frontier.
Nissan, Consumer Guide's most awarded brand 5 years in a row. Well-qualified buyers get 0% APR on the 2026 Nissan Rogue, Murano, Pathfinder, or Frontier, excluding S-Trim. Consumer Guide is a registered trademark, a publication international limited, www.consumerguide.com. Example, 0 down payment, 60 months financing at $16.67 per month per thousand financed. Frontier S-Trim 1.9% APR for 60 months at $17.48 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary, subject to NMAC credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. Ends 9/30/26.
Building a fireplace, patio, walkway? Plymouth Quarries has 60 acres of products for you. Visit their Hingham location or PlymouthQuarries.com. Plymouth Quarries, excellence in stone since 1915.
All right, Patriots fans, this one is for us. Gillette released everything a Patriots fan could want and more. For the men in your life, the Gillette Labs official Patriot licensed razor combines his Patriots pride with Gillette's best shave. And with 50% longer lasting blades, plus a retro skew, it's truly the gift that keeps on giving. Time to shave like a legend and look like a pro. Get it while you can at Gillette.com/NFL. Gillette's best shave is also available as heated. 50% longer lasting blades per cartridge versus Fusion.
Your hot takes on the Sports Hub.
Welcome back to the GMC Halftime Show, driven by your New England GMC dealers. Browns lead the Patriots 27-13. Deshaun Watson named Cleveland's starter this week after a battle with last year's 5th-round pick Shadur Sanders in the camp. But it's last year's 3rd-round pick Dylan Gabriel lighting up the Patriots defense tonight. Gabriel, 12 for 15, 186 yards, and 3 first-half touchdowns. Bob Sosey and Scott Zolak have the call of the second half next on the Safety Insurance 98.5 The Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
There are trucks, and then there's the 2026 GMC Sierra. It's the truck. We are professional grade. Right now, when you finance through GM Financial, well-qualified buyers get 2.9% APR for 72 months on 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 models. See your local GMC dealer today. Monthly payment is $15.15 for every $1,000 you finance. Average example down payment is 8.8%. Must finance with GM Financial. Some customers will not qualify. Not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by 8/31/26.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, save up to $700, plus get a free adjustable base with select Sealy Posturepedic mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Contractors, builders, and homeowners, visit Jackson Lumber and Millwork for all your residential remodeling or commercial building materials and supplies. Jackson Lumber and Millwork, providing solutions and delivering results since 1946.
Your company's website could be in critical condition. The cure? Fresh, compelling content. Companies that post unique content weekly see 350% more in sales. The humans at copypress.com create ROI-driven content just for you.
Don't let your site die. Visit copypress.com today for a month of content free. Some conditions apply. Copypress.com.
Hit 98.5thesportshub.com.
All right, welcome back here to Huntington Bank Field. 27-13 Browns over the Patriots. Dylan Gabriel, really impressive in that first half. Actually had a touchdown called back. Ends up 12 of 15, 186 yards, a rating of 157. 3 touchdowns. Cut you up good. And the Browns pretty much had success running the football any way they wanted to. This defense needs to get it cranked up. You got 2 quarters of football maybe left in your football life for some of these guys out there.
So we talked at the beginning about guys that are playing for jobs, and some of them had a first half where they might have lost a job.
Correct.
They were in line for. How do you bounce back?
You just got to go out and you got to play hard. You got to make, like you said, someone has to make a play. They talk about violence. Football is played at a violent level. It's a violent sport, period. I understand you're trying to take injuries out of it, but defensively, you gotta go ball hawk people, man. You gotta hit people. I mean, you can't let what this kid did to you in the first half. You're at the goal line, and you're just letting guys run right over you. No effort.
Yeah,
sad.
It's not even a matter of being flagrant. It's just wrapping up and making a form tackle. And the Patriots the last couple of weeks, very shoddy in that regard, but the coverage tonight, too, has been non-competitive at times. They will get the football first. They're coming off the field goal at the end of the first half by Borregales. The Patriots will deploy 2 return men as Andre Schmidt has the ball teed up to our left, wearing the white uniform with the orange helmet, of course, the brown and white stripes down the center of that helmet. He lifts the kick high to the 10, caught on the move by Haskins, runs right to the 25-30, lowers the shoulder, spins off a hit, and eventually is corkscrewed down outside the 35-yard line. Aaron Morton back out for the Patriots in this second half.
Looks like Gabriel's going to keep going for them. He's got the surface book, studying up with the helmet right behind him. Like, Woods cannot get beat like he did on that long pass. Like, that can't happen.
Yeah, beat a couple of times. And we talked about Vildor in the pregame, and Saunders and other guys, with 2 guys with a little bit of experience. And it was a rough first half. Hand off to Haskins, spun off contact on the run to the right, working his way forward across the 40. What do you make of the fact that Miller hasn't played tonight at running back for the Patriots?
It's a good question. Outside looking in, maybe.
Or
maybe they've seen enough. It's hard to tell with these guys nowadays.
Going back to work with a 2nd down and 5. Balls across the 40 to the 41 right hash, going right to left for the Pats in the all blue. Morton takes the snap, stands in, throws down the middle, catch by DeGennaro. tries to shake and bake. He's tackled immediately, but nonetheless, as he's dropped, he's a yard away from a first down for the Patriots. It's going to be a 3rd and 1. This opening series of the third quarter. Kyle Dixon checks back into the huddle. He had a couple of catches against the Eagles, had a couple in the first half tonight. He lines up for the Patriots. Receiver to the right. DeGennaro and Dorner split to the left. Handoff. Haskins runs up the middle. No push by the line, but he's able to turn the legs and drive forward close to the first down on his second effort. He was hit behind the line, and it will be a first down for New England, it appears.
Again, no push at the line. Offensive line mindset. Running game's a mindset.
Ashton Grant continues to call plays for the Patriots here in the second half, with DeGennaro motioning right to left. Westover on the right wing for New England. Dixon outside to the right, Dorner to the left. Shotgun snap is low. Morton's in trouble. He's going to duck a defender, but he touches the knee down. And the center for the Patriots, Mekhi Butler, the player on the interior, beaten by that pass rush, a guard, I should say.
No chance. 68 just lost.
Morton touchdown at the 36. Mekhi Butler been around for the last couple of years on the Patriots practice squad. Last year as an undrafted free agent. With that sack, a loss of 10, second down and 20. The snap, waist high, draw, handoff, Hasty runs to the right side, got a block by Westover, carries across the original line of scrimmage out to the 47-yard line.
Nice quick
Sets up
hitter
a
by
3rd
Hasty.
and 9.
Yep, nice quick hitter by Hasty. Stands out when he runs. A little burst to him.
Got to give that guy a lot of credit, too. He keeps himself in shape every year. Patriots continue to call him back. Comes out. Probably knows he's on the outside looking in from the start, but gives you a great effort. A real pro. And now he's going to flex out to the left and line up in the slot. The snap to Morton. Wears back, fires to the right, pass behind Ballmer. Broken up.
Bad throw to the backside. The ball's got to be out in front.
For the Patriots offense, departs to the near sideline. Morton rips off the chin strap, takes off the helmet, and gives way to the punter, Matt Hawk.
Question, is our booth infested with spiders? Got another web being built here, one above you.
I've got a huge web above me. Yeah, we're doing this, so we deserve a little additional compensation here. Punt is an end over end. High plummeting punt that's going to drop at the 10-yard line. Curling back, the return man is going to be tackled by Q Hutchins. Big mistake there. Caught the punt at the 10 and ran backward, curling back to the 1. And Hutchins, young man out of Boston College, making the tackle on Gary Larverdin. And the Browns are going to be set up in terrible field position early in the third. But they've got the 27-13 lead on the Safety Insurance 98.5, the Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
Shaw's and Star Market Sack and Save Sweepstakes is your chance to win the ultimate New England game day experience.
Let's go!
Entering is easy. Clip the digital sweepstakes offer and purchase participating Pepsi and Quaker items for an automatic entry, or redeem 25 4U rewards points to enter. Restrictions apply. See website for details. Enter today on the app or visit shaws.com or starmarket.com.
Let's go!
The fastest way to get fresh groceries. No membership required.
Hi, I'm Sean Flaherty from Catches Law Group. You hear law firms talk about billions recovered. How much of that money wasn't won here? At Catches Law Group, we've recovered more money for injured people right here in New England than any other law firm. When your family needs help, experience matters. But where those results happened matters even more.
Ready, set, summer with the Honda Summer Event. With impressive efficiency and sport-tuned suspension, the Honda Civic and HR-V have all you need to get summer ready with the most fuel-efficient full-line automaker in America. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 3.99% APR on a 2027 HR-V.
See dealer for financing details. Based on EPA estimate of 2024 large full-line automaker fleet-wide fuel economy. EPA Automotive Trends Report 2025.
Holy moly. The FBI reports that victims lost more than $16 billion to cybercrime in 2025. Phishing scams, identity theft, ransomware. That's a storm no one sees coming. How can you protect yourself from something you can't even see? Talk to an independent agent about Safety Insurance's Home Cyber Protection. It provides protection from cybercrime attacks. Cyber protection from Safety Insurance will help you manage life's storms, even the digital kind.
Football season is the perfect time to get a high-efficiency peerless boiler. Be ready and start saving now. Find the peerless boiler that's right for your home or business and a list of local installers at peerlessboilers.com. Remember, Peerless Boilers, the world's best built boilers.
Zoe and Beetle, middays on the Sports Hub.
Hey friends, Ketchus Law is the official law firm of the New England Patriots. Ketchus has recovered more money for injured New Englanders than any other law firm. Visit KetchusLaw.com today. Mad Hawks punt 42 yards, handled by Larviden of Cleveland outside his 10-yard line. He curled back inside the 5 to the 2. Tackle made by Quintavious Hutchins, the 7th-round pick out of Boston College. Good work by him as a player noted for his special teams work at BC. The Browns with a new quarterback handed off with a run to the left side. And again, some broken tackles, or at least it took multiple defenders to finally bring down the ball carrier. Marshall across the 5. He buys some room out to the 6 with Taylon Green, the rookie quarterback from Arkansas. So you go from the 5'11" Gabriel to the 6'6" Green.
Watched a little bit of him in college. Kid can throw it, he can move, and he throws a good ball. Watch him in warm-ups here today.
Checks out the play sheet on his wristband. Ducks under center, working out of the I formation from the left hash of the 6 and alerted to the line of scrimmage. Gainer standing up for the Patriots off the right edge. Green hands it off, a run to the left by Marshall, bottled up, can't get outside. Good work by the Patriots. They'll swarm to the football and engulf him at the 1.
More people around the ball than there were in the first half.
Yes.
First half, single guys out there trying to make tackles. No help around them. That's what they call gang tackling.
Good pursuit by the Patriots. A loss of 3. You had Jesse Lucetta coming all the way from the other end with the effort to get in on that play. Again from the backside. Multiple defenders eventually. Muma was in on the stop, and Muma getting a lot of reps now in this game, week 3 of the preseason, calling the defense for New England. With Green waiting in his end zone, takes the snap. He's pressured. He rolls to his right. Green looks downfield. He's going to gallop to the near side. He's going to angle out of bounds. He's got a first down, it appears, with a sidestep just beyond the 12-yard line. Didn't get a great spot now as we see it from the official along this sideline. I thought he got there watching him lope to the sideline live, and they will give him the first down.
Yeah, he should have had that.
Browns have it at the 12.
The ball carrier went out of bounds short of the line to gain. It'll be 4th down, 11-yard line.
Oh, the ruling is that he is short upon further review from upstairs.
Did Vrabel challenge that?
No challenge? Well, Mike Vrabel did not challenge it, I believe. I think the officials from up top automatically.
No, we're doing that now, huh?
Yep.
Collective.
Administrative assistants. Vrabel's got the challenge flag out of his right back pocket, but it was the replay official who determined that Green was short of the line to gain. And here's the backup punter, Paul, who punts it to the far sideline to the right, and it's off the hands of DeGennaro. Good punt, angling him, almost pinning him to the boundary, and he is unable to make the catch at the 33. He's a guy that last week we watched during pregame warm-ups before the Eagles game, getting a crash course in kickoff returns from Jeremy Springer, the special teams coach.
That's right, and just a shot of A.J. Brown on the sideline, the street clothes. Can't wait to see him in a real game, in a real situation out there in Seattle. It's going to be fun to see how they get to him. That kid crushed that ball.
55 yards to the point of no return. Patriots have it at the 34, going right to left. Second series for New England here in the second half, trailing 27-13. Morton under center, turns and hands it off. Haskins stutter step at the line. Slithers through, falls forward, a pickup of 3. Not much Larison in this game. Maybe that bodes well for him after starting tonight. They're talking about the reps for these veteran running backs. It's been Haskins and Hasty throughout this second, third quarter stretch. 3 receivers to the wide side left. A second down and a long 6 for the Patriots. Morgan again at the quarterback spot from the gun. Extending his hands, taking the snap. 4-man rush. Pressured from his left. Throws it for the receiver. Palmer coming back to the ball.
Help him out.
Couldn't make that catch, and he should have had it coming back to the ball across the 50.
Good throw. You got to fight to get back through it.
Now the Pats will go to third down and 6+. Three receivers to the left, including Westover. Inside slot. Guy was on the roster all last year. A blitz coming. Morton steps up. He's in trouble, and he's going to be slammed down from behind. A pair of Browns eventually on top of the quarterback. Sacked for a loss back inside the 36. Jefferson making the sack for Cleveland. Justin Jefferson. Not to be confused with the outstanding receiver. We'll see on a Thursday night in December for the Minnesota Vikings. Patriots are going to have a couple of regular season Thursday night games.
Home Thursday. December. Wow. Usually we get that out of the way early.
Got an early one in Chicago, a relatively early one in October. Punt by Hawk. Spins a spiral to the near side. This is going to come down inside the 10, take a hop to the 2, and it's going to check up for the Patriots. Well done by Hawk there. With the downfield coverage, Canada was the first one downfield for the Patriots before the ball was corralled. Julian Ashby has it. 63 yards from Matt Hawk, the veteran punter. Again, that time, instead of the end over end, went with a spiral. And the return man let it go, thinking it would hop into the end zone. The Browns have it again deep in their own end, leading 27-13 in the third on the Safety Insurance 98.5, the Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Ratliff, Engineering Director at Nissan. We know some things are important to hear from an expert, not a voice actor. For instance, the Nissan Frontier is not only powerful and fun to drive, but it's durable too. We added the V6 engine, so when you need that power in the off-road, it's there. I know, we've tested it a lot. Now get out there and find your Frontier.
Nissan, Consumer Guide's most awarded brand 5 years in a row. Well-qualified buyers get 0% APR on the 2026 Nissan Rogue, Murano, Pathfinder, or Frontier, excluding S-Trim. Consumer Guide is a registered trademark, a publication international limited, www.consumerguide.com. Example, 0 down payment, 60 months financing at $16.67 per month per thousand finance. Frontier S-Trim 1.9% APR for 60 months at $17.48 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary, subject to NMAC credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. Ends 9/30/26.
Drains by James is Eastern Mass's leader in drain cleaning and pipelining. Drains by James doesn't do everything for your home. They do one thing perfectly. That's fast, clean, trustworthy service of your clogged pipes, drains, sinks, toilets, showers, you name it. They're not electricians, not HVAC guys, not plumbers. They do drains. So go with Drains by James when you have a clog. You don't pour chemicals into your body, so why pour chemicals down your drain? Use the experts. Drains by James.
Drains by James. They give a hope about your pipes.
Pain relief is closer than you think, and it doesn't have to come from a scalpel. Use your body's own healing power to make pain disappear. Call QC Kinetics today for a free consultation. 617-644-PAIN.
If you asked me a year ago what my skincare routine was, I'd say, what? My wife said, no, you got to do something. Your face is dry. You're outside all the time. You have to take care of your skin. She was right, and she introduced me to La Roche-Posay. Now, I immediately bought in because La Roche-Posay's skincare products are the real deal. And you can stock up on La Roche-Posay products during CVS's Epic Beauty event, happening now through the 29th. Spend $30 and get 10 extra bucks plus $5 off at the register.
Toucher and Hardy, mornings on the Sports Hub.
Tonight's game is brought to you by the Peterson School. The Peterson School has been a leader in teaching the trades for over 80 years and is enrolling in the fall semester in Dartmouth, Woburn, Westwood, Worcester, and Haverhill. Visit petersonschool.com to learn more. Browns backed up deep in their own end. They run it on a 1st and 10. Marshall carries from his 2 out to his 3. With Talon Green out for his second series at quarterback for Cleveland. Dylan Gabriel played the first half. Now the rookie from Arkansas, 4th quarterback on the roster. In the rest of the reps for the Browns in this preseason. Two receivers out, wide to the left, one to the right. Marshall to the right of the quarterback. And Green pumps to his left, drops back in the end zone. He's in trouble. Gets away from Gainer. He's going to run it across the 5, 10, 15, 20, accelerates, and then darts inside a defender across the 30. Able to get by John Saunders and eventually brought down out at the 35-yard line.
Told you, watch this kid in college. He's an antelope. Not good if you're the defensive coach and you're seeing you got the quarterback frazzled on the back end line. He's tiptoeing down that end line, and it gets it past the 30.
Mark him down at the 33. Eventually for the Patriots, Obi Izor made the tackle. Lucetta was the first defender that appeared in the backfield, harassing the quarterback. Now as Green drops back, play fake, deep drop, sets up, steps up, slides right, throws it, caught by Floria, again with a reception, dives to the first down marker near side, tackled by Charles Woods.
Good movement,
He's still
good
out
presence
there.
here by Green. Felt pressure, slid up, ducked underneath the rush, popped out to that right side, and got it to the guy. What you want?
Ball across the 42. Browns are going left to right. Here in the third quarter, Cleveland scored on every possession in the first half with Gabriel at quarterback. Now Green at work with Marshall behind him, single setback. Two tight ends, one on the wing, each side. Quarterback drops back, hands it off, run to the right, cut back to the inside, and a dive to the 44. The Izor made the tackle for the Patriots, but a first down nonetheless for Cleveland. That's Booth on that rush. Devon Booth, a rookie out of Mississippi State. Patriots playing this preseason finale, their lone road game in the preseason, of course, then the season opener away in Seattle. A week from Wednesday. First and 10. Green hands it off. Booth runs it through the left side, spins by Muma, and he's tackled eventually for a first down. The ball came loose at the end, but they're going to mark him down on a rush of 12 to the 44 of New England.
Great run.
Big hole spin move to make a man miss at the second level. Not a lot of fans at any part of this stadium. Certainly it's a quiet night for the Dog Pound down below to our right here in Cleveland. But the Browns dominated the first half, and now they've got something working here in the third. Hand off to Booth, runs it to the left, nowhere to go there. Good work by the Patriots. They swarm around the ball carrier.
Are these the old benches from the old stadium? Or did they just give them the metal benches?
I think that they were installed with the new stadium when this stadium was new. Back in, 99?
Classic. Played. I remember
the aluminum bleachers down below to our right.
We used to warm up at the old stadium in front of the Dog Pound, and vulgar things coming out of there.
Second down and 10. Green leans forward, takes the snap. Four-man rush. He's got time. Throws it to the right. Pass is caught, and a tackle made by Woods with the reception by the tight end, Drew Biber. Biber has it at the 39.
To this day, me and my teammates still laugh about what was said down there.
Well, what was worse, the Dog Pound or when you went out to Oakland? Did you have to deal with
Dog Pound? Oakland was more dress up and try and scare you.
Okay, yeah.
Less vocal. Dog Pound, they get at everything. Your mother, your name, your background.
Called for.
Yeah.
Third down
It
and
makes
5.
you turn around.
Two receivers left, two tight ends right. Snap to Green. The rookie is in the pocket. He's pressured. He's going to run to his right. No containment. He's got a first down with a stutter step. He'll stop and go across the 35, eventually forced out by Obi Izor. Muma moving over for the Patriots. But again, no containment for the quarterback. And a first down run
You
from the
allow
31.
receivers to run open downfield. If he looked up, he could have lobbed at the 24 and walked in.
And again, when we're looking at that defense right now for the Patriots, there are guys out there like Gregory in the middle of the defense. played a few games last year for the Pats. He was a player they picked up late in the preseason. Handoff, Booth runs up the middle. He's tackled forward to the 28-yard line. You talk about movement, linebacker, somebody that it seemed early in training camp.
He was in trouble.
He's had a shot at making the roster. He was on the roster in the Super Bowl. He played special teams for the Patriots last year. Pats are down by 14 here in the third. As we near the 2-minute mark of this third quarter. Out of the gun with the orange cleats. Green takes the snap, throws it to the left in the flat. Pass is caught, but able to work his way outside and upfield across the 25. Brought down at the 23. Pass, Larvidan handles, got around Brown. Prunty initially did a good job pushing a blocker back toward the receiver. But again, Larvidan was able to get beyond him and move up the sideline. Saunders being tackled at the 24.
Another missed tackle by Saunders.
Receiver split to the left. That's Corley. Bree form a triangle to the right. Now motioning right to left is Biber. Green leans forward on a 3rd down and 4. Takes the snap. Play fake. He's going to roll it to the left. The quarterback's going to get outside. He's collared down by Brown. Tackled along the far side at the 19-yard line. Mike Brown continues to play into the late minutes of this game. We're now 16 minutes away from the end of the preseason. Final 60 seconds to elapse here in this third quarter. The Browns facing another 1st and 10. Green had work. Booth to his right. Out of the gun. Takes the snap. Stands in. 4-man rush. He's got a lot of time. Throws down the middle. Checks it down to the tight end. Tackle made at the 10-yard line. Carson Ryan on the receiving end. Close to another 1st down. It's going to be a 2nd and 1.
So listen, Watson will be the starter for them. Gabriel should be the backup. This kid gives you a different dimension as the 3rd guy. What do you do with Shador? And he always wants to play. He thinks he could become potentially a distraction. He wants to play.
And again,
he thinks he's the starter.
It goes back to the head-scratching decision. You drafted Gabriel, and then you drafted Sanders in the same draft.
That's your own fault.
And Cleveland put itself in this predicament.
Sure.
And now the Browns are going to take the final seconds off the clock here in the third quarter and go to the fourth, looking to add on to their 27-13 lead in this preseason finale on the Safety Insurance 98.5, the Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
15 minutes is a game changer in football and with your vehicle. Valvoline Instant Oil Change makes it easy to keep your car road trip ready and complete your oil change service in about 15 minutes, and you never have to leave your car. Go to NewEnglandOilChange.com for a special offer and locations. Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Change wisely.
I heard from my future self yesterday, right after getting in an accident. Good news? No injuries. Bad news? My wallet took a big hit. I tried to save a few bucks buying insurance direct. Now my future self says talk with an independent agent about safety insurance. Next time, I won't end up with cut-rate insurance that cuts my savings to shreds. Ask an independent agent about safety insurance. We'll help you manage life storms.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious with multiple engine options and impressive towing. While Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability, making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
Every football season, we believe one more kickoff, one more game equals one more title, because in New England, we love to win. What if we told you there's money out there, your money, waiting to be returned, forgotten savings accounts, uncashed paychecks, refunds from overpaid bills? The Massachusetts State Treasury has over $3 billion in unclaimed money, and some could be yours. This football season, take a time out and go to findmassmoney.gov and win back what's already yours. Get off the sidelines and into the game. Visit findmassmoney.gov and see if you have unclaimed money waiting for you.
I'm Doug Shaw, Project Director at Blue Sky Restoration. When your home or business is damaged by water, fire, mold, or storms, you need to get back to normal in no time. So call Blue Sky first. We take care of everything from beginning to end. Visit gobluesky.com, restoring your property and your life for a brighter tomorrow.
The Bruins play on the Sports Hub.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change understands what a difference 15 minutes can make. They'll have your drive-through oil change done in about 15 minutes, getting you back on the road fast. Visit Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Change wisely. Into the fourth quarter of the preseason finale. Pats trailing the Browns 27-13. Cleveland knocking on the door with a 2nd down and 1 from the Patriot 10. Taylon Green, the rookie from Arkansas, takes the shotgun snap. Fakes it inside, runs it to the right, being chased, heads to the far sideline, close to the first down, angled out of bounds. Good effort by the Patriot in pursuit, Braden Swinson. And he was able to stop him short, it appears, forcing him to the boundary, across the 10,
about as well
about
as
a half yard short
of
of the first down marker.
About as well as they played it all night.
Patriots defense allowed the Browns to score on every possession in the first half with Gabriel at quarterback. Now Green trying to lead Cleveland to a score here. Takes the snap, quarterback sneak, and off the left side of center. He has it, it appears. Pause 10 seconds for station ID on the Safety Insurance 98.5, the Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
From the Town Fair Tire Studios, this is Boston's home for sports. WBZ-FM at HD Boston 98.5, the Sports Hub. Easily Media Group Station.
Here in Cleveland, Huntington Bank Stadium, Patriots and the Browns wrapping up the 2026 preseason. Browns have the lead 27-13. Now 1st and goal to go from the New England 8. Bob Socci with Scott Zolak. Dennis Knutson, Mark Capello in the booth. Tyler Knutson and Mike Perry on the field. Taylon Green under center for Cleveland, hands it off. A run to the left and slipping away from Kobe Minor and trotting into the end zone. A touchdown for Devon Booth. Another missed tackle for the Patriots. And another score for Cleveland.
That's going to be the easiest cut sheet that you can do. Now, if I'm a defensive guy, you can hear a pin drop in the stadium. I'm going down right there by the line of scrimmage. I'm looking at every single guy that's not talking or communicating or trying to fire somebody up. Just 11 guys standing around with their hands on their hips, staring at the clock, waiting for the clock to go. It's an awful lack of effort.
Patriots with an 8-yard run allowed. Again, a broken tackle, one-on-one in the open field. Devon Booth with the score for Cleveland. Point after try coming up from Andre Schmidt. The snap in place. He drives the kick to the uprights. It's good. 13:44 to go in the preseason. Cleveland 34, Patriots 13 on the Safety Insurance 98.5, the Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
There are trucks, and then there's the 2026 GMC Sierra. It's the truck. We are professional grade. Right now, when you finance through GM Financial, well-qualified buyers get 2.9% APR for 72 months on 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 models. See your local GMC dealer today. Monthly payment is $1,515 for every $1,000 you finance. Average example down payment is 8.8%. Must finance with GM Financial. Some customers will not qualify. Not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by 8/31/26.
When you buy a Reed's Ferry shed, you're buying direct from the builder. Those sheds at the big home improvement store, they don't build them. They're the middleman. And to make room for the middleman markup, they have to take stuff out of the shed. Important stuff, like lumber. Buy factory direct at Reed's Ferry, and you'll own a better shed. Call Reed's Ferry Sheds this week and schedule your installation.
Call 888-85-SHEDS.
Need a shed? If it says Reed's Ferry, you got a good one.
Every year, summer ends and the kids go back to school. This year, I'm going back too, at My Computer Career. They'll help me get the skills and certifications that can get me noticed by top employers in months, not years. Now I'm on a fast track to a high-demand IT career where the rewards can finally match my value. Visit mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation today. That's mycomputercareer.edu. It's never too late to go back to school.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
The Make This the Summer event is going on now at 495 Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram in Lowell. Save up to $18,000 on new 1500 Bighorn, Laramie, and limited models, plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. Visit 495ram.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
Truck started slow. Battery might be toast.
Slow starts are the first sign of heat damage to your battery. We'll test it, no charge.
Thanks. And if it is dead?
We'll set you up with a new, fully warranted battery, some up to 5 years, and we'll recycle the old one.
Thanks for the rundown. Lead the way.
Get free battery testing, charging, and recycling at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Felger and Maz, afternoons on the Sports Hub.
Here in Cleveland Browns with a 98-yard drive in 9 minutes and 26 seconds. 15 plays, the last of which was an 8-yard run by Booth. And Cleveland now leads the Patriots 34-13. Andre Schmidt, a couple of steps and a kick on a line driven right, handled by Dorner across the 10 to the 20, spins off ahead at the 27-yard line, and then he is dropped in the open field with a tackle made for Cleveland by Christopher Edmonds. Patriots offense back to work. And so you talked about the defense, and you could hear a pin drop.
Yep.
Not a lot of energy in this stadium. Pats come on the road for the first time. It's incumbent on the players to bring the energy themselves.
They in shock, like they play on the road. Camp is what camp was. You had two weeks of joints, 2 home games.
Yep.
Zero pop by your defense.
Throw to the left side, and Dorner makes the catch and gets out of bounds. Morton with the completion for the Patriots. Barron, the rookie quarterback, now 9 of 16 for New England. That's a gain of 9.
Like even the sideline's different. There's more excitement on the sidelines when they're not making big plays. So not much to cheer about. But it's still just going through the motions.
2 receivers right, 2 left. Morton short drop, quick set, throws it out to the left. Catch is made along the far side by Dixon. Gets up and then he's leveled across the 45-yard line. And again, talking about Kyle Dixon, Mike Vrabel mentioned his name the other day. It's a guy who played college baseball, transferred from one program to another, then committed to football relatively late. Very small college, 1,000 students, NAIA level. And he's caught the ball. He's run good routes the last couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Morton hands it off. Haskins rushes inside
Again,
left tackle. And he's brought down across the 48-yard line. And we're talking about 2 guys there, Dixon and Haskins probably aren't going to make the roster. Of course, I mean, certainly not Dixon. Yeah. But at least they're out there showing you the kind of things that the coaching staff has been looking for. In the case of Dixon, maybe he plays himself to a future opportunity on a practice squad, maybe in a developmental league. Second down, bootleg to the right. Morton is being chased. He's got a pair of defenders in pursuit, and he throws the ball out of bounds to the near side. And in that case, there was Palmer and Dixon right at the same spot. Further downfield, while closer to the quarterback, Dupree was in the same spot as another receiver. Looked like maybe DeGennaro there.
Flashback to 2 years ago.
3rd down and 5 coming up for the Pats. 12-11 on the clock here in the third, trailing 34-13. Morton waits on the snap. He takes it. 5th rusher coming. Morton stands in, flat-footed throw across the middle, knocked down, incomplete. Pass broken up by the defensive back, Tyler Hall, who is covering Nick DeGennaro. Had the right hand on the back of DeGennaro, swatted it down with the left hand. Bad Hawk back out to punt for the Patriots. And meanwhile, I have a spider descending from the ceiling of the booth, headed toward my spotter chart.
Yeah.
Hawk takes the snap, nose of the football down, left foot's the punt, left to right, short of the 19, and handled on the run by the Brown. And Dennis Knudsen, our chief engineer, comes in for his cleanup duty, the assassin from the back row here in the booth, taking care of one spider, but there is still more in this booth as we take a timeout. 12 minutes to go in the fourth. 34-13, Patriots trailing Cleveland on the Safety Insurance 98.5, the Sports Hub, Patriots Radio Network.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Ratliff, Engineering Director at Nissan. We know some things are important to hear from an expert, not a voice actor. For instance, the Nissan Frontier is not only powerful and fun to drive, but it's durable too. We added the V6 engine, so when you need that power in the off-road, it's there. I know, we've tested it a lot. Now get out there and find your Frontier.
Nissan, Consumer Guide's most awarded brand 5 years in a row. Well-qualified buyers get 0% APR on the 2026 Nissan Rogue, Murano, Pathfinder, or Frontier, excluding S-Trim. Consumer Guide is a registered trademark of Publication International Limited, www.consumerguide.com. Example, 0 down payment, 60 months financing at $16.67 per month per thousand finance. Frontier S-Trim 1.9% APR for 60 months at $17.48 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary, subject to in-bank credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. Ends 9/30/26.
Credit Union's Kids at Heart is advancing the ball in order to fund research on treatments for numerous pediatric brain diseases. Each time New England makes a first down, they'll make a generous donation. So go Patriots! To learn more, visit cukidsatheart.org. The First Downs to Fight Pediatric Brain Disease campaign is supported by Vertify Software and Direct Federal Credit Union.
Take a look. Reed's Ferry Sheds wants you to take a look at the sheds sold at the big home improvement store. They're made with particle board. And we both know when particle board meets water, it turns to fall particle board. For the same price, you could own a better built Reed's Ferry shed, backed by a 30-year warranty, installed by Reed's Ferry. Call Reed's Ferry this week and schedule your installation.
Call 888-85-SHEDS.
Need a shed? If it says Reed's Ferry, you got a good one.
Contractors, builders, and homeowners, visit Jackson Lumber and Millwork for all your residential remodeling or commercial building materials and supplies. Jackson Lumber and Millwork, providing solutions and delivering results since 1946.
Whether you're looking for a brand new vehicle, a quality pre-owned, or dependable service, AutoFair has you covered with 8 convenient locations. Go to autofair.com to shop over 2,300 new and used vehicles or to schedule your next service appointment today.
The Celtics play on the Sports Hub.
Back in Cleveland, 1st and 10 for the Browns. 12 minutes to go in the preseason. Cleveland leads it 34-13. Taylon Green back under center for the Browns, going right to left from the 19-yard line. A give and a run to the right by Marshall, it appears. Driven down at the 22. Tackle made by Muma and Wilson. Patriots' biggest play of the night by far, 45-yard touchdown pass from Tommy DeVito to Kyle Williams with that touchdown and a first down, of course. Credit Union's Kids at Heart will help fund promising studies into new treatments for pediatric brain diseases. Learn more at cukidsatheart.org. For the Patriots, positives have been infrequent tonight. It's been a rough night for the defense from the start. And we're not seeing the regulars, but there are still players that were in position beyond the roster at night's outset. Handoff, and Marshall runs it to the right, carves through the defense. He's got a first down before he's knocked off his feet by Saunders, along with Muma. And over there as well for the Patriots, Crossley. A first down run, 10 yards to the 32 of Cleveland. Patriots defensive coordinator Zach Kerr looking on from the sideline, now having that title officially after filling in last year so admirably for Terrence Williams. He's now in position as the assistant head coach. 2 tight ends to the right. Taylon Green, the 6'6 quarterback, is under center. Single back, play fake, deep drop. Slides right, runs right, no contain there. Down the right sideline, tripped up by Wilson, skidding out of bounds. But Green has another first down run, it appears, or at least he's close to the line to gain with a pickup of 10. It is a 1st and 10 for Cleveland. The chain gang has moved along the sidelines. It is a 1st and 10 with the ball in the right hash of the 42. Browns going right to left. 3 in a bunch to the left. Green waits on the shotgun snap, takes it. It's a read, a handoff, and a run by Booth to the right, chopped down by Wilson. But that's another 5-yard gain for Cleveland. And a lot of the Patriots regulars not even in uniform tonight, many in their sweats and gray t-shirts on the sideline. Got some guys out there playing right now that probably didn't expect when this preseason began to be playing this late in the final game of the preseason. Green hands off, a run to the left, cutting it back up inside. Booth is tackled close to the first down. Got across the 49 of New England.
Up to 3rd and 1. They can just keep killing clock here. Long drive. Not fooling anybody. Just lining up, trying to run the ball.
Of course, for the Patriots, they'll have a little extra time. They'll do some work, try to scour the waiver wire. But keep in mind, unlike last year, they're not picking high in terms of where they are on the wait list. As a quarterback sneak and a first down as the clock moves to 8:40 and counting. Based on the Patriots' finish last year, of course, winning the division, going all the way to the Super Bowl. That becomes even a little more difficult. Now, not that there are a lot of big name players or players that are available. Try to claim off waivers on cut down day. It will be Sunday. Got some games in the NFL tomorrow. Patriots and the Browns wrapping it up on this Thursday night. Cleveland leads at 34-13. 3 receivers out to the wide side right. 1 split left. 1st and 10 from the Patriot 47. A snap and a give. And the tackle made immediately by Lucchetta. Hangs in there on the line, clamps down from the right edge, and takes down Amani Marshall. Hugh Hutchins in there as well. So you don't seem to have as many spiders on your side of the booth.
Well, the one is it's right here off the corner.
Okay, I see him. Yeah,
they're looking around.
Of course,
got one up here in the left corner. Maybe that's why they're tearing this place down. What's the name of that spider movie that Jeff Daniels was in?
Arachnophobia.
Arachnophobia.
Screen set up to the right. Catch is made, and coming back to the near side with nowhere to go, but breaking another tackle and scooting out of bounds along the near sideline off the reception for Cleveland. Gage Lavardan got back to the line of scrimmage, but as he came back reversing direction to the left, Marcellus Dial was there in position to make the tackle for a loss. Got back to the line. It's a 3rd and 9.
We're under 7 now, officially. Favorite 80s movies? Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
Arachnophobia.
Arachnophobia. There's so many good ones. I think Close Encounters of the Third Kind. That was 70s.
Oh, that's going way back. 3rd down and 9. Slinging it to the right. Incomplete. Pass over a pair of defensive backs for the Patriots.
Weird Science.
That was right after Star Wars. Rocky era.
Weird Science. 16 Candles. That's a good one.
Go the Breakfast Club.
Breakfast Club.
Now, I don't know how we got from the Cleveland Spiders to the Molly Ringwald, but
try to kill time here.
Breakfast Club. I know last year my daughter had a chance to watch that, young teenager, and
did it even resonate?
Cool. No, it did. It did absolutely. Good. Yeah, it's that's classic. Snap, handled by the punter, and Paul punts it right to left with the fair catch signal for, and handled by Nick DeGennaro just outside the 10. Of course, when you talk about Cleveland Spiders, the original baseball team here was nicknamed the Spiders. Maybe we'll have a little trivia on the other side of a timeout. 6:28 to go here in the preseason. It's the Browns 34, the Patriots 13 on the Safety Insurance 98.5, the Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
Eastern Propane and Oil has been committed to providing reliable service and fuel delivery to homes and families in New England for over 90 years. With 24/7 service and delivery you can count on when you need them most. Visit Eastern.com to learn more. Eastern Propane and Oil, they're in your neighborhood.
Hungry for a deal? With $14.99 big deal meals on the menu all day, every day, the 99 Restaurant is the place to be. You can dig into big, hearty favorites any day of the week. That's right. Hurry in for our grilled teriyaki chicken topped with grilled pineapple, or savor our juicy chopped sirloin smothered with red wine sauce. Served with 2 sides, all for just $14.99. Now that's a big deal. You gotta love the Nines.
Coleman!
It's electric!
Need an electrician? Call Coleman Electric. I know you think you already have one, but what you really have is an electrician's phone number. You call, get voicemail, and pray like the dickens he calls you back. Hi, Larry Electric. Call you back tomorrow, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, electricians love their job, but they hate answering the phone. So Coleman Electric came up with this idea. Coleman would have a ton of experienced electricians on staff and then hire a bunch of other folks to answer the phone. I mean, it's stinking brilliant. It's
electric!
Yeah, it's Coleman Electric. From Boston to Bow, New Hampshire, south to Sandwich, west to Worcester, when you need an electrician at your house, call Coleman Electric and schedule service with a live human being. Disclaimer, don't call at 3 a.m. because our humans do sleep. But Monday through Friday, 9 to 5, you call and we'll be at your place in the flick of a switch. And if the switch is broken, they'll be there quicker. Coleman Electric, Kuhlman. Electricians who answer the phone. I mean, it's brilliant.
It's electric! Want the lowest price on name brand tires? Town Fair Tire beats all the competition. We beat the wholesale clubs, we beat online prices, we beat all local tire dealers. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Town Fair Tire! The Pats play on the Sports Hub.
Here in Cleveland, Bob Sosey along with Scott Zolak. The Browns have a 34-13 lead over the Patriots. Take over offensively with Baron Morton, the quarterback. Most of the way tonight, we saw Tommy DeVito for a few series to start this game. Morton, the rookie from Texas Tech, takes the snap from his 10 and throws it out to the left, and immediately tackle is made at the 15-yard line. Patriots reception made by Kyle Dixon. All right, so.
Yes, sir.
Give you $100 if you can name the most famous, or at least the most accomplished, Cleveland Spider. We have a lot of Spiders in the booth here in Cleveland. The original baseball team, the Cleveland Spiders. There's an award, a very prominent award named for him in Major League Baseball. Hand off to Hasty, runs it to the left, and he escapes to the outside, sprints past the 35, shoved out of bounds near the Browns bench. Only one guess.
Cy Young? I know it?
You did it.
Holy crap.
Did I say, is that on tape? Did I say?
What?
Did I?
Yeah.
It is. It's Cy Young. You did it. You got
just
it.
said prominent baseball. What's that? Just start thinking.
Yeah, there you go. You got it.
Yeah.
All right, Baron Morton waits on the staff for first check coming up for the Patriots. And he throws down the middle. Catch is made, and again it's Dixon being harassed from behind, makes the tackle at the 40-yard line.
Dad was very good friends with Ken Griffey Sr. in high school. Stayed in music from our hometown. Used to be big Pirates fans back in the day. The late 70s, Willie Stargell, Dave Parker, Omar Moreno.
We are family Pirates. What a great team.
Kent the Colby. Great uniform.
John Candelaria.
Yep, John Candelaria.
Screen set up to the left. Hasty catches, but he has nowhere to go. He was swarmed under by the Browns. They run it all the way, and they make the tackle on Jamichael under 5 minutes to go here in the fourth.
The gold stripes around the hat. It wasn't a. It was a flat round hat.
Like pillowbox hat. Pillbox hats.
Yeah.
The Stargell Stars. Who can forget Willie Stargell?
Right.
Pops giving up the Stars. And again, we work our way through 70s trivia. First movies, now National League Baseball. The snap to Morton, throws it underneath. Catch made by Dupree, the tight end. Tackled short of the 45. The Browns conceding the underneath yardage. The Patriots have a 4th down and 2 coming up.
Dropped your binoculars with the answer.
I give you too many. I give you one too many clues.
You shouldn't give me any clues.
No, I know. But hey, it is what it is. As a former coach used to say. 4th down and 2 for the Patriots. Ball splits the hash marks at the 44. Morton's going to drop back in the gun with Hasty to his left. DeGennaro in motion, right to left. With a snap to Barron. He's looking that way. He pumps. He's in trouble. He's being chased. Morton tries to throw it. The ball is hit out of his right hand. It floats in the air, picked off by a defender. Running along the right side across the 20 to the 15 and tackled at the 12. The pair of offensive linemen for the Patriots able to bring down Justin Jefferson, the Cleveland rookie out of Alabama, as Baron Morton on a 4th and 2. Rolling left, drilled by Logan Fano, and the ball fluttering in the air. And the Patriots preseason winding toward a close, 3:37 to go. And for all these youngsters out there, the last game in the preseason, for some, unfortunately, will be the last game of their careers, has been a very long night. With Kalen Green under center for the Browns. Tosses it left, tucking under the left arm. Booth spins into a crowd. He takes a hit, but stays on his feet. And eventually collapses at the 6-yard line.
Ball he just slipped out of his hand. Be careless with the ball tonight. That ideally, it's the type of guy you want to have on your practice squad.
Talk about Morton?
Yes.
Do you think he's a practice squad guy?
Yeah.
Yep. All right.
I don't think so.
2nd down and 5. Ball on the left hash mark out of the I formation. Green under center. Turns and hands it off. A run up the middle, and Booth is stopped, dragged backward. Riley Wilson leads the charge for the Patriots. Got some help there as well from Nnamdi Obiazor. 2:40 and counting left in the 4th quarter of the preseason finale. 34-13, Cleveland has the lead. Ball at the 5-yard line as the Browns disperse from their huddle. A tight formation. Green, play fake, rolling right receiver fell down. He's being chased by Gaynor. He's going to loft that ball incomplete, out of bounds. Had to throw it away toward a group of photographers over on the far side. The Browns will send the field goal unit out. And they have 2 long snappers who are competing, so Todd Monken gets a look at one of the 2 here. And another field goal try by Andre Schmidt with 2:13 to go. It's Rex Sinahara. Browns came into this game for what it's worth, 0-2 in the preseason. They'll start the regular campaign on September 13th at Jacksonville. Coming off a 5-12 season. Of course, a long spiral of frustration and futility. The snap is down, the kick is lifted to the uprights, and it's good. So Schmidt adds another field goal tonight. That's his 3rd of the evening, and the Browns now lead the Patriots 37-13. Let's take a timeout. 2:08 to go in the 4th on the Safety Insurance 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Ready,
Patriots,
set,
Radio
summer
Network.
with the Honda Summer Event. Make every mile count in an Accord. With a standard turbocharged engine or available hybrid powertrain, Honda has all you need to get summer ready with the most fuel-efficient full-line automaker in America. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 4.49% APR on a 2026 Accord.
See dealer for financing details. Based on EPA estimate of 2024 large full-line automaker fleet-wide fuel economy. EPA Automotive Trends Report 2025.
Don't let flu season catch you and your family off guard at Shaw's and Star Market Pharmacies. Getting your flu shot is as easy as picking up your groceries. Walk right in, no appointment needed. It's free with most insurances, and you'll save up to $20 on your next grocery trip. Protect your health and your wallet today. Restrictions apply, up to $20 off. Visit the pharmacy or shaws.com or starmarket.com for details.
Hi, I'm Sean Flaherty from Catches Law Group. You hear law firms talk about billions recovered. How much of that money wasn't won here? At Catches Law Group, we've recovered more money for injured people right here in New England than any other law firm. When your family needs help, experience matters. But where those results happened matters even more.
My dad did lots of car maintenance himself. I pop the hood these days, it's like opening a supercomputer. Windshields have sensors. Side mirrors have cameras. The technology sure makes driving safer and repairs a lot more expensive. Today's cars need today's coverage. Talk to an independent agent about safety insurance. Get great coverage and enjoy peace of mind anywhere you drive. Well, almost anywhere. Safety insurance will help you manage life storms.
Apex Entertainment in Marlboro is now over 100,000 square feet of pure fun. Hey, this is New England kicker Andy Borgalis, and again, this season, with every field goal I kick, Apex will be donating $100 to support autism education and research at the New England Center for Children. Check out Apex on social media or go to apexentertainment.com.
The Revolution play on the Sports Hub.
Ketch's Law, the official law firm of the New England Patriots. Ketch's has recovered more money for injured New Englanders than any other law firm. Visit ketcheslaw.com today. 2 minutes, 8 seconds to go in the preseason. Patriots trail the Browns now 37-13 after Andre Schmidt delivers a 23-yard field goal, his 3rd field goal of the night. He will ready to kick off following a 4-play, 7-yard series in the wake of a Baron Morton interception. And the kick headed to the left. Handled at the 5 by DeGennaro. Runs between the hash marks to the 25. Slowed up and then lassoed down. Tackled by Logan Fano. And we are in the 2-minute warning. Exactly 2 minutes to go. They're on the shores of Lake Erie. Patriots trailing the Browns 37-13 on the Safety Insurance 98.5, the Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
Planting a tree? Starting that backyard project? Hold up. Before you dig, click digsafe.com or call 811 because hitting a buried line can cause costly repairs or serious injury. That's digsafe.com or 811. It's smart, it's free, and it's the law.
It's David Andrews and Will Campbell here to tell you a story.
All right, Will. It's game day. Fourth quarter, New England up by 7. Opponent has the ball.
Here's where it gets really scary.
You have an oil change appointment in 10 minutes.
Kidding. You have Ford pickup and delivery, and they'll pick up your vehicle, service it, and bring it back.
So you never have to miss a big win. Only from your New England Ford dealers.
Today life moves fast, so fast it can feel like your finances can't possibly keep pace. Phew! Webster Bank helps you keep up with solutions ready for real life and its quickly changing needs, helping you feel ready for what's ahead, helping families plan confidently, helping businesses grow boldly, and doing what's right for our clients, colleagues, and communities. So when life moves fast, you can too. Webster Bank, your partners in progress. Webster Bank, a division of Santander Bank N.A., member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Looking for Boston's best gig deal? Get Astound Gig Wi-Fi for just $30 a month for 12 months, plus a $200 gift card when you sign up today. Fast, reliable internet, and incredible value. Choosing Astound is one decision you'll get right. Go to astound.com to get gig Wi-Fi for only $30 a month for 12 months, plus a $200 gift card. It's the best choice you'll make today. Restrictions apply. See astound.com for details.
Football season is the perfect time to get a high-efficiency Peerless boiler. Be ready and start saving now. Find the Peerless boiler that's right for your home or business and a list of local installers at peerlessboilers.com. Remember, Peerless Boilers, the world's best built boilers.
This is Boston's home for sports.
Different Shaw's and Star Market Sack and Save Sweepstakes is your chance to win New England game day experiences. Clip the digital sweepstakes offers on participating Pepsi and Quaker brand items and purchase them for automatic entry or redeem for you reward points. Visit shaws.com or starmarket.com for details. Coming up in just a few minutes, Mark Dondero, Joe Murray have the Patriots post-game recap on the Shaws and Star Market Patriots post-game show.
Good luck.
Our Waltham studios, handoff by Baron Morton on a run by Zahn Haskins to the right. Patriots trailing the Browns 37-13 in this preseason finale.
Just looking at your pictures, Bob, from Cleveland.
I was going to say so.
You get out a lot.
Now for
outstanding shots for
run
a phone. This from your phone?
It's my trusty smartphone. Throw to the right, caught by Kyle Dixon. Runs along the right sideline. He shouldered out of bounds.
You can tell you think about a photo before you take it. It's the angle. It's the.
I try to. I'm working on it. You know, speaking of that.
Oh, boy, somebody's down. Okay.
Oh, there's an injured Browns player back at the 19-yard line. It appears to be Fano, who's had a role in a couple of plays for the Browns, including helping to force an interception by Baron Morton on a previous New England series, of course. And now he is being attended to in the final 90 seconds.
Didn't look like anything
of this
big.
preseason.
So unbelievable that trade they made with Myles Garrett. Now the picks, plus they got Verse in return.
Verse, a good-looking young player from the Rams. We saw him a couple years ago. He had 7.5 sacks last year with L.A. Young player that was acquired along with a slew of draft picks for the next 3 years. That trade made on June the 1st. Both of these teams are going to be road tested early, and of course the Patriots, a contending team coming off the Super Bowl a year ago. The Browns, a team that would love to be ascending. They're a long way from from that in the NFC North. They've got 6 of their first 9 on the road. The Patriots, of course, are going to play 3 of 4 to start the season away from home. Morton stands in, throws to the right. Coming back to make the catch, Dixon. The red gloves, another grab for him. He's got a nice highlight reel coming out of these final 2 preseason games. That catch to the 49 of Cleveland. The Pats are going to look at a 2nd down and 1 with 1:08 to go. Clock on the move. Mike Vrabel, of course, not calling timeouts here. Took the team to the Pro Football Hall of Fame yesterday. They heard from Andre Tippett, Patriots Hall of Famer and a Pro Football Hall of Famer, of course, great outside linebacker. Patriots guilty of a false start. So I thought it was interesting, as we wait for Derek Anderson in the call, there was a highlight tape that was played after Tip gave his talk to all the Patriots players.
False start, number 67, offense. The clock was running. This foul requires a 10-second subtraction. Please set the clock to 45.
Jack Connolly, the guilty party. Andre Tippett, number of sacks on that highlight tape. A different game back then.
Oh, yeah. He'd rip your head off. I played with Tip. I was fortunate enough to get a year, and it was so cool to see him talk in front of the team. And he was doing that when it was like basically played on concrete. You know, lack of, secured helmets and stuff. Just, it was styrofoam inside of helmets.
Throw underneath, catch made by Dupree. The tight end backs his way across the 45 of Cleveland with a first down. Good extra effort there to the 43 of the Browns with 27 seconds to go. Clock on the move. And nice little treat for this team to end the preseason, but tonight it's been a difficult performance to digest, no doubt, for the coaching staff of the Patriots. And Morton is going to drop back in trouble. He escapes to his left. He's going to get to the far side, and he will throw it out of bounds wisely. So 5 seconds to go here in the preseason for Baron Morton, the rookie.
Eat it.
37-13, Cleveland has the lead. Team will fly back tonight, of course. Shortly after the game, they'll pack everything up and head back. And the next time they travel, there'll be a lot fewer people, and they'll be playing for real, as Zoe said, against Seattle cross country for a Wednesday night season opener. Handoff to Haskins, runs it to the left, and as time expires, the preseason comes to a close here in Cleveland as the Browns rout the Patriots by the 37-13 final. A week ago, Zoe, Mike Vrabel was asked about not playing starters in the preseason. He said, we don't have a deep team.
That's for sure.
Well, tonight, we were looking for players to emerge to maybe develop some depth. We didn't really see a whole lot from that standpoint for the Patriots.
I think Mike and his staff in the front office are going to continue to look, and you brought up the point. Cuts happen on Sunday. Scour the waiver wire. Might have to bring some people in because nobody really stepped up here today. That was a big fat zero out there. Tommy DeVito had a great pass to Kyle Williams. He had some rhythm there in that first drive, but that's about it. Period.
I mean, if there's one positive for the Patriots out of these preseason games, it looks like, although the kicks were short tonight, Bora Gallos, the place kicker, is the guy to go into the season. That was one of the things you were thinking about before the game.
And if teams are going to continue to handle these this way, this game will be gone in 2 years. That's where it's headed. This is a big waste of time for a lot of people.
And again tonight, very sparse crowd, to put it mildly, here in Cleveland. And the hometown
I don't
team
blame them.
Played well. The Patriots did not on the road, but again, the season begins a week from Wednesday in Seattle. Looking forward to that one.
Yep.
Let's get back to New England.
Talk about real football. Let's go. All right.
And then look ahead.
Good to be back with you,
to
Bob.
the Seahawks.
Appreciate it.
Out in the great
I'll be
Northwest.
waiting for that $100.
Now let's turn it over to. I was hoping that part might have been lost on you. Joe Murray, Mark Dondero are standing by in our studios for the Shaw's and Star Market Patriots postgame show, guys.
All right, thanks a lot, boys. Bob and Zoe, great call in the final preseason game. The best news about the final preseason game is that we are on deck for the regular season. A little bit of time, but we're going to get there. And the Patriots, I don't know, does this represent the official end to training camp? I guess we're going to break down this final preseason game. What's next? All the storylines associated with it. That's coming up on the Shaw's and Star Market Patriots postgame show on the 98.5 Patriots Radio Network.
Patriots has been brought to you by Safety Insurance, Shaw's and Star Market, Catches Law, your New England Honda dealers, Credit Unions, Kids at Heart, and Clinton Savings Bank.
Let's go, baby. Let's go.
Also brought to you by Town Fair Tire, your New England Ford dealers, Eastern Propane and Oil, Hub International New England, Drains by James, Live Nation, and Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go.
Peerless Boilers, your New England Chevy dealers, Reed's Ferry Storage Sheds, the Peterson School, Aura Frames, Blue Sky Restoration Contractors, Wendy's, Dig Safe, Webster Bank, and your New England GMC dealers.
Come on, one play. One play, let's go!
Also brought to you by FindMassMoney.gov, Eagle Leasing, your Lexus dealers, Heading Home, Bally's Lincoln, and Apex Entertainment Center.
Team on three, 1, 2, 3.
Shaw's and Star Market Patriots postgame is next on the Safety Insurance 98.5 The Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
Small business owners are master jugglers. Inventory, cash flow, scheduling. With so much to keep your eye on every day, it's often something unexpected that brings things to a halt. Protect your dream. Ask an independent agent about commercial coverage from Safety Insurance. Property, liability,